Dapat upgrade skin baru.
Keseringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon penturen.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, menyawakan hari ini.
Dan bagaimana kamu melihat persaingan di Gold Lane bersama dengan Aerosinki tadi?
Gue ngeliat dia kayak ada potensi lah mainnya. Mereka dari MDL belum ada kesempatan, baru kali ini kan mereka ada kesempatan buat naik. Jadi semangatnya buat tinggi lah. Dari hasil yang aku lihat dari tim-tim lain, regenerasinya kebanyakan berhasil lah di match-match belakangan ini. Mereka dari MDL belum ada kesempatan, baru kali ini kan mereka ada kesempatan buat naik. Jadi kayak api semangatnya buat tinggi lah.
Aku pilih Idok sih. Kalau Idok take off-nya kayak bagus banget lah. Aku yakin juga itu dari decision dia kan. Apa yang dia rasa bisa dia bilang, dan aku rasa dia ngajak sih gitu. Dan ya Romer kan butuh itu ya.
Kok clear mid dulu ya? Guys. Bruno. Mati Bruno. Nah, cut, ratain. Mati, open lagi. Ya paling si Aaron Siki, soalnya kan kalau misalnya gue ketemu tim lain, orang lain tuh jarang lah ngelawan gue gitu di laning kalau gue lagi mau pengen fight gitu. Tapi gue ngeliat dia berani lah pengen ngaduin gue. Ya di situ gue kayak, ini anak berani juga gue lihat. Jadi saling adu aja sih. Ya dia mungkin punya mental sih, dia nggak takut sama gue lah. Mungkin kalau ya gue bukan bilang gimana lah, mungkin kalau orang lain tuh ya kalau lawan gue mungkin cuma adu farming.
Yang ke-trigger juga pastinya, ternyata gak dapat beli.
Oke, trofinya keluar, sedikit lagi yang tersisa. Pertempuran di antara kedua player dan Skylar tidak mau memaksakan keadaan.
Ngilu nih ngeliatnya ya. Dan bagaimana kamu melihat persaingan di gold lane bersama dengan Erosinki tadi?
Gue ngeliat dia kayak ada potensi lah mainnya. Kalau Racing Star kayaknya Sutsujin, karena ya bisa dilihat dari hasil memang dia nunjukin kualitasnya lah di tim yang baru ini.
Ada satu pendekatan dilakukan oleh Kiboy, tapi ternyata dominan langsung dikeluarkan pula oleh Rinja. Indo berhasil dihancurkan, tapi Skylar menjadi korban pula. Sedikit lagi bisa lalu pinjam malam menjadi korban tambah, tapi Albert tidak terduga Albertnya berhasil dihancurkan. Sutsujin sendirian mengejar ke arah Sun dengan satu garukan dan juga tembakan yang begitu menyakitkan. Sutsujin looking for media dan Savage bakat didapatkan.
Sebenarnya Sutsujin mungkin kayak hampir semua orang kali ya kayak mempertanyakan kenapa gue Sutsujin. Cuman ya sepengalaman gue lihat Sutsujin sebenarnya gue bukan ngelihat dari dia di MPL sebelumnya gitu, tapi berdasarkan pengalaman gue ya dia salah satu partner scrim gue waktu di Bigetron. Jadi gue lihat dia ada potensi, gue suka lihat cara mainnya. Mungkin dia bukan tipikal player yang ya stand out saat itu, tapi gue tahu kayaknya dia orang objektifnya tinggi lah dan tahu job desk. Ketika kita lagi di bawah melihat yang ke atas, dia tuh pengen membuktikan sih, jadi ada momentumnya gitu. Ya semoga di season selanjutnya ya regenerasinya juga makin banyak. Jadi MDL bukan hanya untuk pemain MPL yang turun loh. Ya semoga pemain muda bisa tetap jadi banyak goalsnya gitu loh, jelas.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Yang lagi ngehajar ke arah Baloy. Dan kelihatan ini jelasnya. Oke, untuk sekarang epic spinnya connect lagi. Baloyski masih berhasil diselamatkan dengan satu netherite. Makankah dirinya bisa selamat, tapi Amo Pendan connect tadi karena beberapa player menjadi satu momentum yang begitu beda. Matchnya berhasil dihancurkan. Ini dia pergerakan dari Baloyski sebelum dirinya berhasil ke pick up, tapi setidaknya dia berhasil untuk bisa menciptakan sebuah momentum. Permalan sekarang adalah satu lagi penalti dan udah dikeluarkan di mana sebelumnya. Aimo Pendan sudah langsung terlihat di tempat yang berbeda. Dirinya pun masih berhasil sama dan juga pergi ke tempat yang lain. Kiboynya langsung dikejar di bagian belakang tapi Anafel. Namun sekarang Albonnya akan join ke dalam pertempuran dengan ditembakin begitu saja. Menghilanglah sudah Flavia menjadi korban, ditarik lagi ke belakang Dreams. Bahkan sekarang ejectornya melemparkan Albert ke area terdepan. Bisakah Natko selamat? Tidak. Namun itu sekarang Anafel langsung menghilang.
hari ini di mana leg pertama akan berakhir. Namun dengan demikian leg kedua pun di hari ini akan dimulai. Jadi ini bukan akhir dari perjuangan 9 tim, namun sebagai checkpoint bagi perjuangan mereka. Tentu saja kita akan sambut bersama-sama. Inilah dia hari yang kedua di minggu yang kelima MPL Indonesia Season 14. Senang sekali di sini Bude Clara tentu melihat antusiasme di malam minggu, malam yang ditunggu-tunggu untuk menyaksikan 3 match beruntun yang akan dihadirkan. 6 tim akan beradu satu sama lain, memperjuangkan kemenangan demi kemenangan. Karena kita tahu sendiri, dari 9 tim hanya akan ada 6 tim yang masuk ke babak playoff. Dan hanya top 2 yang lebih nyaman untuk bermain di babak playoff. Semuanya menginginkan posisi teraman, semuanya ingin masuk ke babak playoff. Namun kalau di sini kita melihat, tentu saja akan banyak sekali cerita yang bisa kita bahas bersama-sama. Namun sebelumnya izinkan Bude berterima kasih kepada semua yang telah mendukung acara ini. Yang ada di rumah, yang ada di MPL Arena, dan juga khususnya kepada para partner dan sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada Ora Imo, ada Head and Shoulder, Campina, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Dan juga WeDrink. Beserta dengan suppliers Erigo, Indomaret, Yummy Choice, dan Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dengan dukungan yang begitu luar biasa, 9 tim pun bisa bermain dengan sangat memukau. Namun kalau kita lihat dari klasemen sementara, benar-benar bisa bergoyang dari satu match kemenangan pun, itu benar-benar bisa mempengaruhi semuanya. Jadi kita akan bahas House Season Champion pula, karena perjuangan mereka dari leg yang pertama patut diapresiasi. Banyak sekali perubahan, banyak sekali yang telah menempati posisi itu. Ada yang mendapatkan hasil baik, ada pula yang tidak. Mari kita cek bersama-sama. Seperti apa perjalanan dari season ke season, dari semua tim yang beradu sebelum kita memasuki match pertama. Jadi inilah dia, mari kita cek bersama-sama. Dan kalau kita ngebahas tentang leg yang pertama, tentu saja kita nggak lepas dari House Season Champion. Mengingat dari season 10, EVOS pernah memegang tahta itu. Namun, apa daya mereka tidak bisa untuk menahan posisi itu lebih lama, bahkan tidak berhasil sampai ke babak playoff. Namun di season 11 dan 12 konsistensi diperlihatkan oleh Onyx dengan mendapatkan House Season Champion ditambah sebagai juara pula dari 2 season ini. Namun season 13 ada perubahan terjadi. Bigetron sebagai robot merah yang mengamuk menjadi House Season Champion hasil. Namun hanya menjadi posisi 4. Top 4. Kalau season 14 ada 2 kemungkinan yang bisa ditentukan dari match pembukaan kita di minggu yang kelima di match pertama ini. Kalau RRQ bisa menang, pasti RRQ akan ada di atas. Namun, kalau RRQ gagal, Bigetron akan menjadi pemuncak House Season Champion. Jadi, akankah House Season Champion ini menjadi milik Bigetron kembali atau malah RRQ dengan kemenangan mereka di match ini? Kira-kira siapa yang akan menjadi House Season Champion? Tulis di kolom komentar karena Bude penasaran banget. Menurut kalian akan siapa? Dan di sini Bude akan langsung ngobrol-ngobrol, bertanya-tanya dengan yang lagi di pucuk, yang lagi kedinginan. Inilah dia para Kingdom. Kingdom sini dong, Bude kepengen ngobrol di atas panggung. Wah rame nih. Ini bapak-bapak proyek kita. Bapak proyek, halo.
Halo.
Halo, gimana? Ini selalu solid ya dari Kingdom.
Alhamdulillah selalu solid kita, Pak.
Selalu solid. Ngelihat House Season Champion milestone kita season 10, 11, 12, 13 nggak ada watch RRQ. Tapi season 14 ini mungkin bisa jadi kesempatan RRQ. Gimana kalian ngeliat kesempatan ini?
Semoga kita tetap konsisten aja sih dari sekarang untuk kedepannya lagi.
Harapan dari Aldo pastinya. Kalau
Iya.
dari Mau sendiri, tapi kan nih House Season Champion ada up and down-nya. Menurutmu sendiri RRQ bisa nggak sih untuk tetap stabil, tetap bisa menghasilkan yang baik, dan sampai terakhir pun berada di pucuk?
Kalau menurut aku sendiri harusnya bisa sih Bude. Semoga playernya ya improve terus lah, dan satu hal jangan pernah puas dan tetap harus haus kemenangan sih harusnya. Bisa.
Haus kemenangan. Tapi dinantikan gak sih? Ini kalian kaget gak sih bisa menjadi contender untuk House Season Champion? Karena terakhir season berapa itu? Udah lama banget loh.
Nggak terlalu kaget sih, biasa aja.
Biasa aja. Tetap humble, tetap stay calm.
Ya betul.
Tetap stay calm. Namun menurut kalian sendiri gimana sih caranya biar kalau kita lihat kan up and down nih season 10 dan season 13 berada di pucuk tapi tiba-tiba ngegeradak ke bawah. Gimana caranya sih biar RRQ bisa mempertahankan kestabilannya dan mungkin sampai bahkan bawa ke babak playoff pula?
Kalau menurutku kayak tetap bonding terus nyatoin chemistry-nya terus lah.
Bonding, nyatuin chemistry.
Chemistry dan makan-makan bareng. Kayak
Makan seafood.
Makan seafood.
Makan
Dan nobar bareng, nobar horor ya?
Iya.
Biasanya.
Pokoknya fun bareng ya. Kalau dari
Iya.
Kingdom sendiri gimana nih? Biar kalian tetap solid juga, mendukung terus apapun yang terjadi dan tetap semangat. Gimana kalau Kingdom?
Kita ya tetap kompak aja di arena lah, dan tetap akan terus datang walaupun mereka di atas ataupun di bawah. Gitu sih Bude.
Apapun yang terjadi. Jadi, boleh mungkin disampaikan untuk RRQ pesan-pesannya biar mereka tetap konsisten.
Buat RRQ terus semangat, jangan pernah puas sedikit pun walaupun itu, dan kalau menurutku jangan takut kalah sih. Jadikan kekalahan itu pelajaran buat kalian untuk berkembang lebih baik untuk kedepannya.
Oh, semuanya langsung ramai dengan FIFA RRQ. Thank you banget para Kingdom, semuanya pasti udah gak sabar untuk menyaksikan match pembukaan antara tim RRQ dan juga Dewa United. Siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan dan House Season Champion? Caster, please.
The half season is beckoning, ladies and gentlemen, as we are now entering the second day of the 5th week. Welcome to the English broadcast. Back with me, Eterna, alongside with Gani, as well as Mirko, as we are going to be bringing you the fun and the action for the next 3 matches of the day. But of course, we do want to remind you that today is the day that we will be crowning this season's half-season champion. And our first match is going to tell us a little bit more as to who will be able to wear that crown, whether it be RRQ or Bigatron Alpha.
A big question still up in the air, but RRQ, they have a game in hand.
Yeah.
If they are able to beat Dewa in a 2-0 or even a 2-1 fashion, they will be officially the half-season champion.
You know what's crazy? Even if they lose 2-1, they'll still be the half-season champion. So literally, the condition for RRQ to become half-season champion will come down to 1 game win. If they get a single game win against Dewa, congratulations RRQ.
So let's talk about how they're going to be able to achieve that, right? Because technically, Dewa, they've been on a very shaky journey, right? I mean, coming into week number 5, I was actually quite, surprised looking at the standings. Wow, RRQ has really found their groove, found their momentum, and maybe found their winning formula?
Very different if you compare it to last season, but yeah, I mean, with the new members, the Rians, Edok, seems like this team is so mature with young players.
It definitely seems that KezQ and NMM have been doing so much for the team. And even Skylar in a lot of interviews have been saying that KezQ is probably the best coach that he's worked with ever in his, RRQ career. And I have to agree with him, based on the lineups that he's deployed, it looks like a very average lineup for an MPL team. But with KezQ and NMM at the head, it just is so different. Meanwhile, though, on the other side, it's a bit of the opposite. They are kind of struggling.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it, right? So when we're talking about the winning formula, what exactly is the winning formula for Dewa? Because technically RRQ, they found their rhythm, but Dewa has not. Which lineup do we think would fit best at the moment that would try and help them to, reach the top of the standings?
I think easily we could all agree that it's Hijume with Watt or Azura. It doesn't really matter for me. Both of them are okay. Azura is better on the weak side, so I actually prefer Azura. Hijume, Azura, we've seen that their win rates are just a bit better, right? Meanwhile, for Kaze and Watt, when they've played together, this combo is actually sitting at a 0% win rate thus far. Very, very unfortunate. I have no idea why Hijume is actually not playing here, but this was the game up against Fnatic Onyx where Watt was outplayed by Albarabab on the Hayabusa. Really solid stuff from Fnatic Onyx. Dewa were able to push it all the way to the later stage of the game as well, which was very, very impressive. And I think maybe the main issue, other than the fact that Hijume is not playing, is synergy, right? Maybe they got used to playing with Hijume so much that now with Kaze, they have to re-synergize. They have to find that chemistry again. Technically, it can still work, but obviously, you're going to have to put Ray on more of the enable picks too. He can't just be pure carry. Same with Mueza. Mueza has been looking to go for these massive pick-off heroes, massive initiation heroes, and usually it's always on the back of a play from Hijume. Now that Kaze is more of that long-range carry type of mid laner, you might want to just play for him more, you know? Just like in the previous season.
So will we be seeing Kaze or will we be seeing Hijume today, right? That's going to be very interesting to find out. We're looking at the back room right now and we're going to see Watt here. All smiles, so we do feel the confidence. Maybe they do have what it takes to take it up against RRQ, but we have to talk about Watt, right? He was one of the shining stars of Dewa when Dewa first got into the league. I think it was 2 seasons ago, I believe. And what happened, right? People are saying that maybe he's fallen off. It's no longer his time anymore. What do you think here, Gani?
You know what I think if we're talking about Watt, he has been around since season 1. Cut off short after Genflix's fall out. But yeah, back again, Dewa. Quite surprising, but yeah, maybe it's not his... I think his prime is not his prime anymore. So let's see here. I expect Azura, but we are seeing more Watt. So maybe that's hinting Dewa United they're going to use Watt for that gold lane.
That might be the case here.
Yeah, I would say for Watt, he's been very, very inconsistent. In the days that he's good, we've seen him make crazy plays. That's why the Watt name really fits him, right? It's either what or what? Yeah, it really is an expression for him because every single time, whenever he makes a play, you're left with one of those emotions. But for Kaze, I think it's just really unfortunate to see that it's only Kaze left. Remember, their first season, it was Dixon, Kaze, Lanaya, the lineup that made them so special in the MDL with their adaptive playstyle. It wasn't really, play for Watt. And then we saw them transition into play for Watt. Last season, even playing for Drian.
Yeah.
And we saw so many swaps. This season, none of them are here. No Dixon, no Shaco, no Lanaya,
no Kaze,
but no Drian. But Kaze is now back in the lineup. So I don't know. It really feels like they're still trying to find what works for the team best. Coach Raizan yesterday, or a week ago actually, said that this new lineup is the best lineup. It isn't the Hijume lineup. So I guess we'll see. So far, we haven't seen that just yet. Maybe in scrims, it's been different to what we've seen on stage.
And like going back to what you mentioned, right? Still 0% win rate with this lineup. It's a big question.
Nada.
It's a big question, especially after 5 weeks. The question also is whether or not it's too late already.
Is it too late? I don't think so, considering that Dewa United is sitting in the midfield of the standings. So maybe a little shake-up, a little change here and there might be what they need.
Maybe. But you know what RRQ needs, on the other hand? RRQ doesn't have the winning formula. They have it down to the T, but what they need right now is consistency.
Consistency, the big C, as Gani mentioned. The winning formula for them, I don't know where to start when we actually talk about RRQ Hoshi, because it really feels like they are complete. Last season, it was Skylar Esports. When we all know it was Skylar Esports. It was basically Skylar, as what we call it, the term is Mabar VIP. We play with VIP, the fans pay to play with the pro players on stream. That was basically what RRQ was last season, but this season, it's been completely different, man. They rebuilt RRQ from the ground up with the foundation in Keskute and NMM. The drafts have been looking amazing. They've always been able to get winning drafts, and the only draft that they have lost was up against Bigatron Alpha and then up against Alter Ego. So props to Aldo and props to Wura for being able to actually match Keskute's drafting prowess. Because Keskute hasn't just proved himself here in this season. Last season, he brought Bigatron Alpha to #1 in the regular season as well. Yeah, we don't talk about the playoffs. Anyways.
I was about to mention.
No, I will not give you the chance. There is one hole, though. Or maybe 2 holes. It's just more of nitpicks for RRQ. They've been playing so spectacular, but for Rins, there are times where he actually does overextend. He walks up a bit too aggressive, and he does get punished. And for Sutsujin, this is also kind of a nitpick, but when he was given the pick of Hayabusa, he wasn't really able to perform the way that he does on other picks. So maybe on some of these flashy heroes, some of the flashy assassins, it might be the way for some other teams to actually force out from RRQ to exploit that little weakness that they have.
Okay. I hope Dewa United has their, notepad opened up, picking up all the tips and tricks to beat RRQ because, again, Dewa severely need
I know
it.
this guy.
And I don't really like this guy.
You don't?
I know him, but wait, I thought you said you don't really like him either.
That's off cam.
Remember at MSC?
You have to like him
I want
on
to
cam.
get to know him.
You have to like him on cam?
So he's like
a friend?
I know
caster
him.
or whatever from MPL, and then he apparently he has an opinion on RRQ's regeneration. I kind of feel like this is what RRQ has been missing for quite a while, where you have a mid duo that doesn't overextend when it's not really that necessary. So are we, hinting at a Clay and Lemon here, the fast mid laners coming in from RRQ?
Yeah, not just the mid laners, even the roamers, right? Vin and Brusco last season were not really performing well either. So
true.
It definitely feels like I'll have to agree with the man I dislike off cam, but I like on cam there,
Yes.
Mr. Layful. This guy we like. This guy we respect, both on cam
Love
and
him.
off cam. It's
Coach Arc.
Mr. Arc. Coach Mr. Arc.
RRQ's playstyle is no longer relied heavily on Skylar. With players like Rinz and Edok, I believe they have a more aggressive style and more flexibility in gameplay and drafting. This is exactly what Mirko was talking about earlier on. What's your opinion on this?
I mean, yeah, sure. It shows that with Rinz and Edok, some of the burden that Skylar has last season, it's relieved off of this season as well. So Tsujin played his part as a jungler, very, very efficient and reliable as well. So let's see here the match, the lineup. Oh,
Here it is.
Still a strong lineup.
The official team lineup from RRQ. We have Dyron, Sutsujin, Rinz, Edok, as well as that last player that I kind of missed, but that's Sutsujin Sykes. And let's welcome them onto the stage.
Looking to get the half-season champions, the Kings of Kings. They have succeeded a lot and win in their matches. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Rex Regium Kaon. Oh, Skylar's alone.
Skylar Esports? Are we looking at Skylar Esports once again? But nah, we're just kidding once again, right? A little bit trolly today on the English broadcast. But yes, the main five gonna be stepping up. And they have a big chance of taking that half-season championship title. And for the past 3 seasons, that half-season usually does go far, except when it falls into the hands of Bigatron. I mean, sorry, Mirko.
And Evo's Glory, season 10.
I said past 3 seasons.
Okay. Very specific.
But on the other side, from the side of Dewa United, we have Kaze and Watt. So this is the lineup that we're going to be seeing. No Hijume, no Azura today. The 0% WR lineup. We'll see whether or not they'll find success.
Well, looking to increase their win rate with Kaze and Watts. Will they be able to find that key against the Kings of Kings? Still, the Apostles of God rocking in their away jersey. It's Dewa United Esports.
Dewa United Esports, though, in trusting this lineup, trusting the process, and trusting the fact that they can improve, they can fix that chemistry issue and the synergy issue with the entrance of Kaze. But again, they're going to have to change their playstyles quick. They're going to have to adapt real quick. Terizo, Ray, Moeza, that playstyle that we saw in week 1 to week 3, they're going to have to pull a 180. And that's a tough job. But with the coaches and the analysts, Mr. Bellin and Coach Raizan, I think they should be able to do it.
Let's see if they can. We have Mr. Danang here, bringing both of the coaching teams and staff from both of these teams onto the stage. And let's talk about the drafts, right? I mean, you've been pointing out Keskute with his impeccable drafting style. Are there any loopholes to the drafts that, Dewa can actually utilize?
Yeah, game number 2, up against Alter Ego, he was out-drafted. Let's take a look at that, right? Hylos, Loyi, Nolan, Phobius, Lunox. Getting that combo down, it was just a pure fighting composition. So knowing that RRQ Hoshi they're probably the most consistent team in MPL Indonesia right now. They're probably the most dynamic as well. Don't let them think, is what Alter Ego went for. They went for a skirmish comp. And if you guys remember, the only loss they took in the season was up against Bigatron Alpha. And that was the same strategy that Bigatron Alpha implemented up against RRQ Hoshi. They went for a brawling composition that took RRQ by storm, and they didn't have time to adjust, to stay dynamic, to make all those little micro decisions in game.
What about heroes, picks? Are there any comfort heroes that we should be looking at right now for RQ?
Oh man, where do we start? The Aurora has been flexed into Edok as well. It's been on the hands of the mid lane, one of the only Aurora flex picks in MPL Indonesia. The Ruby is a great flex as well. We've seen so many different ways that people and players have been able to utilize the Ruby in Gold and XP and Rome. And Roger has been good flex too. Skylar and Sitsujin both lethal on it. They have too many flex picks. That's the main problem in the draft. That's why teams just can't get a hold of RQ, because even Edith, the Arlet, gets flexed a ton.
And this is why KSQ and RQ, they're like match made in heaven with this lineup as well. And as you can see here, Dewa United, not a very positive first pick rate or second pick, right? Just half, 50%.
Yeah, so
They're
it's
struggling.
still a blue side meta that we're seeing here. No changes yet.
Depends on the team. Yeah, it depends on the team, because like for Fnatic Onyx, they have a 40% win rate on blue, an 87% win rate on red, and it's quite similar to KSQ's style here with RQ Hoshi. First pick 67, second pick 81.82.
Okay.
It's a very, very positive win rate, very positive trend that RQ, but again, they need consistency, and perhaps second half, you saw it within EVO's Glory, who won first half champions but did not make it to the playoffs. You saw Bigatron who lost in the playoffs, so maybe they need that consistency to bring it home this season.
I agree, you know, RQ, maybe that's the key, right? I feel like it comes down to mentality as well, because for that EVO's lineup, it was a very new lineup. For that Bigatron lineup as well, they weren't new, but it was their first time coming into the playoffs as actual favorites. They were never favorites back in the day, right? Season 7 even, barely making it, even though they went on to manage to get into the grand finals. But for RQ, I think it's different. With Skylar there, with the management there, and with the environment of RQ, we know they're mentally ready.
So let's see if they are ready in the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get into it, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. We have Dewa here with first pick, RQ with the second, and it looks like the bans are coming through really quick. Roger, Jushin, the Ruby has been banned out by Dewa, and from RRQ we see the Chip, the Ling, as well as the Fanny. So Fanny has been eliminated from the board, and that Phovia's first pick, Prio, comes through.
There you go. With the Phobia's pickup, it does put RQ Hoshi in a position where they either need to pick up the Hylos here or give it up. And remember, up against Alter Ego, that was the composition that Alter Ego utilized, right? The Hylos plus the Phobias to beat out RQ, going for a brawling composition. They did figure it out by the end in game number 3. They go for the Harith and the Hylos as expected. They have to take that away. Double H combo.
Very good flex with the high loss. We saw it with Alter Ego. Nino, but also Owen can rock the high loss in that EXP. Also, we saw it multiple times in Fnatic Onyx with that high loss being played on the roam or on the EXP, but very, very fast response here from side of Dewa United. You see Herod, you will expect Lunox in your opposing side.
Absolutely. It's a great pick there with the Lunox, and they actually ended up with a Hayabusa for Raid 2. You can always expect the Lunox in the first phase. Whoa, Alpha. That's why I'm not really a big fan of the Herod pick, first pick anymore, right? It is still very prio. It's still really good. But with the Lunox still up for grabs, it does leave him very, very vulnerable in these team fights. And that's what Dewa want to try to capitalize on. Cho, actually, also banned away, respecting Mueza.
Yeah, it seems like Mueza really loves this Cho. Like,
Cho,
I was
Edith.
skimming through all the drafting phases from week 1 and week number 5, and it feels like Mueza really big on this Cho. Why do you think this Cho hasn't been working for Mueza, or is it just a comfort pick for him?
It's a comfort pick. We've seen him in MDL just play the Cho. He is one of the, that is one of his signature picks alongside the Jarhead. So really going to try to stop that early game snowball. And that's exactly what the Cho can do as well. Now with the new passive, with the added range of that first skill, you're so much more oppressive in the early game. You can try to get a lot of early advantages through that, especially with some of these kill pressure matchups, right? I mean, you already have the Lunox up against the Herith, the Phobius later on. Even against the Hylos, you actually do have quite a bit of lane pressure there. You technically even win out if it's a 1v1. So for Dewa, they're really trying to get rid of heroes that can match the Phobius in lane, like the Terizla, someone that can actually set up for an actual gank. That is the main weakness for Phobius in lane. You don't bring Flicker, so once you go in, you can only win the fight or die.
I am the priestess of
Okay, there it is. Another EXP lane pick ban coming in from Dewa. The Edith being taken out, and RQ go for the Angela. So is this an Angela in the mid lane?
Yeah. Oh, it's still flex, right? Can be put in the mid, can be put in the roam, considering that the Hylos is still flex as well. So what they're saying is we don't really need crowd control. All we need is just sustain. They know, like, Hayabusa without the shadow kill is not going to work well, but take a look at the response. They added themselves a huge crowd control with the Gatot Kacha and a utility mage also slash crowd control with a terrifying, of course, Eternal's Guard. Dewa United, they're ready for a big team fight.
So again, they're taking a page out of, obviously, Beloyski's little book there with the Gatot Kacha, but this is exactly what we were talking about. To beat RRQ, you gotta go for these massive picks. These picks can actually go for just team fights and brawl it out. But unfortunately for them, it's going to be still a battle of execution, right? The Tigreal gets picked up. They don't really have a Valentina earlier. They picked up the Vexana. Yes, you can deny a lot of the engages from the Tigreal. Dewa United actually have an advantage here in the draft. But still, RRQ, we know them to be spectacular. With any draft, they can execute their game plan. So it's still going to be very, very scary for Dewa. But just draft alone, this is the draft that you need to utilize to beat RRQ. This is what we've seen as well from Alter Ego and Bigatron Alpha.
Looks like the lineup rating does favor RRQ as well, so that's going to be something that we are going to be looking at. It seems like the AI, the system, sees that RRQ also has better potential in the early stage of the game. And in a meta that focuses so heavily in that early portion, we're going to see how it actually transforms into the Land of Dawn as the Wings are bringing us into the game. The Kings versus the Gods once again, ladies and gentlemen. Who will be crowned the mid-season, the half-season champions? Let's get to game number 1.
Welcome
Land of Dawn, here we go. And you can see already the skulls from the side of Watton K's. Against the Tigreal, yeah, let's just purify.
A whole lot of greens, man. They really want to go green. Dewa United. 2 revitalizers, I think it was as well, for the Gatot Kacha and the Phoveus. Oh, actually, wait, was it? I saw the green. Yeah, this is a Phoveus revitalized. So it's not a Vengeance revitalized. This is new. This is a new combination here. You're going for double healing. Usually you see the Hylos together with the Phoveus actually utilize a revitalized. Very, very interesting stuff. I'm trying to figure out, I guess, yeah, they understand that for RRQ, it's mainly just burst damage they have, right? They're really relying on the full cycle of their skills when they go in. Skylar with his Amon Force, Sutsujin with the Spear of Alpha. Once those 2 big abilities are used up, as long as they were able to sustain back up, they should be able to get the dub.
If we take a look at the emblems here by IndieHome, does anything stand out to you, Mirko?
Just the weapon mastery here, and obviously the vitality. There's a lot of HP. You already have revitalized, and then you get vitality, and you also have the Brave Smite together with the Festival of Blood. That is a whole lot of healing. They are literally just playing to out-sustain RRQ Hoshi in these fights. And again, now I'm actually concerned for RRQ Hoshi. How are they going to be able to out-sustain Dewa United?
That's a big question. I mean, technically, maybe they could play the kiting game with Skylar as well as Alpha, but wait a second. Skylar it looks like he's winning in the lane against Watts, who's on the Lunox.
Yeah, it's a bit of a skill matchup here in this lane, but it does favor the Harith, at least level 3. Then once we get to level 4, it'll be quite difficult for the Harith again.
But back here, ladies and gentlemen, both of these teams are going to be circling around the next neutral objective. We do see both of these teams starting to set up, but Sorizo still needs to clear, and looks like Edok is already in position to make that play.
See here for that neutral objective phase. Edok still level 3, waiting for that level 4. Maybe then he will start to engage with the Flicker Implosion, though. They will take it slow here.
They have to, right? There's no real rush for both these teams. They just have to wait for Edok.
Sacred Hammer on towards 2. That will be all. Dire in the front side here. Glorious pathway to hinder the movement, but in the backside, it's actually going to be Sutsujin taking the turtle. Revitalized pops left and right, but still sustaining damage now. Damage from the side of the Shadow Kill. Ray will find Edok, maybe no space, but now it's going to be Sorizo. Focuses on towards Siren, but Sutsujin is there. Another kill added for the side of Kings and Kings, and yeah, for now, the gods have to bow down. No, Ray finds the trade. It's still 2 for 1, but yeah, the gods have to bow down to the Kings.
Meanwhile, look at this in the top side. I mean, Skylar is dismantling Watt in the gold lane. So this is a big win, I would say, in the early portion of RRQ's game plan. Them being able to get 2 members from the side of Dewa, and they were also able to pick up that neutral objective. Sutsujin, ever reliable on that retribution play. Let's break that down. What happened and why did RRQ, how were they able to win that one?
RRQ won that just purely because they were much more decisive. They knew they wanted to go for the turtle. Dewa, it looked like half of them wanted to go for the turtle, half of them wanted to just play it safe. Ray got the quad shadow in, decided to utilize it, but then he disengaged himself. Despite the fact that K's already got a big Eternal Guard, if they actually stayed decisive, they utilize their skills properly, that should have been a Dewa win. They were able to out-sustain even with them disconnecting, disconnected completely in the team fight. But for RRQ now, the fact that they have a 1,000 gold lead, that's a Flask of the Oasis, that's a War Axe as well. You don't want to give RRQ the snowball with this kind of composition because you won't be able to out-sustain them later on if they have these damage items and if they have the healing items in Rins.
Yep, that's already the item, the early item power spike, I would say, for RRQ that has been taken for them. But what RRQ also has is the faith from all the casters, apparently, right? Everyone 2-0 for RRQ except for Nevin, 2-1. But still for RRQ, not one caster has voted for Dewa United here. So they really are up against the odds. Talking about the odds now, so Rizzo is actually getting chunked in by Sutsujin.
Oh, yes. Sutsujin though, terrified, good Eternal's Guard to poke him down! Idok finds the Flicker Implosion! Now they collapse on towards Ray, who is taken down. Now it's going to be a big fight, but the numbers, they have the numbers, and K to the backside will fall to the hands of Skylar, who uses Flicker as well. Now watch, what can he do? 4 members down and out.
The answer is nothing. He can't do anything.
Oh no.
He's trying to clear, but I don't think he can.
Oh no, Purify popped, Order of Brilliance as well. He has the space to get out, but the big turret is weak. Now Rins needs to be careful as the neutral objective will be taken from Sutsujin.
A neutral objective, a tower in the mid lane as well. Almost a wipeout from RRQ, and it's a 4K gold lead, Mirko.
Completely outclassed by RRQ. Man, Idok, what a play on that Tigreal, man. Getting the shove in and then straight into the implosion, reading Ray like an open book. And you can see that the fact that Dewa have been hesitating in a lot of these skirmishes and a lot of the movements that they have, it has given RRQ a decisive team and a decisive roamer like Idok on that initiator so much more room to go for these picks. And yeah, this is a big concern. Early on, I already kind of, brought it up, but the fact that RRQ have a 4,000 gold lead, it was only 1K before that fight, by the way. But it's already enough. Oh, the War Axe already at 1,000 gold lead for the Hylos. Now they'll be able to out-sustain Dewa even with the Revitalize because they'll just be able to just shred through everything, and they also have pretty good healing themselves. Great move by Idok, by the way, just going for the components instead of finishing off the items. And it does seem like Idok's going to be engaged on.
Oh, will be forced. Oh my god, the damage will be enough to take Idok down. But what will be the trade as well as Mueza? Now he's stuck isolated, double for Sky, looking for Triple S. Sorizo receives a lot of damage in the backside. He's a Dyran trying to hold on to his prayers. Sorizo isolated and taken down. RRQ again wins on that fight.
The Queens have been calling, and the answer has been answered here. RRQ again with a victory, a 6K gold lead. And it's so unfortunate, right? Because earlier on in that team fight, Watt was taken down first, and I don't think they had any other anti-regen items, right? K's just now has the glowing wand, so hopefully that can help. But again, with them snowballing so out of control, what's the answer now for Dewa? What do they do?
They wait for a mistake from RRQ. That's literally the only thing that they can do with this kind of composition. Either they go for engages again, just constantly gamble around these fights and maybe get a win against RRQ. But again, that's a 6,000 gold lead. They weren't able to beat them with a 4K gold lead, with a 1K gold lead.
Yeah.
And it comes down to the execution for Dewa United. It's very hesitant in a lot of these skirmishes. Except for the last one. The last one was more of a, why would you even walk up there, right? With RRQ having a 4,000 gold lead, there was no way they can actually beat anyone, especially with Watt being the one that gets taken down. Skylar has free reign around on the sidelines, and for Dewa, they can't send anyone to match Skylar. He is already at his item power spike at 8 minutes. He already has a Starlium, he already has a Feather of Heaven, and he's building towards that Holy Crystal. Fast timers.
If he gets that Holy Crystal, it's going to be Hail Mary for Dewa United, man. How do they look to go in for the trades? I mean, I guess they do find a little bit of compensation, right? They were able to pick up that tower in the bottom lane. But even Sutsujin alone is able to take down this Lord. And RRQ are now setting it up for themselves. Let's take a look at the audience prediction now. 93% for RRQ, 7% for Deo United. Even the fan base believes.
Wow, another single digit. Yeah, I mean, RRQ now looking to engage on towards Mueza. Eternal's Guard might have to break the formation. Sutsujin taken out. Now Skylar finds the trade. No, he will fall down now, seeking Hall. His system mistake that Dewa United needs, and they are heavily punishing RRQ.
That's the mistake indeed. You overstep RRQ. Yes, you are 6,000 gold ahead, but you can't just be doing that. This composition is built to brawl still. They can still find advantages through these mistakes. The fact that Sutsujin went in is just so uncharacteristic as well. We know Sutsujin is a cold-blooded killer. When he sees, when he has a 6,000 gold lead, he almost never makes that kind of mistake. So definitely very, very interesting to say the least here. And everybody just try to follow up. Skylar gets melted down as well. Especially in these choke points. Respect Dewa United. Yes, they were very hesitant in the early game, but now that 6,000 gold lead is gone, and that actually plays out to Dewa United's key win conditions pretty well. Lunox is scaling.
Yep, she is. Already has a Divine Glaive as well. We saw that Ray built in the Malefic Roar too. So if they go in one by one like that, if they make engages that way, Dewa United, they do have the answers to it, and they are catching up. A 6k gold lead initially from RRQ has now whittled down to only a 4k gold lead. So they're united, they're coming. But it looks like Jiren is as well.
First halfway pops, Mueza soaking a lot of damage. Good taunts there, but on the backside, take a look at the Terrify. Sutsujin in trouble and gets taken out again. KY United, they're okay. Skylar now being the next target. Will he be able to duke this one out? Ray receives a lot of damage, but Mueza wasn't able to find the finish. 3 members now down and out.
That was so close. That was so close. Skylar nearly gave up his life there. Still able to get out with the help of Rins. And yet another mistake. Was that a mistake? Was the engage faulty for RRQ earlier on?
Absolutely. Jiren was already down to such low HP, was kited away already by Dewa United. They should have really respected that right after getting the turret. They should have actually backed away. Again, Dewa, in these long team fights, they get the advantage. RRQ needs to win with a big combo. We have to remember what I said early on in the game, right? Sutsujin, Spear of Alpha, Skylar, Zaman Force. Once those 2 resources are used up, it's a big window of opportunity for Dewa. The fact that we haven't been able to see that mistake is because RRQ have been in the lead for so long. They got a 1,000 gold lead early on, and then it built up to 4k, therefore leaving Dewa in a tough spot. But because of that one mistake from Sutsujin, it has led to what? To get some of these big items. Like you said, Divine Glaive. That is a massive item against this kind of composition, and he's already built to beat the Harith and the Hylos. You can get shredded down. On top of that, it's Orizo jumping back and forth, and it's also some physical damage. RRQ need to play discipline. No more mistakes from now, because Dewa, if they get back to even footing, like I said, they're better in the brawls.
Sutsujin right now is a level ahead of Ray, though, so that is still something that RQ is holding on to. And the fact that they do have the Angela, they can look for the setup on the counter side, right on the far lane. The Angela is pushing there. But wait a second, is this an engage happening?
Byron, half HP, still looking to soak in damage. Also give out info. Bottom side is actually favoring RRQ, so they can take their time here, and that is what they're doing. In Dewa United, they are looking deprived from info. They need info on the whereabouts, like Edok, who hasn't really shown his presence now. Concealed play on towards the backside. He's looking to find space. Glorious halfway in the backside. Actually, Darren gets bursted down now. It's going to be all out fighting. Ray finds the Ray Tribution. Whereas that gets taken out though. Now Ray looking for the double. Will he get the triple? What? Taken out as well. Rins caught isolated, but he finally gets the triple. Now Sutsujin will find the trade, and it will be still Dewa United with the Lord marching in the mid lane.
What happened? A 3-for-3 trade, but it looks like Dewa are going to be able to pick up the turret. Wait a second.
So Rizzo, this is not the way to do it. Sutsujin finds an extra kill, and that will neutralize the situation.
They're going to lose this turret in the mid lane, but they should be able to protect their inner turrets. But again, that was definitely not the best way for RRQ. And look at the gold lead just completely dismantle, just disappear.
Yeah, now we're in a very tough spot for RQ Hoshi. That is a holy crystal for the Lunox. It is much more of a power spike for Watt than it is for Skylar. Despite the fact that Skylar is level 15, the fact that Lunox, someone, even Watt, you know, who's been behind the entire game, has now gotten these item power spikes, it is going to put RQ in a very, very troublesome spot because, again, even for Chorizo and Mueza, they're slowly but surely getting to those big, chunky items to deal with RQ's damage. You can see it earlier as well. Skylar, in comparison to Watt and even Ray, can't really withstand that damage.
It looks like Skylar built in the wishing lantern for the Harith.
Not a big fan, personally, right? Especially, but maybe they're really just relying on the instant burst potential. They want to go in, delete someone, and then look for something else. I would have preferred I don't know, at this point, for Skylar, let me take a look at his items again. Blood Wings, right? Sometimes you go for the Blood Wings. You could even go for Divine Glaive.
I think it's safer, right?
Yeah.
Because if he's the one that's going to be going in and out, weaving in and out of these team fights. And you mentioned, right, in a long-term team fight, RRQ are kind of at a disadvantage. Then why not go for an item that can help you win it out in those long-term skirmishes?
Exactly, but it does seem like both teams are actually going to rely on pure burst because not only is it Skylar on the Wishing Lantern, Kaze has actually bought the Wishing Lantern too. Now he wants to try to outburst the Burster in Skylar. It is the Wishing... Even though we don't see Juicin, it's banned out, we still get to see a little bit of Juicin with the Wishing Lantern here. But yeah, again, for RRQ, now it gets tough because their composition is built to team fight. Their composition is built to look for moments. Dewa too, and Dewa does it a bit better in my opinion. They can utilize the side waves, but even then, Skylar... He was able to control the side lanes because he was so far ahead of Watt. Now that it's back to almost even, Watt should be able to deal with him 1v1 or even 1v2 with Rinz's Heart Guard.
I agree. Watt now also has the Blood Wings to really help him in these team fights as well. And he's been doing really great, right? Being able to go, like, one of the main things that we saw that was a big problem for Watt was the fact that he always overcommits, but with the way that he's been weaving out and weaving in these team fights, it has been showing something completely different, but it looks like Skylar picked up the Blood Wings as well.
There you go. So no Divine Glaive. That's a sacrifice he made, and you can see that damage piling up.
Spear of Alpha. Gacha finds the play in the backside. Now they will collapse. Oh, Edok! He will find the big implosion, though. He will be bursted down alongside with Dyron. Sujin falls as well. Another win for Watts, and that will be Skylar. And Rinz just left alone. Lord is all Dewa United again.
They did it again. 3 members taken out for the price of 1. They're going to be able to pick up this Lord as well in the 16th minute of the game. And they did the exact same thing from RRQ, right? It looked like they all wanted to go back into the team fight. They were clumped up and they didn't respect how much Dewa had. That AoE damage is definitely there, and so they were picked off 1 by 1.
You have to see the window, the timing as well. Now it's a 16th minute of the game. The window for RRQ to end the game was around 13 to 15, I would say. 15 being very, very generous too. The fact that they had 6,000 gold lead, they should have been able to end the game at 12, perhaps with the first enhanced Lord. But the fact that they threw earlier with Sutsujin, that becomes the bane. Thrice maybe you could even say, because taking these fights in the Turtle, or Lord Pit rather, is literally suicide up against Dewa United's comp.
Is this the push that will decrease the chance of RRQ? Lord taken care of. Let's see. Will Dewa United be aggressive? Seems like they will take their time here. They didn't really manipulate their ways properly.
Mueza has been finding amazing opportunities though for his team, right? Every time they get a successful team fight, it's on the back foot of Mueza's big play. And RQ constantly fall for it, right? They don't have any purifiers, so it's very difficult for them to maneuver. Let's see if Mueza is going to be able to get another opportunity here. Looks like they don't, but that inhibitor turret in the mid lane will fall for Dewa United today.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, by the way, of the item path here for Dyron, actually. Because it does feel like, I personally feel like they already have enough anti-regen. With Rinz building it, he's always going to be present in these team fights. With Edok there as well with the Dominance Ice, Dyron should have maybe focused more on getting defensive items rather than the utility in the Dominance Ice. And because he got the Athena Shield very late, I think that, yeah, by the way, his build right now is Athena Shield and also they got that armor. So just pure magic defense, right? So with the magic defense, if he got that earlier, they would have actually been able to soak in much more of the damage coming in from Dewa. Remember, Sorizo, Watt, Case, they're all dealing magic damage, but because he had to stop himself from getting the Athena by just buying the Dominance Eyes first, it left him quite vulnerable to a lot of the magic damage. Because again, you need the Athena here on top of already, you need more. You need that Athena shield passive as well to actually be able to withstand the burst coming in from Case.
I think that does make sense, right? Because look at that. With just that, with the damage coming in from Watt as well as K's, he already gets chunked down to half health. And we saw that happening in the second play that they lost earlier on from RRQ when he went in with the Glorious Pathway and the Law and Order in the bottom lane where they threw it. But now, 19 minutes in, what are the adjustments, right? What can RRQ do to hold back onto that momentum and make it their game once again?
It is really, really tough. I guess utilize the Angela in the sideways, try to make a slow push happen, force Dewa to split up, and then look for a 4v5. That is maybe the only key. And for Edok, he needs to go for the picks, but at this point, it's going to be very difficult. Ray will always be waiting in the back. He's an assassin anyways, and all the other members that look vulnerable aren't really vulnerable because they have the Purify. And even if the Angela goes to the side lane and, you know, forms these slow pushes, I don't think it's going to be threatening enough to actually, for Dewa to actually like fully respect it, for them to actually send Ray up top, because they still have that base turret there. And Sorizo can just look for a fight whenever he wants to.
RQ, they need to bank on the mistake or mistakes of Dewa United here. And Dewa United, they need to stay composed while controlling the map. Top lane is slowly pushed, but now they want to commit on towards a fight! The Watt bursts, one down, it's gonna be Edok losing his mortality, and that will be Dewa United winning on towards Tyrant as well. He was terrified by Sorizo, stanking the damage. Tyler bursting him down with the flicker. It will not save him, and Rins and Edok, being the sole members, are still alive. Dewa United, they're still standing with 5. This is going to be the final push. Can Rins and Edok make it? The midway crashing down. Edok, no implosion, no flicker. What can he do? Turret lock indeed, and the base will fall. If he challenged the gods, he will have to do more.
The 0% win rate of this lineup has been broken. Today, Watt breaks it. Today, Keys breaks it. And they fight for another day. They are showing, they're putting RRQ, they're testing the limits of the Kings of Kings, and they're not gonna let them be crowned the half-season champion without a fight.
They had the better draft from the start. You know, this is a draft that has worked against RRQ multiple times. It happened with Alter Ego, game number 2, up against RRQ. It happened Bigatron, game 1, game 3, up against RRQ. Brawling compositions just do so well against RRQ. Hoshi, who for some reason aren't really able to utilize the early lead in this game. They had a perfect start to the game. That was literally perfect. Yeah. Despite the fact that the Dewa had the winning draft, they were able to out-execute, outclass Dewa. But then, the intrusive thoughts got in, man. They had to go in for some reason, so you had to use that Spear of Alpha on a Gatot Kacha. Little mistakes.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. I mean, maybe they understood their timers. I mean, you talked about timers, right? That window that they had in the early portion towards that mid portion of the game. And they wanted to look for more opportunities to close it out as soon as possible. But unfortunately, it was the exact opposite of what they wanted, right? It was what led Watt to be able to pick up those items real quick, despite being at a 6K gold deficit, by the way.
Small mistakes lead up to big ones, folks, and that's what we saw. That is the story of Dewa versus RRQ game number 1. But seriously, gotta give props to Raizan and Bellin for an amazing draft. Phoveus, Lunox, Hayabusa. That is, they took a page out of Alter Ego's book to actually beat RRQ in game 2. That was also the pick, Phoveus plus the Lunox. Hey, this might be RRQ's downfall? No,
hey, it's so early. It's so early.
But they need consistency, and it wasn't showing in that game.
It wasn't. I don't know what it was. Was it underestimating?
Overzealousness?
Yeah. Overconfident, definitely, after having a 7K gold lead.
And
mean,
they
like,
threw twice, right? They made a mistake, and then they made a similar mistake.
and then there was that
bottom
third
side
moment.
That, near the Lord.
Yes.
The thing is, they kept on going for these fights as well. But to be fair, that's their composition, right? That's why they needed to win the early game. They get the early game, ended by 12 to 14 minutes. That's literally, that's the prime time for RRQ. That's when all the mid-game power spikes hit, and that's when the Dewa United haven't gotten their power spikes yet. But
I think
hey,
it's the way that they approach the fights, I think.
what, for RRQ?
Yeah, that was kind of a little... Could have been better. Could have been done better.
Which moment?
Firstly, Sutsujin going in as
That
the
one,
alpha. Dairen going in with the Glorious Pathway and the Law and Order 2. I just don't think that the way that they approached the team fights was as good as it should have been, and that really just allowed Dewa to look for those opportunities, because Dewa had a composition that had so much CC.
Yeah.
They had so much anti... what would you call it?
Immune?
Not immune. But the fact that they can counter-engage really well, that's a word, counter-engage. They had the Vexana, they had a lot in their mid-tier. Here's the big moment that we saw. That was a huge mistake. And then here Skylar gets taken out. And he nearly gets taken out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That moment was the back-to-back mistake. That was the second mistake. The first one was the Alpha diving in, giving Lunox a few kills and getting him those items. Shoutouts to our player of the match here. Sorry, player of the game, not match just yet. Mr. Super Awat Supriyadi on the Lunox.
It's so funny because we were talking about this
We
player
doubted him.
before they started playing, before the drafting phase as the pre-match. You guys were saying that maybe it's not his time anymore. And it's not just you guys, like literally everyone has been saying the exact same thing. And yet here, he proves otherwise, right? He was very patient in the early portion of the game. He wasn't able to win it out in the lane as well against Skylar despite being on the Lunox. But that consistency carried over to when he was able to get that power spike and eventually led to this 6 to 7 KDA. Look at his damage. Not the best GPM, we would say, but he was able to dish out the damage when it was needed, when it was crucial.
I'd say still though, for this play, I mean, early on, let's walk through the game one by one again. This moment, again, this actually should have been a Dewa win. Had Ray actually went in and capitalized on that Eternal Guard with Chorizo still jumping in, if they comboed their damage together, RQ wouldn't have been able to get this 1,000 gold lead at the start of the game. But even then, good job on Ray, still able to actually, equalize a bit here with the quad channel, taking Sutsujin out. But with this gold lead, it was just so big. And then it just continued. Edok dies, they all went for, these tanky members. And obviously for RQ, early on, they have the better composition to get things done, especially with a 1,000 gold lead, and they just kept on rallying up, stacking up, these kills, the gold lead, splitting up their opponents as well. Ray not dealing damage, and Dairen still being able to really withstand everyone. Here, this is not the moment where Ida actually went in. This is after the throw, ladies and gentlemen. This was after the Alpha had already went in, after they had already gone and lost Sutsujin and Dairen in the bottom lane. They went for the Lord fight again. And yeah, for me, the first two mistakes, yes, they should have approached the fight differently. But after that in the Lord Pit, they can't really do anything. This is just their composition. They're built to fight in this way. They're built to fight like this. There's no other way to tackle it. Ido can look for a flank, but that will be useless with the Purifies in hand for Dewa United. Dairen can look for a flank, but then no one's going to be frontlining. It's tough. They should have been able to utilize the lead better. I think that's the main mistake for RRQ Hoshi.
And remember, right, Dewa United, their win rate is more positive in that first pick, right, in that blue side. And it showed in this game that the draft, they were able to execute that as well. And this will actually decrease the percentage from RRQ in that red side.
It will, actually. So, yeah, we saw Watt earlier on, putting his fingers in his ears. What?
Being flashy.
It was being flashy.
That was flashy.
Isn't it like we don't want to listen to the haters?
Gosh. Yeah.
But anyway, 20 minutes and 56 seconds was the game duration for game number 1. And again, what do you think about this revitalize for Phoveus? It's not something that we see quite often. And essentially, they won on it. Yeah. Was it one of the reasons why they won on it? Is it something that we should be looking out for in the future, Phoveus Revitalize?
I still think Vengeance is the way to go for Phoveus, but in specific conditions like the condition that you see here up against RRQ Hoshi, if you are going for these brawls and you already have someone else like a Gatot Kacha to help you, usually it could be a Hylos as well, right? But if you have 2 Revitalizers, it stacks up. You can get so much more healing, and the fact that you want to all in, plus the Revitalize on 2, it has that synergy. It's almost the same as Vengeance. Vengeance is, there's a bit of damage reduction and you give out a little bit damage back towards Araki Hoshi. But yeah, here it was the itemization as well. I kind of tackled it a bit. The Radiant Armor was the purchase for Dyron first, which was good. But I feel like early on, maybe the Athena would have gotten him a bit more value, right? Athena first and then Radiant later. So going for the Athena first, not going for the Dominance Ice, I think this has to be communicated within the team. Who wants to go for the Dominance Ice? Because they had 3. It's completely fine usually with 3. But having an Angela means that you usually already have that global threat, and whenever you go to Heart Guard and land these glowing one or any abilities, the glowing one anti-regen already gets placed down onto a lot of these members. And Edok was also around in these team fights. So I feel like if Dyron had gone for Athena and Radiant Armor first instead of that dominance, it could have stopped a lot of what was happening to them. Dyron was getting bursted down so easily, so I kept on looking back. Why? This is a high loss. He's getting beaten up by the burst. Yeah, it was because he had to go for utility, maybe because it was a miscommunication from the team, or maybe because they respected the healing too much. I don't think they needed to respect the healing that much. Yes, 2 Revitalizes, but 2 anti-regen items should be enough in that scenario. Because the Angela was literally already utility.
Okay. Okay, take notes.
Slight overkill.
Mr. Dyron.
Mr. Dyron.
Man, Icy Baby would ask you, like, are you an EXP main?
No. I'm not. I'm a gold lane.
But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 being won in by Dewa, which means that all of our predictions were wrong, right? We all expected a 2-0 from the side of RQ, but it looks like Nevin is on the way to getting it correct.
2-1, she said?
Mm-hmm. 2-1. I think,
Crazy.
she's a little bit more in the future.
The future.
She's a little more, adept with her tech.
Ooh.
I think she's using one of the best phones in the business.
Like Samsung?
I think she is.
Oh, okay. So you guys can also check it out, right? Go with the new Galaxy A Series 5G. The Galaxy A55 5G, pronounced, of course, it's 5G, so limited. Awesome gaming package. Get free MLBB skin and diamonds, gaming headphones, 25-watt travel adapter as well, silicone case, and a sticker pack with a total value up to 1.4 million IDR. Available in the new awesome lemon and navy colors. So head over to Samsung.com/ID, or your nearest Samsung. It's okay to get an awesome gaming experience with a Galaxy A55 5G.
It's pretty cute.
The color, man, I dig it.
I like it. Do you like the navy one or do you like the lemon one better?
Honestly,
I like this one better.
The lemon one.
The lemon one.
Yeah,
okay.
this one.
And it's cool, right? Because technically if you want to be flashy, you can. If you want to be a little bit more low-key with it, you can. A little bit more elusive with it. A little bit more demure.
Ooh.
Okay.
What would be the demure color?
Demure would be navy.
Demure is navy?
I would say.
I thought it was the hair you see on your screen.
You're right. You're right. Head and Shoulders, ladies and gentlemen, get yours now because it comes in all amazing flavors that are super fresh. I think the one she's holding right now is the
Tigreal one.
Oh, it's the ice one. It's really cool on your scalp. It feels really nice, and you also get amazing hair with it. So why not?
Why not? And he is rocking the Samsung. Hey! Team Galaxy's own cam if you're ever in the venue.
Using a Samsung phone to say, I love Samsung, that is meta.
That's
on top
meta.
of the meta.
Mm-hmm.
In the Galaxy Zone. I'm just waiting for someone to bring like a Samsung product, some other Samsung product, right? Because yes, you can bring your phones here. What about those washing machines though?
Actually, does that work?
Yeah, exactly.
No, seriously, would that work? If I brought my Samsung washing... Here, if I brought my Samsung TV to the venue, would I be able to sit in the Galaxy Zone?
See, that's what I wonder too, because I have a Samsung TV too.
We should try.
I have a Samsung phone too, but it'll be fun if I brought a TV.
I'll try on Friday.
Hey, next Friday?
Yes.
Oh, unfortunately, it is a Saturday today. The brand of our glasses, our official eyewear of MPL ID. Whoa!
Uh-oh.
Oh, it looks like the audience actually voted for a topic to talk about right now. 1 point away from being able to grab that half-season championship. How will RRQ be able to win game number 2? And it looks like they voted 51%. Minimize mistakes, which
Agree.
makes sense. That's something that we did talk about. Rins has to utilize a damage-dealing hero, 29%. And Skylar needs to utilize an aggressive marksman in the gold lane, 20%. Let's talk about this.
I agree with the audience here, right? I mean,
Which
we
one?
saw
51,
There's
29, or
three.
20?
51.
I agree.
51%.
Not just 50, by the way, guys.
51.
It's the majority, all right? So, yeah, they need that 1 point. And game 1, a lot of punishable mistakes. Saw that. You can say it twice, you can say it thrice.
Dairen,
Yeah.
Sutsujin, over
By the way,
Dairen.
that's so cute. The voting thing?
Yeah.
Has it been here since week 1? We've rarely seen it. We've only seen it once since week 1. But in Indo, we see it all the time.
Oh.
But now we get to see it in English, which is great.
I love it.
Yeah, me
it's so
too.
cute. We get to interact with you guys. We get to know what you guys think.
Ooh, by the way, a swap in sides. Araki Hoshi going to take blue side. That was not one of the topics that you could vote for, but Kezcute makes his own option. Decides to go with a 66.67% win rate of the blue side here. You try to outdraft Dewa United.
A little too strong, Dewa United, in that first game on that blue side. So maybe, because Q wants to take Bellin and Ryzen out of their comfort zone.
I can't believe it, man. The fact that now they're actually placing Dewa United on the red side, that is a 37.5% win rate.
Exactly. And let's see here. What will RRQ do? What will they draft for that second game?
That's a big question, right? That's a big question. Like, how will they try to adapt to this? Will they go for the prio on the Phoveus again? Will RRQ even allow it as they swap sides? There are a lot of questions on the board. And the one thing that they do still need to repair is their execution, right? And it looked like earlier on, Dewa was also able to get the better draft. But look at that serious face.
Ray.
Very serious. No
towards
laughter, no nothing,
No.
super serious.
Focused, right? They putting their game faces on. You saw the retribution from Ray. Very, very clutch, right? So we expect that. Even though the turtle, a couple of misses on that retribution, but the Lord retribution, yeah, he's been very clutch in that game. So expect Sutsujin challenged again on those neutral objectives.
We'd love to see it. We'd love to see it here. We'd love to see it go all the way to the third game between both of these teams, as, you know, both of them are being challenged. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the drafting phase for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. RQ now with the first pick, Fanny, Hylos, and the Hayabusa banned out. Dewa go for the Chip and the Roger. So it does look like, for the most part, now Ling's still opened up for grabs.
Yeah.
The Jushin is still available. The Ruby is still available. As the Phoveus has now been banned. What will RRQ prioritize here?
They have to go for Ling, right? They don't want to give it over to Ray. We know Ray is a scary player on the lane. They go for the Juicin instead. And by the way, when we were talking about how the nitpicks, remember the nitpicks? Rin's overextending. Him overextending usually is on a Juicin. Like, when he actually oversteps, it's on a Juicin. And Sutsujin might not be able to get his hero here, or might be forced to an alpha again. I would say maybe the Julian could work out here, but the Ling, giving the Ling over to Ray is definitely a scary decision to make here. And RQ, I guess they're confident in what they can do up against the Ling. But remember, in their loss against Bigatron Alpha, it was also up against the Ling. These Lings are scary, man. For Dewa, they can round it up here. I don't know. Whoa. They actually want to go for the Cho.
Early Cho.
Yeah. So Ruby's up for RQ. RQ could actually just go for the Ruby. That's what been one of the favorite picks for them.
Was it worth it prioritizing the Cho this early with so many, priorities on the board? Edith still available. There you go, Edith and the Julian is going to be picked up for Sutsujin. No Fanny.
I mean, not the first time we saw Dewa United picking up the Cho early, right? This early, especially, not the first time. So maybe they're really comfortable here. And also, it forces out heroes, forces out spells, right? The Purify somehow force like the Zushin, the potential marksman later or the gold lane later on. But now with the Edith, with the Julian, what will they go for? Ruby is still on the board, but they will not. Well, they leave the flex open still with the Aurora picked up.
Yeah, they go for the Aurora here, trying to go for the burst up against the Juicin, trying to stop the Julian as well. But yeah, for RQ, it was either the Julian Edith or the Julian Ruby. They opted to go for the Edith, still a flex pick, so it works in the same way. For both RQ and Dewa now, there's only the gold lane left, technically, right? Unless Dewa want to get rid of some more of the setups for the XP, maybe get rid of the Terizla and the Arlet, that could be an option too, because the Edith, actually, we've seen a mix. We've seen it on Edok, we've seen it on Dyren, so it does definitely put Dewa in a tough spot right now. They have first pick on the second phase, so I think it would be safer to go for gold lane bans and play with that. Just play with Watt. Try to expect more heroes for Watt. Expect to have more unique heroes for Watt than from Skylar, but they actually ended up banning out the Ruby. Still scared of that flex potential. We know how good Edok can be on that Ruby.
Going to be very, very scary here for, I would say, Dewa United as well, right? Because Ling, yeah, I mean, he has bit much potential, but he is somehow easily to be pressured. And I think RQ, they're going to draft themselves into a very, very aggressive composition, right? With the Eden, with the Julians, very invasive. So let's see here, what will they draft for that second phase? Harith, though, will be the ban here from the side of the Kings of Kings.
But here's the thing, right? The Jushin is great in the mid lane, but again, her clear is not so great.
Exactly.
So what will they need to complement
Grok.
that, right? I think Grok would be great, one for the clear, and also if you're talking about invading onto the Ling into his own jungle, I think the Grok also does a really good job at doing that. So that's definitely something that still could be utilized. Will Dewa ban it out, or do they see something else that is a better pick in for RQ?
Oh, wow, they actually go for the Beatrix ban here, knowing that, again, for RQ, they still need that physical damage threat, right? It's all magic right now, and like you said, yeah, you need someone like a Grok, but the Edith could actually do well too in the mid lane. That's why for Dewa, they've actually picked up the Cho early up against the Juicin, getting more mid prio. But also, fun fact for Dewa, they have flexed the Cho before. So Rizzo has played the Cho once in the XP. Didn't really, work out too well. It was up against Biggest Alpha, I believe, but still, it's a possibility. Maybe that's why they decided to go for the Cho very early. They can still stay elusive with that pick.
Is this the word of the day, elusive?
Demure, elusive.
Demure, elusive, okay. You're gonna throw Skibbity soon, I think. But now it looks like the Lolita is going to be banned out by Dewa. And, alright, here's the thing. Can Jushin pick up Purify?
Definitely, right.
I don't think she can.
I mean, she can.
I mean, she can, but like, she doesn't have an escape skill, so it's very difficult for her.
Crimson Beacon, I guess.
She
you
has
get that blink.
I guess.
Yeah, and you play with your PO usually, right? You have a frontliner that plays with you. So, I mean, for now, I would say for Dewa, they could honestly just go for a safe choice. It'll probably be the Moskov in the gold lane, or they could just go for the Terizla. I think Terizla is a safer choice. Get a strong XP lane they could set up for the Ling. Someone that can be very, very independent. If it's not the Terizla, what is it going to be? Arlet. Yeah, Terizla / Arlet, these playmakers in the XP. And technically, if you went for Terizla, you'll just guarantee a very good laner. But with the Arlet, this is still playing with the flex. Mueza can get the Arlet, Cho can go to Sorizo, playing with the dimensions here.
A lot of crowd control here already from both composition, I would say, right? The Arlet, Cho, Aurora. You got Edith as well on the other side, so expect a lot of 5v5s, 4v4s in this game as well. RQ, what are they going for here to lock in? Oh, they're gonna pick up the Franco and the carry Edok. We saw what Edok can do with the Franco, but is this the right composition to do so?
I mean, technically, if they don't want to go in for team fight, they could go for the pickoffs, right? I think that's definitely an option that they can go for. I think maybe from game number 1, they were unable to go for the 5v5 team fights. Granted that the comp didn't really favor them, but maybe that's the next strategy that they're going for, with Dewa already having, they have the Cho. I guess technically the Cho is single target, but it's a really good opener for a team fight. But we have the Aura with the AoE CC and damage. We also have Arlet with the AoE CC. So maybe that's what they're going for. What's Dewa going to be picking up as an answer towards this, however?
Old lane, Lunox.
Yeah. I like it. I wrote it down too. Lunox, great pick. They just need someone to actually be able to survive in the lane. This is great by Dewa. I feel like game 2, they've actually gotten the winning draft again. Jusin is going to have a tough time. We were talking about how the Edith, the Grok, maybe the Cho could come in to actually, help the Jusin in clear. But now it's a Franco in the mid lane up against a Cho and an Aurora. They're going to be able to pin down Jusin in the early game, and they should be able to get that early game. And even if it goes to late, Araki Hoshi will be really dependent on the Franco pick, on the hooks connecting, on Dyron to be the initiator. So technically the initiation isn't even that guaranteed with the Edith. You can still miss out on that. And meanwhile for the Cho, you can catch a whole lot of these players.
And looks like here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Dewa are 1 game away of going a full 2-0 against the RRQ that have found their winning formula, that have found their momentum. Can the gods once again reign supreme over the kings? We shall see as we enter game number 2.
Will the gods help the robots win the half-season champion? Let's see again, old folks. Land of Dawn, here we go.
Again, the start here, Ling versus Julian. Julian is actually a pretty good matchup against the Ling because when Ray pops in attempts to play, you can try to make a guess as to where he drops. You can put the chain down, you can also get the enhanced sword to escape, so a lot of different ways to tackle these fights. And this is why I also wanted the Lunox instead of any other marksman in the gold lane. Up against RRQ's Franco and Carry, Brilliance out, escape. And you can see with the flicker, he can actually also join in these team fights. He wasn't able to do so last game, by the way. He was on a Purify, so he was kind of limited in the ways that he can actually enter a team fight. Now he can do the Ruby DD combo much easier. And Chorizo getting the Arlet here in the side lane. It is also, the fact that they decided to flex the Edith into XP against the Arlet is going to be tough. Chorizo's going to have a lot more kill pressure. And if we take a look at the emblems here, Skylar has actually opted to go for Master Assassin. Definitely not a fan of that here in this game up against Dewa because this is... It's not a horrible lane for the carry, but you're not going to be able to get those solo kills. Chorizo.
Yep, now looking for Tempest to play. Dyron very low and will be taken down. First blood this time will fall to the gods. Zitsujin though will not be able to find the trade. Ray jumps in again. This might be a mistake as Zitsujin was able to find the outplay, but it will be Watt getting solo kill in the bottom side of the map. Ueza looking for the trade on towards Watson. Ueza will fall with the help of Ido.
What is going on in the first 2 minutes of the game, ladies and gentlemen? Both of these teams are fighting it out left, right, and center. But it looks like it's RR2 that hold over that small gold lead. 700 to their name right now. As we can have a moment to talk about this, What happened in these side lanes?
It's a caster curse. I said it's not probable that you'll get a solo kill. And Skylar says, nah, I'd solo kill. Sutsujin gets the turtle, and RQ are able to get the lead. That was 2 kills in the bottom. That was a 2v1. It was not a solo kill. It was a 1v2, and Skylar won it.
I mean, here's the thing, right? I mean, pre-level 4, it is going to be difficult for Watt to hold control over that lane, especially with how much pressure Edok has been given. So maybe that's why Skylar went in for the Master Assassin. Just for that early portion of the game, understanding that there's going to be a lot of highlight from Edok in the gold lane as well to look for the advantage against the Lunox.
Yeah, but again, for Lunox, for Watt, right, there's really no reason to go for a fight. All he needs to do is scale up and survive, because as long as he gets to some of the items in the mid-game, that's it. Dewa will have an overwhelming lead around the neutral objectives, but now again, it's the same story. It's deja vu to game 1. It's RQ with the lead. It's 1K because of a mistake, and then they should be able to control the game with the turtle, the first turtle. It is literally the exact same way that it's playing out. I really hope for RQ, though, that they fix those mistakes from game 1.
Let's see if they do. It looks like that turtle should be spawning in around 50 seconds. Skylar gets the corrosion scythe, so that does give him a little bit of a lead. Wait a second.
Bigger wave dragon. The damage will not be enough to take him down just yet. The surprise, it comes through clutch. Every king needs a hand. It seems like Edok fits that role. Watts gets taken out as well. Keys airborne. Good night, Dewa United. It seems like RRQ, they will be able to find the double for Skylar.
Skylar is at 401 on a carry in 4 minutes. I'm wondering what the items are going to be looking at in just a few moments, as he's going to get a little bit more gold as well from that gold shield. This is a big win for RRQ if they can bring Skylar forward from that early portion of the game.
They're just getting out-executed here. Dewa United going for these picks when, again, for what? It's all about just staying alive in this lane, yet they're trying to utilize the kill pressure that unfortunately isn't there. Not after getting killed by Skylar like that early on. A 2v1, Skylar getting 2-0 at the start of the game, and they still try to play around their gold lane. Now it's a loss everywhere on the map, and Dewa, similarly to game number 1, actually exactly the same. They're going to have to rely on RRQ to make a mistake, and I don't know if RRQ are going to make the same mistake twice.
Things are not looking good here for the side of Dewa United. Another engage. Cancel with the Purify. Now Keys with the Flicker, very aggressive. But now the damage will not come through just yet. Tempest and Blade Pop will find Rinse. But what? Receives a lot of damage from the Prince, the King, Skylar, who has Golden Staff as well. 2v1 top lane, so Rizo, will he be able to find the clear? Yes, he will. And that will be RRQ disengaging.
What is that damage already from Skylar? Let's take a look at his items.
Corrosion and the Golden Staff at 5 minutes. This is ridiculous. Oh my lord, he's going to get, I think, the DHS by, what, 7:30? That might be the fastest we've ever seen the 3-item power spike for a carry in MPL Indonesia Season 14 if he's actually able to get it at 7:30. Unreal timers for Skylar, the king in the gold lane. And for Dewa United, they are just so far behind, right? Even in the jungle where you would expect Ray to be able to outfarm Sutsujin, because he's actually died twice, it has given Sutsujin much more room to go for Mueza.
Does not commit the flicker. Dewa United there looking for that big 5v5. They will try to recreate what they did in that first game.
And look at this, Skylar, Munchie again. I think the main difference here in game number 2 is RQ have kind of pivoted back. Oh, wait a second!
Oh, styling Mueza's her press, and Skylar will pick up the monster. The final slash on towards Siren, flickers out Primal Wrath. That will save his life. Bray with the Tempest of Blade will not be able to find one. Oh, being such a nuisance in the jungles of Dewa United.
That was horrifying. That was horrifying for Dewa. You could even see Ray just really trying to get out of that situation as fast as he could. RQ were chasing him down like rabid dogs. They're holding on to the snowball now, and they want to be able to translate it over, close this as fast as they can. Not wanting to repeat that same mistake they did in game number 1. It's a 5k gold lead, so it's, again, very similar. So Tsujin should be able to get this neutral objective down. And Skylar, there you go. You say 7:30? Make it 7 minutes, DHS.
7 minutes, DHS is ridiculous. Again!
Oh my goodness, Sorizo, final slash on towards E-Dog at the backside! Rinse with the flank! Wow. Immune popped, godlike for Skylar, but what will be the trade? And also Rinse, so it's a 2-for-1 for RRQ still.
7 minutes, you get the DHS on top of just having a massive goalie. You can see the mechanics of this man that's spacing against the final slash and then maneuvering out of the Frigid Glacier. Skylar, don't even go for Purify. What is that spell for? You don't even get hit by anything.
Has he even used it?
Maybe in the bottom lane, but yeah, no, we haven't seen it.
Not just yet, not just yet. He's gonna be taking down yet another turret.
Oh my.
And he's got the damage, my guy!
My goodness, that's a solo from Skylar in the front side. Iron will not be able to sustain the damage. Watts and the turret will take him down. But now it's going to be the orange buff again. I mean, Skylar, spells are overrated, seems like.
Yeah, but he's been able to find so much success coming in from Dyron as well, right? It seems like every time Skylar goes in and tries to go for a commitment on the damage that he goes for, Dyron jumps in as well, is able to sustain some of that damage and usually is able to ult out. In that second time he did it, unfortunately, he wasn't able to repeat that same success. But Dewa, looking for the concealed play, looking for that moment, doesn't quite get it, and it's now an 8k gold lead. It's a bigger lead than what we saw from game number 1.
And you can still see the respect. Skylar, oh my...
That's the hunt. Sorizo flickers up, but the damage from the Shurikens will not be enough to take him down. He's untargetable, but he will fall regardless. Alongside Watt, that's the 2 damage dealers from Dewa United going to bed. I mean, what can they do? They can't do anything. No damage. RRQ are just steamrolling through. They're taking candy away from a toddler, from a baby. Dewa can't do anything. The mid-face mid-turret will fall as well without the Lord. Now it's going to be more as a pull, but Torizo taken down. Time to lay the backside, and as well as Watts will find a trade. But Dewa United, they have answered. And now Hayes, Ray, looking for the defense. Oh my goodness, the damage from Skylar. He finds a maniac in this game.
MVP for game number 1 was Watts. But this time it is going to be Skylar that pulls them forward and looks for the end.
The Kings of Kings, they have answered back. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 3.
Welcome to game 3 and welcoming our half-season champions. It's RRQ.
The Kings say, sit down, boy. This is not your turf. This is home court for RRQ. Every match in Indo is home court for RRQ. You can hear every single kill Skylar got. The crowd just goes wild. The crowd goes crazy. You can hear it every single time. Even when he gets a farm, it almost seems, right? He gets the cannon minion. Crowd goes, wah! And then it just continues. That's why when the king moves, the crowd follows, the people follow, and man, crazy support. RRQ, half-season champ, just like that. One game was all they needed. And my goodness, Dewa United, after game 1's mistake from them in the early game, they decided, you know what? Let's do that again in game 2.
Battered, man. Second game, battered. Very fast as well. Under 11, I believe. It was under 11. Surely.
He got DHS at 7
Under
minutes,
12,
fam.
maybe.
That is ridiculous. Edoc as well, always reading out every single member. This guy's hooks. Am I watching Prime Vin? Am I watching Prime Edoc? Season 14 Edoc. Is he better than Vin Season 9? For some reason, RQ always get roamers who are godly on the Franco. It was Vin, and then it was Naomi, and then now it's Edoc. God damn, Edoc. That Franco is ridiculous.
It was definitely an issue, especially for Watt in the gold lane, right? I mean, technically he didn't really have to land his hooks, but the fact that he was there alone gave Watt a little bit of a hard time. The fact that they were able to help Skylar get those early 4 kills as well was just the cherry on top of what we saw, a snowball coming out from the Kings of Kings. Again, wow. 1-1 now, ladies and gentlemen, between both of these teams as we're venturing into game number 3. Is this how you expected things would come out?
After seeing how RQ did in game 1, yeah, I believe they will adapt and adjust, and that is what they did. Not just from the draft, but from the execution. It's more sharper, it's more decisive. You know, it's more clinical, more textbook. Every word in the dictionary. Good ones, RQ did it.
So what is interesting, right? Because these are one of the moments, one of the scenarios that we see a team win despite them losing the mid lane prio, right? They completely just put all their bags onto Skylar, right? It looked like Edoc was a little bit more focused onto the gold lane. So even with Edoc there, Jushin would have had a hard time. But they just, it's fine. We lose the mid lane prio. That's okay. We're just going to try and win it over from the gold lane. And it worked.
Yeah, I honestly feel like it's more of a Dewa United problem, though, seriously.
Okay.
The fact that Watt went for fights, and again, I really want to see the replay. How did Skylar get the solo kill in a 2v1 in the bottom lane? That's crazy, right? I mean, we don't get to see it here, but how? How does that happen? Oh, Skylar did use a Purify. I think this is the only time he actually used a Purify there. Mr. Bald Man, CW went bald, Skylar went bald. It's
You should go bald,
era
man. Go
of
your gold
gold
laner.
lanes
We all
going bald. If Eman goes bald, and if they win M6, I'll go bald. 1304 by the best gold lane in Indo. 1,160 GPM. Skylar, as Ranger Moss would call him.
Wow. That's wow, bro.
1,000.
I guess it does make sense.
Gold, 1,000 GPM, 1,100 GPM.
I guess that makes sense, right? 7 minutes DHS already. He had the Holy Trinity in 7 minutes. The amount of farm that he was able to get, and the fact that he was able to get like 4 kills in the start. I think at some point he was already 501 as well.
Yeah.
And then to top that off, he got a Maniac as well towards the end.
Added more money to the wallet.
Damn,
the king.
he's rich.
He's like the opposite of Robin Hood. He's stealing from the poor to give it into himself.
Are you calling Dewa United poor?
Game 2, yeah. Do you
I
not
guess
see the
you're
score?
right.
They need resources, man.
Okay, this is the problem, right? For Dewa United, all right, they went for the fight up top. This is okay. They get the kill, and then they decide to dive
Bottom
Sutsujin, which even then you could say, sure. But in the bottom lane, what happened? Was it a miscommunication? I'm just looking at the map at this point. Yes, it was. What had Flicker? He's saving it for later. Okay, here we get the full replay. Ah, the classic wait for Christmas to Flicker.
Oh.
He was saving it for the next game.
Perhaps, Gotti. And then after losing that, getting, Skylar 2 kills, they decide to go down and target Edok. The lack of understanding of who to target really cost them so many moments here. And again, remember that they are supposed to win out in the mid prio, but they played around the side lanes. Oh, Edok. Stop. That's illegal. At this point, it was just RQ really just styling on Dewa, right? There was not much Dewa could do at this point. When Skylar gets the Holy Trinity in 7 minutes, you can just watch. Just watch the king play. That's it. Even Eterna is stunned.
We're watching. You said watch.
Yeah, we have to just watch. Everybody's just stunned. We just need to watch because seriously, I think even the players of Dewa were like, what are we supposed to do? This guy has 4 items. He has full items.
And then he went Wind
at
Talker.
9 minutes.
And then he went Wind Talker at the end.
9 minutes.
9:44.
They
Does
didn't
he still
even
have
need
it?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay, we're gonna look at the emblems first. But yeah, you're right. 9 minutes. It was below 11 minutes.
It was below 10.
I want to see the items.
Me too.
Anyway.
Oh man, the caster curse too, man. You should not. This is not a lane. They can actually go for solo kills. And then Watt's like, nah. I'm going for solo kill. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate for Dewa. And there you go. Just look at those items. You look at it and you're like, what? Miracle? It's just normal carry at it. And then you look at the timing and you're like, whoa. Who fed Skylar?
And it's official. It's the highest GPM this season.
1,160.
Yeah, the second was 1142.
And that was? Eman.
We're gonna assume
Eman.
it's Eman.
It is Eman. It was
Not
Eman.
for long.
Yeah, I mean, Skylar took it away, right? 13-0-4, taking
Why are
those
you
stats.
talking about it like you're flexing? Where's Onyx on the charts?
Oh.
Hey.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Like,
I didn't say that, Gani. It was not me.
We got 4 trophies, all right? Back to back to back to back.
oh, you got an M series, right? Oh, wait, sorry.
Oh,
Never mind.
Oh my goodness.
Where's your trophy, Team Liquid?
We have Yala President.
All right, guys,
Okay.
calm down. I also have Yala President, but I also have an MDL trophy. I get that. Anyways, right? Let's talk about the carry here. Oh, you know what's funny, Gani? Because you can talk about trophies here, but not in football. Anyways, though, the carry, damage dealt, goal per minute as well. 1,160.
Yeah.
At 9 minutes. 9 minutes, bro. Nah. The thing is, Dewa didn't have a bad draft. That's what makes it really impressive. Dewa kept on fighting. They need discipline, man. They need to know what their composition does because seriously, imagine if they play with their strengths, right? Play with the mid lane, having so much more prio, rotating faster and punishing Rins. Play into the goal. Don't play into the goal lane. That's a weak side. The Lunox was picked just so that you don't get killed. And he got killed.
He forgot he had Flicker, I guess. I don't...
Maybe that's why he went for Purify game 1.
Maybe. Because he doesn't like Flicker. There you go. We broke the mystery.
Maybe it was a miscommunication, right? Because he knows that Mueza is in that area. Maybe he was like baiting. But Mueza wasn't really, there just yet.
It's a miscomm. It was
definitely a miscomm.
I remember like a few times me and Gani actually miscomm in our ranked games as well, Like he's like, I'm onto a bot, I go in, and then I die, and then you're like, where are you? And he's still mid. So stuff like that. It happens to the best of us, even to Dewa United. It's unfortunate, miscalculations, miscommunications. It's okay.
I like how we crowned him MVP for game number 1. Let's stop talking about Watt. It's okay.
Listen,
It's fine.
We already said this. It's either what? Or what? And we got what and what in both games. We got, now
So
flip the
he's
coin.
a little similar to Brands then.
Yes, he is a coin flip player as well. Could be Mr. Fantastic, could be Mr. Bombastic. Only Mr. Bombastic has been to international events.
So what I really do want to ask though, before we get into like the break of game number 3 or even straight to game number 3 is, so usually if you had mid-prio like you did with Dewa, you should have won the early game.
It wasn't just about mid-prio, right? It was about having the XP lane winning side
as
as well.
well.
Early level 1 to 3, getting the kill there. And you could play around the turtle. So much in the early game.
Right.
But they decided gold lane's where it's at.
Unfortunate, man. Unfortunate for Dewa United indeed. And I want to see from both teams, actually. Maybe now RQ or maybe Dewa, they want the first pick back. Blue side back later on for game 3.
I think it's a comfortable place to be in.
Comfortable destination, maybe?
Comfortable destination too, and that reminds
Magnificent.
me
Fantastic.
about Kadia, the official destination for gaming as well as esports. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to drop into the Kadia Discord for all things gaming at fandx.io/Kadia, because now we play at the Kadia Gaming, and you guys can check it out over there.
Check it
You can
out.
even, scan the QR code as well if you want something a little bit easier. If you want it easier, if you want it harder, then you can type it in.
Yeah, but
Depends,
just-
like what kind of person you are. We respect the way you are.
Respect you.
We respect you.
Who's you?
Everyone at home, Mr. John.
Mr.
We have
John.
Lexi.
Lexi.
Lexi in the chat. Myers.
Myers. All right, so all
Yeah.
names there. Go ahead and scan the QR
Erwin
code down
Smith.
below.
Smith.
Jonathan, Liandi,
Jessler.
Emperor,
Gushen.
3156.
315-6.
Dude, that was so funny.
It's a golden moment.
It is a golden moment. And, talking about golden moments, you guys can actually make the golden moment for your own in your life by getting that free skin that UBS Gold has to offer. Epic Collaboration Limited Series UBS Gold X MPL
X.
Season 14. Available at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. And again, you guys can get a free skin with that. So with every purchase of the limited edition, you guys get a free skin. So it's just, the best of both worlds. You get a skin, you get gold. So it's like you're rich in the game and you're also rich in real life.
I'm gonna rock this necklace so hard, man.
Yes.
This one.
The necklace or the ring?
The necklace. Ooh, Tana. I'm gonna wear it every day.
You should go get it, because, there's going to be another collaboration available at ubslifestyle.com for later for season 14. It's going to be real cool. And you get free skins when you get any one of the UBS Gold X MPLID purchases.
I wonder if they can make golden contact lenses.
I don't know how that would work.
I mean, the sky's the limit.
Skylar. Skylar's limit is very, very high.
He did break the
1304.
limit, right? 1160.
1304. He did. The sky's the limit. You gotta go for your dreams. Chase your dreams.
Chase your
Anything
dreams,
is possible.
ladies and gentlemen.
Make a beeline
Dreams Evos?
to your dreams. What?
Is your dreams Evos glory? Dreams?
Ah.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah. Took you a while, huh?
Oh.
Oh, Gotti, the dreams pun.
Man, Arashi must be so happy though right now,
yeah.
right? I mean, RQ.
Oh, yeah.
They beat your team
No, they
as
didn't.
half-season champs.
Oh, they did. Yes.
They did.
They didn't beat. No, they didn't beat Bigatron.
I don't see you being crowned the half-season champ.
Oh.
But anyway, it was a one-sided game from RQ. So how
Season
can
11, 12.
Oh, what? We got some banter here on the desk. It's gonna continue like this for
you
a
guys
while.
Okay, never mind. We'll just wait for my time. It'll come soon. When can I be, sitting with the big boys on the big boy table?
I mean, you can. Team Liquid
Yeah.
PH are doing great.
Yeah,
TLPH.
LPH.
Stanford.
Guys, okay, can we go back to this?
Yes.
How can Dewa win the third game?
understanding the winning conditions of the drafts, right?
It's just that. That's all
because
it is.
Game 1, they got the winning draft. Game 2, I'd say they got the winning draft again. But yes, there were more layers to RRQ's draft, right? Game 1, RRQ was basically, all right, we go for the team fights, we use our cycle of abilities, and then we win out in the game. If we get the lead in the early, we will snowball to a point where we end at 12 to 14 minutes. Game 2, they had more backups. They had a carry, they have a Julian as well. They have pretty good disengage and good pickoff. But still, for Dewa United, they had so much more than that. They had a good lane for the top lane, around in the XP. In the gold lane as well, that's a great weak side that shouldn't really be punished fully. You can always clear the wave, you can stop the Franco from even threatening to kill you with the Brilliance, with the Flicker, so many ways to evade. You have an Aurora, a Cho in the mid lane to basically just dominate up against the Jusin. So all the setup for the jungle, which is a Ling versus Julian, where Ling should be able to outfarm the Julian, should be able to outmaneuver the Julian and get a lead.
So it's execution again.
Oh yeah, it's execution.
They were steered, in a way. The tempo that was RRQ looked for a very fast tempo, but they weren't able to control their own tempo, and they were just,
they got Skylered.
They got scattered.
Skylered.
1304. 1304, man.
It's like a ranked KDA.
For Skyler,
1304.
MPL ID is ranked because that's how good he is.
They're 10, 944. I think Dewa United has to put an alarm at 9:44 every morning.
9:44 a.m. just so that never happens again.
Exactly.
And then they sleep at 11:60. That is the GPM of Skyler.
Oh my.
Oh no.
Oh. 11:60. There's no such thing, but
yeah, that's 12 basically.
Oh right. Yeah, because it's 59. I bet you guys didn't get it either. I just needed to explain it to you guys. I understood. I just wanted you guys to make sure. I wanted to make sure that you guys understood. Because I did.
Wow. I mean, Gani.
Yo.
What do you think Dewa should do?
I think, Dewa United, I don't think they were able to be confident in executing maybe in Game 3.
Maybe we should ask Bude Clara Mongstar up on the stage right now.
Di sini Bude Clara juga menantikan pertarungan yang menentukan siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan di match kali ini. Pertarungan saling balas-membalas dari Dewa United dan juga RRQC. Namun masih akan ada satu game penentuan. Dan Bude lihat Kingdom dari tadi kayaknya deg-degan juga. Ada yang dari Palembang, ada yang dari mana aja nih, pada rame banget. Dan juga anak Dewa pun benar-benar mereka berusaha memberikan dukungan terus-menerus untuk Dewa United yang lagi membutuhkan poin supaya mendapatkan posisi yang lebih aman. Ngomong tentang Dewa United, kita tahu banget kalau mereka tuh suka membuat gebrakan yang benar-benar baru, yang benar-benar anyar dan fresh. Kira-kira gebrakan apa nih yang akan diberikan oleh Dewa United? Penasaran gak sih di sini anak Dewa? Udah pada tahu belum nih anak Dewa ada apa? Yang ada di Surabaya, gimana kalian tahu gak sih gebrakan apa yang Dewa United berikan? Nah, langsung aja kita cek bersama-sama. Inilah dia gebrakan dari Dewa United. Halo, Noto dan Anissa dan juga Peyi.
Halo Bude.
Wah, gimana? Aduh, jadi langsung ini gebrakan baru. Not dan juga mungkin Anissa, bisa dikasih tahu nggak nih kalian lagi di mana dan sedang apa juga bersama dengan Peyi?
Kita lagi ada di Surabaya. Kita lagi di Surabaya bersama anak-anak Dewa juga.
Bersama dengan anak-anak Dewa di Surabaya, piye kabare? Namun di sini Peyi, welcome to Dewa United. Bagaimana kamu akhirnya berlabuh di Dewa United?
Halo semuanya, aku Peyi, brand ambassador Dewa United Sport.
Buset, kita kaget semua sih. Gimana rasanya menjadi keluarga Dewa United, PI?
Banget seneng di sini.
Wah, happy ya. Kalau Notot sama Anissa gimana nih kedatangan teman baru?
Seneng juga nambah teman, terus bareng lagi sama tim yang sama.
Bener juga ya. Berlabuhnya.
Ya budaya anak Dewa juga pada senang karena ada PI. Terus aku mau ngasih tahu kalau misalnya kalian yang kepo sama mentionnya PI, boleh cek di YouTube-nya Dewa Esports.
Siap Not, pasti semuanya bakal langsung ngecek ke YouTube-nya Dewa United. Jadi buat yang penasaran seperti apa lebih dalam tentang announcement dari PI, langsung aja ke YouTube-nya Dewa United. Tapi sekarang pasti udah lagi rame banget ya di sana ya. Kalian juga pasti nggak sabar untuk menyaksikan game yang ketiga PI. Coba dong, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih untuk match ini atau game ini?
Semoga Dewa menang. 2-1.
Semoga Dewa menang, pasti ya harapan itu semua. Dan mungkin ada informasi yang mau diberikan dari Anissa dan juga Not.
Udah semua sih Bude, kita udah siap untuk game yang ketiga.
Oke, kalau gitu. Salam ya buat area-area Surabaya. Wah, seneng banget sekarang kita ngeliat BA ada 3 dari Dewa United sebenarnya. Thank you. Goodbye girls. Dan itulah dia, ternyata selama ini PI yang lagi ditis-tis, yang tipis-tipis, ternyata itu adalah PI. Dan tentunya kita juga sama nggak sabarnya seperti mereka bagaimana menyaksikan pertarungan kelanjutan game yang ketiga, game penentuan antara Dewa United dan juga RRQ Hoshi. Siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangannya? Siapa nih kira-kira? Apakah Dewa United? Ataukah RRQ Hoshi? Caster, siapa yang akan ngedapetin game ketiga? Langsung silahkan.
That's the big question, Budeklar Mongstar. Thank you so much for that. Who will be able to close out this series? Will it be RRQ or will it be Dewa United? But one thing is for sure, the audience does favor RRQ just a little bit more.
A little?
Just a little bit more.
Bude literally asked if Dewa was gonna win, and we heard nothing.
I heard
RRQ.
woo.
The whole crowd went crazy.
There was a woo for Dewa.
That was you.
But the fans with the brand ambassadors, they went crazy.
Exactly.
For sure.
They did. They
Home
did.
turf in MPL Arena is RRQ.
Always. It always is. But, you know, talking about home turf, I feel right at home when I put the Campina ice cream into my mouth, ladies and gentlemen. Tropicana Double Crunch, the ice cream for gamers. Double your energy to God level. Who doesn't want to be God level? Caramel ice cream with double chocolate, making it twice as crunchy. And you guys can experience the excitement of mabar or eating together with Tropicana Double Crunch. So hurry up, what are you waiting for? Get it at the Campina booth. Double crunchy, God level.
G-O-D level.
Check it out.
G-O-D.
Check it out.
Dewa level.
Tropicana.
Dewa level.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dewa level. Hopefully first game level though. The second game.
Exactly.
They need some Campinas, all right? Hopefully.
Have you put a Campina in your mouth? It's really good.
Yeah, I eat Campina. I don't phrase it that way, but yes, I do.
Why?
You see, something is wrong with our anchors here in MPL ID, right? You just eat Campina. Just say eat.
What is
Because Sheffin says he drinks Campina. Me and Arashi have been very vocal about
What did
him being-
Realize say?
Realize, I don't know. I guess he also says drinks.
No
He's
idea.
like, he's confused. Realize is confused.
Realize is
He's still
confused.
realizing life.
Wow.
It's in the name.
Hopefully he will
And you
find an
wanna-
answer soon.
Yeah.
So he doesn't. So he's not confused. Dewa United, are they confused?
That's a big question.
Approaching game 3?
Let's hope they're not.
I don't
Let's
think
hope
they
they're
should
not.
be.
Looking at their faces, they're in high spirits.
Exactly.
Right? They don't look as confused. But again, right, the coaching staff has done super great at winning it out in the drafts, and it comes back down to these players. How will they be able to execute that game plan coming in from the coach? I guess they are walking in with a new lineup, right? I mean, Kaze and Watt hasn't been finding as much success. So it's still a process here, even in week number 5.
Absolutely, and really for the drafts, Raizan has been doing a good job. Game 1, I feel like Dewa United won the draft. Game 2, I felt like Dewa United won the draft again. And in Game 2, the draft index actually also favored Dewa United, right? So, yeah, the fact is Dewa's drafts have been actually pretty solid. It's just been a problem with the execution. It's been on and off. And even in Game 1, right? Even though they won in Game 1, it came off a mistake from Sutsujin. If Sutsujin didn't make that mistake, I honestly felt like that should have been RQ's game to take all the way. Now they're going to take first pick again away from RQ. This will maybe, allow them to go for some of those other picks like the Phobius again. It is a 55.56% win rate. So, yeah, on red side, it does feel like Dewa United just aren't too comfortable. Now going back into that first pick, they can leave a lot of the different heroes open. Maybe get a Hylos, a Roger, a Phobius, or maybe a Ling again. But the Ling was also exposed in Game 2. Wasn't really the threat that we've seen him to be in Season 14.
Next the question as well, will Dewa United continue the trend of, you win on, you pick blue, you win, right? So it's maybe for these two teams, blue pick is the side that will be more valuable.
I mean, technically for RQ, if you take a look at the stats, they have a better win rate on red side.
Yeah.
So, like, you guys are arguing that point for Dewa, but on the other hand, it seems like RQ is a lot more comfortable on being on red side.
They're very comfortable, right? On the red side, on the blue side. They're very balanced. Still 71% win rate on blue as well.
It was 80% earlier on, was it not?
Yeah, but they lost in Game 1, so it dipped a bit. But they should be able to climb back here with a win up against Dewa in Game number 3. So, drafting-wise, I feel like don't go for Herod first pick, especially now that we know Watt can even pick up the Lunox against Marksman, not just against the Herod. That's one of his comforts, it seems.
And I was also wondering, with Watt being so versatile with his hero pool, wouldn't this meta favor him a lot more? Wouldn't this be like the best proving grounds for Watt? But so far, it's again that coin flip, the Watt or the what? For him. Let's see how it goes for him in this drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Very quick, Dewa pick up that Phobius, and RQ responds with this Vexana being picked up as well.
Yeah, Vexana is a good way to actually go up against the Phobius because you have that CC you can kite away and technically force the Phobius back. Should be the Hylos together? No, actually they go for the Edith early, leaving the Hylos to actually be picked up by Dewa. They can actually go for this Hylos pick, but then it will be technically only be utilized in the roam. It can only be utilized in the roam position, right? Because the Phobius is already picked up. A lot of teams have actually kind of stayed away from picking up the Phobius and Hylos in the first phase, but hey, if Dewa want to do it, they certainly can. And this is great for RRQ as well, because in game number 1, how the Herod was countered was because they picked up the Herod early, right? Now, Dewa won't be able to react to that play, so they have to go for the safe picks, Moskov and the Julian. Whoa, they go for the Natan. Wow. Not expecting that.
Why Natan?
Go for the DPS, one of Skylar's comfortable heroes as well. Can rock the Purify, can be safe, and perhaps Skylar knows how to play the Natan against a Moskov in that lane, right? And there you go, the Lolita banner hero that can hard counter the Natan.
But doesn't the Natan still take some time to get to that power spike?
Yes, it does. You actually take more time now because it's not as strong as it was before, like in Season 13, where teams would just go for Natan early on, right? Yeah, the Natan takes time. They have very, very good peel with the Vexana and Edith already, so I guess they're just banking on the fact that Skylar is a fast farmer, can get those kills, and this is actually also a winning matchup. The Natan up against the Moskov. It's technically a skill matchup. I'd give the advantage a bit to Natan when it comes to just individual laning. When it comes to ganks early on, though, that's where the Natan can really be punished. So he's going to have to be very, very careful. Because he already has an Edith and a Vexana. That should be good, though, because they already have the mid-prio win for now. For RRQ, it's going to be the next ban. That was a good Lolita ban. Good Alpha ban as well from Dewa. Noticing that RRQ now are just probably going to be building for the Natan, right? Getting some frontliners, the Alpha in the jungle, maybe some tanky members, and Again, for the Edith, it's flex. I still think this Edith will probably go to Edok and actually ban out the high-lows here, taking it away from Dewa United because, again, that was one of the many ways that Alter Ego were able to utilize in their draft to beat RRQ in game number 2 with the high loss in the second phase.
And I think in that first game, based on the first game, Dyron will prefer other heroes. He will, of course, he's a flashy XP laner sometimes, and sometimes maybe that Hylos he isn't really comfortable with. That's gonna be the Brethren though. Now that's surprising. Rarely do we see Brethren this season.
It was only Sutsujin who was up against Big Eternal Alpha game 2 and actually won that game, but that was with an Aurora role, having more damage dealers to compensate for the fact that they have a jungler, a utility jungle. It seems like they are going to be hovering over the Aurora for the last pick, the Roam. What's it going to be up against this composition? It has to be something with instant initiation, right? A Grok would be pretty solid to go for. But they're hovering over Gato Tacha, and they will lock it in. They're going to try to do what they did to RRQ in game number 1. But it's a different draft this time, remember? RRQ don't have that Harith. They can kite back. They have a Vexana. They have so many ways
Exorcist of the
to fight.
dragon spirit here.
And it is going to be the Yuzong. Wow. To end things off. So going for damage in the sides, Roam, Edith, and then in the Tan.
How does the Yuzong fare against the Phoveus in lane though?
That's
Who
pretty good.
wins it?
In all ends, if you are able to get your passive down, Yuzong should be able to win. But if Phoveus is able to stop the trades, if he's able to just make it a small trade back and forth, Phoveus gets the dub. It's a skill matchup, but Yuzong should be able to force that issue.
Especially post 4.
Yeah. Actually, post 4, it becomes, a toss-up. I think for Phoveus, he's going to have to try to itemize a bit differently. And yeah, he actually goes for the Vengeance too. No more Revitalize on the Phoveus.
It looks like the lineup rating favors RQ, and so does the counter index. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, who will be able to come out on top here? Will the gods be able to close out the game, or will the kings of kings be able to find their calling in this third game of the series? How will we close it out? Who will be the victors? Let's get into the land of Dawn.
Welcome to Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. What will happen
to Mobile Legends
in Game 3?
Ooh, it's a Quantum Charge for Dyron and Skylar with the Weakness Finder. So really confident in the way that he can actually lane and stay away, space away from a lot of the aggression from Dewa United in the fights. Usually you see a Quantum Charge, but hey, no problem here. Does seem like for the rest, it is pretty normal. Even Sutsujin is going for the Concussive Blast, trying to match that clear speed of the Julian. And he's already trailing behind though. That is the weakness of the utility jungle.
It's a bait out spells here, but it will be just a trade. Lethal Wonder will fall to the hands of Ray. That will be a lead, slightly favoring Dewa United.
Taking a look at the emblems here by Indie Home. Do any of the sub-talents show us a little bit more as to how they're going to be playing this game?
Yeah, it's the Bargain Hunter for Natan, so they're looking to go for get these items, at least the first 3, quick, right? So it's technically still the strat for RQ, a bit of Snowball. Edok?
Good freeze, and Edok will be able to get away, but in the bottom side, it's 2v1. Petrify to hold on, but now it's going to be Sorizo picking up first blood. The God strikes again in Game 3.
We were talking about the EXP lane matchup, and it doesn't even matter if Ray is as comfortable as that, right? Goes back down into the EXP lane, gives him a little bit of an advantage. And that does push Dewa a little bit ahead here in the early portion of the game, but it really does, again, depend on how both of these teams are going to be executing into the turtle. Ray level 4, but so is Sutsujin.
Yeah. By the way, he got so much gold, Sorizo. So now he's actually able to go into the mid lane. Edok's not level 3 yet. To fight, Dewa should have a bit of an advantage here.
Our level 4, Rinsdal isn't level 4 just yet. Good taunt by Sutsujin, but now with the Flicker play, Edok will find an engage on towards Keys, who isn't level 4. Black Dragon form will force Keys to use the Flicker Mueza with the cover as well. So Rizzo trying to isolate members in the backside with the Inferno Pursuit. Oh, that's a lock on towards Edok first. second kill here and one more kill for Dewa United.
It looks like both of these teams are actually going to reset the turtle. None of them have actually opted to go for it, opt for the commitment. So Sujin looks like he's farming again, was prioritizing his purple buff earlier on. So it looked like it was a hard reset decision make coming in from RRQ. But Ray is back, and Ray is low. Will he be able to get this turtle?
Level 6, so he has a slight advantage right now. Good airborne, good taunt as well. Vengeance Path Edo focusing down on towards Ray. Who will find the retreat, will be traded with Sorizo though. So that's a kill for the turtle.
Well played to Sorizo though, really understanding the assignment on the Phobius. He's just here to be a menace to set up for that turtle for the neutral objectives. He's stuck on Sutsujin, even during the first attempt, and then in the second when Ray ultimately got the turtle, it was just all eyes on Sutsujin for Sorizo. It's why the Phobius is so prio right now.
Understood. And he goes in, Sorizo, with a vengeance as well, so a little bit more survivability in these team fights. It does give him a little bit more of an advantage in that sense, but in that turtle take, we do have to give props over to Ray, right? He was anticipating that Edok would go in for him, was able to actually maneuver out of it and still get that retribution in. So again, a very different story from game number 1 and game number 2. It's actually Dewa now that holds control over the neutral objective.
Yeah, here it is, right? Even post 4, it really depends. It becomes a skill matchup because that Infernal Pursuit is so annoying now. You can decide when to go in, you can proc it yourself. So for Dyron, I think he's just going to be looking for these team fights more often with the Black Dragon form, trying to out-rotate maybe Sorizo in a lot of these skirmishes. And it does seem as though for Dewa right now, they're actually kind of struggling to get a massive lead in the jungle. It's a 1-level lead, but you'd expect Ray to maybe have a 2-level lead by this time. Sutsujin has been pathing really well to keep it quite even.
Talking about Sutsujin, let's head over to Skylar as well. A game fact here by GoPay. Skylar has achieved the highest GPM in the last 5 seasons. With, wait a second.
Good taunt to Edok with the Primal Wrath will be able to get out, but Mueza might be a different story. Oh, Spear of Destruction finding one, and will connect on towards Edok, who will be taken down, and that will be Dewa United winning a fight. Ray looking for an engage, finds the airborne and the freeze, but that will be just to zone the members of RRQ.
Wow, I mean, as we're talking about Skylar and his impressive feats, it's actually Watt with that outplay, but here we go.
Looking for the zone. Ray still comfortable with a retribution, but Moeza this time will have to be the trade. Vengeance popped, and that will be a deja vu, a turtle for a kill.
And the kill is on Skylar, so he's still building up to be a threat, a lingering threat. But Dewa, they've really learned from game 1 and game 2, at least here in game number 3, sticking to the discipline route. They could have gone to chase Sutsujin earlier, but they said, nah, you know, the turtle spawning up in just a few seconds. We're just going to set up for the turtle and utilize the lead that we already got through the poke on Sutsujin. And they were able to get it. Unfortunately, though, they still haven't shut down Skylar, and that will be top priority for Dewa United as we enter the mid-game.
But Skylar is falling behind of Watt at the moment, right? I think Watt was, he should have the gold. Oh, wait, no.
He's not.
What?
Exactly.
How does Skylar have the gold lead? Watt was 8th first.
It's the farm there, the winning farm. I think Watt got more XP. Oh wait, there's a fight.
And Trippy pops now with a free hit on towards Mueza. Untargetable, but now with the immobilization, Mueza falls. He's looking to free hit the Sutsujin, and Watt finding the extra gold as well. Dewa United are looking for another fight with Sorizo jumping in, but RRQ, they do not want business just yet.
Yeah, to answer your question, Eterna, Watt got more levels because of the turtles.
Oh, see here with the untrap, he pops as well. That's a good airborne on towards Sorizo. Infernal Pursuit under the turret. That will deal a lot of damage, and Rins secures that kill. Watt finding the killing spree, but the Iron at the backside will be able to find the shutdown. Now Ray looking for the trade, but Iron is still too sustainable under the turret. Edok with the flicker onwards as well. Keys falls. Oh, the passive triggered, but he will fall regardless. Looking at Sutsujin in prime position, finding and securing that kill.
2-for-3 trade? Was that a 2-for-3 trade in favor of RQ?
Yeah, it was pretty good for RQ, but the fact that they will keep on making it messy, stopping Skylar to farm, it does halt Skylar a bit, but remember now he always, this is really good by Skylar. This is how you should play it in the town always, especially in the early game. Just trying to mirror the movements of the strong side of your opponents. Try to go for the weak side. And like I said, this is a winning matchup. The attack speed, man. Ridiculous.
Absolutely no chance for Watt to go in for the clear. What? Even the turret that fell down like a fly. It looks like, again, RQ, however, Skylar is rotating towards his mid lane. I think he might want to, commit onto this next team fight. Tsujin is level 10 at the moment. Ray is level 12, so he's a bit behind. Let's see how this goes.
Retribution battle. Oh, good airborne. That will secure the turtle. Now they will collapse. They will look for the fight as Mueza and Iron will be the first one to fall. Mueza isolated. Surely Skylar will pick up that extra gold. It's an EXP for a roamer, but the turtle fall for the Kings of Kings.
It looks like Watt is looking for a trade, however, in the top lane. They're getting a turret for themselves. But it looks like Skylar also... Wait, what?
And that's a Blizzard graph. It's a long time that I've said that ult, but it's going to be Skylar and Edok again going for Cerezo, but Cerezo knows his limit. He will fall back. That will be it.
Okay. I thought maybe Edok wanted to go in for the Earth Shatter there. Don't know if he still had it. But yeah, walk us through what happened in the past few seconds.
Well, for RRQ, all these chaotic skirmishes have played well for them because, again, for Skylar, that was also the fastest game of the season. 9 minutes and 44 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ versus Dewa United. Last time it was Bigatron versus Rebellion, 10 minutes. But again, to talk about these moments, for Dewa, it looked like, okay, they get the chaos, they get time to actually try to stop Skylar, but in the end, they still played towards the neutral objectives, and RQ were able to match them in that department while also simultaneously getting Skylar farm. He has not fallen a single time. That is a holy crystal at the 9-minute mark for Natan. The Natan that should scale up pretty slowly. It isn't slow at all in the hands of Skylar. He's already reached his item power spike, and now this is downhill for Dewa. Unless they can somehow get a combo on Skylar, they're all going to be melted down.
So whose task is that going to be, right? Is Mueza sustainable enough to dive into the back line
the whole team
and look for an opening onto Skylar? The problem is Skylar has the Purify, right? Exactly. So even then, it's not as straightforward as we'd like it to be.
It's the whole team. It's a whole team effort, really, because they got to make it sporadic, these team fights, right? Mueza needs to look for an opening. Cerezo needs to keep on jumping with the Infernal Pursuit. Ray needs to flank, and Watt can do the same with the Spear of Destruction. They got to find an angle to get Skylar. But even then, it's going to be difficult. That's why RRQ's comp works so well here. They're actually just a full peel comp. This is Season 13 RRQ Hoshi. This is Skylar Esports RRQ Hoshi.
Oh, what?
With the help of Rin, Skylar is able to take Watt down. Mueza will force a desperate play, seems like, but RRQ, they will take no rush in the Lord take. 5v4, Mueza poking a lot of damage in the backside. It's actually Ray still clutch with the retribution. Edok will fall, but Skylar now jumps in looking for a potential target. So Rizzo now still able to buy time as well, but the damage is actually more than enough to take Rizzo down. That's Dyron finding the Petrify, looking for the double play, but no, it will be RRQ backing off too.
Honestly, that was really great decision making by Dewa, right? I mean, RQ, they understood, okay, Sutsujin is 2 levels below of Ray right now. If we go for 5v5, go for a full front-out battle, we're not going to be able to win out in this neutral objective take. And RQ were able to get that down, right? They took Watt down, but they weren't decisive with it. They didn't commit to it. It seems like in their hesitancy, Dewa were still able to pick up that Lord, dish out that damage onto Dyron now. And they're going to have a little bit more of an advantage.
Oh no, 3v1 Mueza, not looking good. Yeah, nothing that Mueza can do top lane.
That is a divine glaive already for Skylar. That Lord,
not actually very low here. That will perhaps force him to recall.
Yeah, it almost seems like that Lord was just to delay the inevitable. The fact that Skylar was not shut down at all in the early game, and the fact now that at 12 minutes he already has a Divine Glaive. What is he building towards right now? Maybe, no, it's not even going for a Winter Crown. Is that
Blood Wings?
Blood Wings? Does seem like he might be going for the Blood Wings. So once he gets the Blood Wings with all this peel and the Purify, they can just play Protect Mr. President again. Protect the King.
It's the Swift. I was gonna say Swift and Shift. The Swift.
The Swift.
The Swift coming in from RQ, right? Game number 2, they were centering a little bit more onto Skylar. In game number 3, it looks like they're planning the exact same thing. And it has worked out for them. If RQ win this, maybe that's the way to go for them against Dewa United. Maybe that's the loophole that they found to be able to find a winning matchup against Watt, to be able to look for that damage against Watt as well. Is Watt the missing link, the weakest link in Dewa?
He did get MVP in game 1, right? It's either what or what? Yeah, it comes down to that. But so far, they are doing a good job of utilizing the Moskov, at least here in the 13th minute of the game. They're utilizing it in the side lanes where they can actually get an advantage. Meanwhile, for RQ, no one can really match them. But that's the damage.
It's just a basic attack as well.
And first kill, that's it. Oh my goodness, that is the late game Natan at the 13-minute mark.
Who will be able to hold this Natan off?
No one. I don't think anyone can do it, even if... The thing is, if you let Natan get to this many items,
there you
go. Doesn't matter if you get the Radiant Armor, doesn't matter if you get an Athena, you can get a Rose Gold on top of that, a Queen's Wings. Doesn't matter. He deals true damage at this point.
How will they do this? Oh, he took!
Quicker onward as well. That's going to be Mueza deleted. Now it's going to be an all-out fight, so result being the sandbag with the Vengeance Hawk as well. Now it plays us right towards the backside. Petrify! Tyron finds the trade almost all towards Ray, but actually K's isolated. RRQ is the Fredrin back.
Triple kill in for Skylar as well to make everything worse.
Oh, no.
That's going to be a free Lord given over to RRQ. Again, against all odds, Skylar, a menace. Give him any hero. Give him the Beatrix, give him the Moskov, give him the Harith, give him the Natan, and he is going to be able to perform. Dewa, none of them stand a chance against the might that this king has.
You asked if the Fredrin's back, Gani. I'm not sure if the Fredrin's back, but I am damn sure that Skylar on the Natan is back. That is a wishing lantern. He sold his boots. He wants the one-shot. He wants to go for the one-shot on Watt, on K's as well. Remember, he got a basic attack and one skill on. Now with the wishing lantern, I think Watt's just going to disappear.
That's a big question there. Will he disappear? Final push potentially from RRQ. Final push for this series. Dewa United, can they hold on? Top lane, base turret taken down. Skylar with the entropy jumping in. Repositions, and that will be the Lord taken down. Mid base turret now being the focus. Dewa United, will they be able to hold on?
They're trying to. They're holding on to it with dear life. A 4K Goldie for RQ doesn't matter at this point with how... Oh, Skylar!
Comes in with a conceal, that's an airborne, but the damage from the Eternal Shard as well. Combined with Skylar will take one down. Weza being the sandbag, still holding on as Diamond will not be able to survive that Black Dragon form. 1-for-1 RRQ. They move back and they will clear the jungles.
They have the right idea though, right? I mean, Skylar was on a sliver of health with Mueza jumping in. Sure, they lost a Rizzo, but again, like you mentioned earlier on, that's a part of his job to create chaos. If he falls for the price of Skylar, then that's definitely a good trade.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's going to be a massive trade if they are able to find Skylar there, but unfortunately not. Skylar has so much peel, has a Purify as well, and now we see that respect again. Wonder what he sold earlier, because he already had the Wishing Lantern.
He had Blood Wings, sold it for Immortality, yeah.
There you go. So buying and selling those Immortalities and the Blood Wings, swapping it back and forth when he is threatened. It's a Curse Helmet as well, so Sejin has already completed all of his items. It seems everybody's reaching the end game here for RRQ Hoshi. Meanwhile for Dewa, it's really just Moskov. It's just Watts and Ray perhaps there with some damage. Rin's Lightning Truncheon too. Yeah, for RRQ Hoshi, this is a slow build. They just got a bit impatient earlier. They wanted to go for, a surprise move. If they catch someone, then it would be great. If they don't, they can always just back away. Now it's just freezing the waves, play for the Lord, and with the next Lord, which is going to be an Enhanced Lord at the 17-minute mark, or I wonder if they're actually going to just wait for it to be evolved, right? It's not that long.
Could be. Let's see, 3 seconds. It looks like Susujin is starting it though.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't want to wait.
Doesn't seem like they will, but they can always reset. No, Skylar Entropy, they want to come in. Okay, they don't.
Chorizo has info, but Darren here playing for the flanks. Edok with the conceal play. Black Dragon form should be popped quite soon. And there you go, revealing a lot of players as well. He jumps in. Retribution, who will it for? Tsutsujin. Now it's going to be an all-out fight. Edok losing the fight, but Skylar in prime position will be taken down. It's going to be now in the backside. Darren trying to distract Mueza. Barely survives, but take a look at the damage from Watt. He is ready for that fight, so that's a double for Watt. And actually, Dewa United, they have neutralized the situation, though they need to deal with the Lord.
This is it, right? That was a winning condition that Dewa met in that team fight. Says Skylar gets taken down, but wait a second, Ray, what are you doing?
No, Tsujin winner crown. Just to buy Time Immortal, bought as well. And Dewa United, their reinforcements ensures the safety of Ray.
Okay, Wind of Nature now for Skylar. Is that the adaptation that he needed?
He needed that all the way from the start, I feel, but you know, he wanted to go for more damage, and it makes sense, being 8-0 and 4, but now, this is the hole in the game for RRQ. They're literally just playing for Skylar. These 4 members, they're built to play for Skylar. This is a peel composition, protect the king for RRQ Hoshi. So if Dewa United can coordinate together, how to dive together towards Skylar, like we said before, that's the win condition for Dewa. It's not just one member. It is the whole team's win condition. They all need to dive Skylar together, and when they get the kill on Skylar, they can win out in these team fights, because the rest of them, really, all of them don't do damage. Edok, Tsutsujin, Rins, and Dairen, they're all outscaled by Dewa United. It's just Skylar that remains the edge of the spear, the spearhead for RRQ Hoshi. So now the job for RRQ Hoshi is maybe for the Lord, let it go. It's okay at times, as long as you peel Skylar. Tsutsujin was more focused on the Lord. Skylar was not peeled, and Skylar got killed because of that.
Yeah, it felt like that was a rush, right? Like, even you mentioned, like, are they going to wait for this Lord? Are they going to wait for it to be evolved? But it looked like they just wanted to tunnel through it. And with that, I think the setup was a little bit too hasty from the side of RRQ that Dewa were able to capitalize over as well. But again, props to the adjustments coming in from Dewa United here mid-game, right? The fact that they were problem-solving in the team fight before this one, where Skylar was nearly taken down, and then they kind of readjusted to that until they were able to take Skylar down. It was very impressive. Last-minute changes coming through. Is there anything we should be noting?
Well, he's actually sold Skylar the Wishing Lantern and the Blood Wings, went for Boots again, notices that he actually needs that mobility, and replaced one of the, either like the Blood Wings or the Boots, or sorry, or the Wishing Lantern with the Wind of Nature, so he has more defenses. So at least up against Watt, he won't be as vulnerable, but still, Kaze and Ray can burst him down. He actually went for the Blood Wings again. I wonder...
What did he sell?
He sold his boots again for the Blood Wings. So it's just constant swaps all around for RRQ Hoshi, for Skylar mainly. And that's a winner crown for Rins. So that will actually help him out in a lot of these skirmishes. Once he uses a cycle of abilities, he'll still be able to stay in the fight with the winner crown. Delay a bit. Chorizo already walking up. RQ have the far lane this time though, so it is going to be much more difficult for Dewa to actually force the issue and to dive on RQ.
Will RQ pull the trigger? That's the question here. All spells are up here, including the Retribution, so they're ready for a fight. 5v5 hard, but once he shows top lane, RQ will pop the conceal here, looking for that trigger play, but that's a good delay from Dewa United. Oh, SOD connects. Will actually commit on towards still safety though. 5v5 now. It's going to be a fight on towards the mid lane. Entropy popped. Mueza looking for that solo. Wind of Nature pop and Ray. Off camera kill. That will be 2 members down and not 4. Dewa United with 1. 3 hitting it up. He finds a kill as well as Rins. Punished as well. Tsutsujin finds the Lord, but he will lose the immortality and the winner crown. Watt finds the shutdown. Skylar, the lone survivor, still stands.
That was so messy, honestly, for both of the teams. But Watt was able to get more of an advantage without Skylar present. Will they be able to end it here?
Albert did the defense. Can Skylar find the defense? He will!
No way!
No! Watt finds it! And this will be Dewa United. They have no minions.
No minions. They can't go for the end. It's canceled. Skylar saved the game.
The king finds the defense. And this will be Dewa United defending the Lord.
Man, a messy team fight, but it was brilliant by Dewa because again, for Dewa United, they need these team fights to be messy. As long as they isolate the King, Skylar, Natan away from the team, and man, Mueza, what was that damage, my guy? That's a full tank Gatot Kacha going head-to-head against Skylar and actually winning the 1v1. He had to bring in Rin to save him, to save Skylar then that skirmish. So because of that, because Mueza was able to zone Skylar away, the rest of the team, like we've been mentioning, will be able to outdamage the rest of RRQ. Rins, Dyron, Sutsujin, and Edok, they have no damage compared to Dewa United with Ray, Watt, Chorizo, and Case. They'll be able to win out a 4v4 like it's nothing. As long as Skylar is isolated, now there's another win condition, right? Either you target Skylar in these fights, or you isolate Skylar from the rest of the team. Once you do that, it is an easy win. I have to talk about this though. If we can get a replay, RRQ's way of holding the Lord is so pre-patch. They were not resetting the Lords. Sotujin just took all that damage. And remember, once you hold the Lord for a while, that damage starts scaling up. That damage starts to stack up. And Sotujin lost all of his HP almost just by the Lord.
Luckily, though, the timing was enough for him to put in the retribution before he got taken down, because otherwise that would have been GG for RQ.
But just reset it, right? There's he was holding it for so long and they wanted to go for the engage. If the call was to commit, then yes, it makes sense. Okay, you want to hold on to it, you want to just commit, you want to use the Skylar entropy to burst it down, but
Skylar wasn't even there.
Exactly. Sutsujin's got to be more clinical with, you know, how he approaches these Lord resets, man, because 18-minute pass evolve Lord mark, that is not a joke of a Lord. It is no longer the enhanced version that you can actually still maybe tank up on a Fredrin. It doesn't matter. He starts dealing true damage to you. It doesn't matter how many defensive items you have once we get into these moments in the game.
And now the tides have shifted, right? Earlier on, it was a little bit more difficult for Dewa with the Lord position, but now it's going to be a little bit more tougher for RRQ, right? They don't have someone like the Moskov that can go in for the far lane and clear. And it looks like we're going to see how both of these teams pan it out. Let's see if RRQ learn from their previous 2 mistakes.
Let's see, it's this is the 5th Lord, ladies and gentlemen, and 3 Lord for RQ, 1 Lord for Dewa United, who will take the 5th Lord and potentially the final Lord. Seems like both teams, they will take their time though.
Slowly but surely. Just trying to go and build it up. Again, for RRQ especially, this needs to be very slow. They need to play coordinated. As the game gets to a later stage, it gets harder and harder to play it coordinated, to play a proper front to back, because there are so many different angles, but there being so little structures.
Now with the hand of the King Edok, Skylar looking to find the solo as well, and he will delete Mueza. Lord now will be their main focus. With the help of Dyron, Black Dragon form, Reiso finds the Lord. But take a look at the class here. So Rizzo, he will lose his immortality and also his life. Skylar cheers that kill, and it's going to be Ray taken down as well for 70. RRQ 5v3. Can Dewa United do it? I don't think so. Keys next on the topping block, and Watts all alone again. RRQ using the mid wave to end the game. The Kings of Kings, they have done it. They have challenged the gods, and they will take the victory.
They learned, they adapted, and they conquer. 2-1 for RRQ, ladies and gentlemen, with an amazing game plan. The adjustments in the game were phenomenal.
And now it is truly still, for game 3 at least, it was Skylar on the Natan, really putting the team on his back. Well played, the adjustments by RRQ. A lot of mistakes though. You can see that Dewa really exposed a lot of the holes in RRQ Hoshi's game. And that definitely is a step in the right direction, at least for the rest of the teams in the league. They can see this and try to read RRQ in the future. There was a win still at the end. They're still the half-season champ, but RRQ are still far away from being perfect.
It's definitely going to be a journey for this team. The building blocks, the foundation definitely is there. But if we want to take a look at it from a different perspective, Dewa United, they were able to force RQ all the way, full best best of 3 series against the team that's number 1 on the standings, mind you.
I mean, first game it was over 20 minutes. Second game it was a one-sided game, but third game it was over 20 minutes. So it's again pushing RRQ to its most limit. But again, with the king RRQ, they're staying consistent
at the top.
The big C.
The big C.
Numero uno.
Solidifying their spot up top with 7 wins and 1 loss at the first half mark.
First half mark, done and dusted for RQ. So once again, for those of you guys, the Kingdoms, congratulations. It looks like the Kingdom is celebrating here at the arena as well, as we take a little flashback into the game that we saw earlier on.
Looking at this position again, it looked really good. I mean, for Dewa United, right, they were able to get the Lord, but unfortunately, they weren't able to disengage. Mueza went for the full commitment down onto Skylar, and unfortunately, it did not work out, and the minions did not spawn fast enough.
It was very unfortunate, but let's take a here to the victors with Bude Clara Mamsar over on the stage.
RRQ menutup leg pertama dengan senyuman. Dan pastinya kemenangan ini juga begitu spesial khususnya untuk Idok. Dok, Bude lihat tadi semangat banget tuh pas kelar. Wah.
Emang selalu semangat Bude.
Oh, selalu semangat ya. Namun kan kali ini lawanmu adalah tentunya ada histori spesial pastinya. Ada Mueza di sisi Dewa United. Akhirnya bertemu di MPL, berhadapan satu sama lain. Bagaimana tadi?
Jago Bude, jago.
Jago. Sama nggak seperti kilas balik pada saat MDL?
Itu lebih jago lagi mungkin.
Oh, lebih jago pas MDL?
Ya karena comeback kami.
Karena kena comeback ya, tapi kali ini kalian yang berhasil ngedapetin kemenangan. Tapi penasaran di sini, tadi itu benar-benar game yang sangat ketat. Game ketiga, game yang mendebarkan. Bagaimana pada akhirnya kalian bisa ngedapetin game ketiga itu?
Ada Nathan Bangler.
Bangler, oke. Ada Skylar. Dengan mode baru. Mode apa ini? Hah? Pakai toh? Gak dipakai tapi. Mode apa Skylar? Dengan rambut baru memecahkan rekor gold per menit terbanyak selama 5 season. Game tercepat pula, 9 menit saja. Hari ini Skylar mode apa ini bersama dengan RRQ?
Mode Pakuito semua kita, Pakuito.
Mode hap.
Ya, uppercut-nya semua.
Uppercut aja semua. Tapi menarik dengan adanya pertikaianmu dengan Watt tadi. Kita tahu kamu adalah seorang yang bisa dibilang cukup jam terbangnya tinggi. Namun lebih tinggi lagi itu ada Awat. Dari season 1 hingga sekarang dia masih ada di MPL dan masih terus berlaga. Bagaimana kamu melihat Awat?
Keren sih, gua ngelihat orang main dari MPL season 1 sampai sekarang tuh menurut gua keren. Kalau orang lain kan dari mungkin season 1 main, season berapa rehat atau nggak pensi gitu. Tapi gua ngelihat Awat sih terinspirasi lah. Semoga gua dari ini bisa kayak dia lah di season 7 gua main MPL sampai seterusnya lah.
Sampai seterusnya, no rehat-rehat.
Kalau tangan udah patah baru rehat.
Jangan ya, hati-hati ya Dek ya. Oke, tapi menjadi hal yang tadi penentuan juga battlemu bersama dengan Watt. Seseru apa tadi di game yang ketiga? Tahu mana sih game yang paling seru buat kamu Skylar? 1, 2, 3.
Game 1 benar udah menang ya, nggak disiplin aja kita. Terlalu barbar gara-gara Diren.
Oh.
Mana bisikan setan Diren, gas aja.
Oh, gas aja.
Ya, ada Lord, kan kami ada Lord.
Bohong Bude, bohong. Lu yang bilang tadi.
Berdua ini sepertinya. Dua-duanya kepengen ngegas terus ya.
Ya.
Oke, ngelihat tapi congratulations untuk 1 juta subscriber dari Skylar.
Terima kasih Bude.
Mode Pakitonya ternyata membawa dampak positif juga di Land of Dawn di MPL. Tapi Diren sendiri, ini pertarunganmu bersama dengan Sorizo di tim lain. Kali ini Sorizo, akhirnya bagaimana tadi 3 game?
Menurut gua kayaknya bagus sih Bude.
Bagus, bagus aja.
dapat sesuatu juga kan dari game 1, 2, 3 itu.
Apa yang paling kamu dapatkan di game 1?
Mungkin ganking sama mikro dia mungkin ya.
Ganking dan micro dia. Namun di game kedua, ini kalian doang loh 9 menit. Apa rahasianya? Gas aja itu.
Rahasianya kata Bang Ler percayain gua.
Percaya, kita langsung percaya. Namun ada yang percaya gak sih tadi kita melihat Angela dari Rins? Weis, munculnya Angela dari Rins. Kayaknya Budi baru lihat deh. Di MPL, baru sekali ini ya Rins ya?
Ya, itu tadi strat dari Bang Kecut, pakai aja Angela.
Oke, lalu?
Lalu kalah.
Nextnya bagaimana hubunganmu dengan Angela?
Kayaknya masih bisa dicoba.
Masih bisa dicoba. Dan kamu juga akhirnya bertemu dengan Mueza, bertemu dengan hari ini Dewa. Bagaimana? Ada sesuatu yang kamu siapkan untuk bertemu dengan Mueza kah?
Gak ada sih. Kayak biasa aja kita mau lawan siapapun kita ngasih yang terbaik aja.
Ngasih yang terbaik dan tadi ngasih Angela. Spesial dong. Spesial. Nextnya mau kasih apa lagi nih?
Florin mid mungkin.
Waduh, Florin mid mungkin ya, mungkinnya di garis bawah, di caps lock. Tapi ada yang spesial. Buset, dia ini nggak bisa diganggu gugat. Kingdom, semua super fans, inilah dia. Half season champion jatuh kepada RRQ Hosi. Dan pasti ini menjadi sebuah hal yang harus kalian perhatikan ya. Karena kali ini semua mata tertuju pada RRQ Hosi. Berada di pucuk atas. Tolong dong kata-kata dari half season champion.
Alhamdulillah lah. Ya kita ya buat Kingdom juga jangan senang dulu, jangan berpuas ya. Soalnya kita masih ada half season juga sama playoff, tengah half season lagi kan. Ya semoga lah kita tetap improve dan memberikan terbaik juga. Ya buat Kingdom makasih juga yang selama ini udah support kita. Mau yang datang di stage atau yang RKK yang lagi di luar ya terima kasih semua. Love you.
Itulah dia speech-nya. Namun untuk perjalanan RRQ memang kita bilang wow, gak ada yang menyangka tiba-tiba langsung bes di pucuk atas. Nextnya minggu yang ke-6 akan menjadi minggu yang sangat menarik. Setsujin lawan dari RRQ. Nextnya akan ada Bigetron dan juga Fnatic Onyx. Dua tim yang punya jungle assassin yang kemarin kita lihat ada the Battle of Assassin nih. Setsujin sendiri pengen gak sih ada Battle of Assassin?
Nggak tahu sih, dari coach draft aja nanti.
Coach draft, terserah ya, yang penting siap aja. Tapi dari Setsujinnya sendiri, ngelihat kemarin kan kayaknya Battle of Assassin seru banget tuh. Pengen juga gak? Mau juga nih? Ya, kalau dikasih ya iya, kalau enggak ya nggak apa-apa gitu.
Ya.
Pasrah saja, namun melawan dua tim yang tepat berada. Benar-benar di bawah kalian posisi 2 dan posisi 3. Adakah sesuatu yang ingin disampaikan kepada kedua tim ini?
Good luck aja nanti minggu depan.
Good luck aja nanti untuk minggu depan. Kalian di leg 1 melawan Fnatic Onyx ngedapetin kemenangan. Lawan Bigetron, kalian sayangnya gagal. Satu-satunya tim yang gagal kalian kalahkan. Ready nggak untuk membalas dendam di leg kedua?
Bismillah aja kalau kata Diren.
Kalau kata Diren, bismillah. Semuanya tentu mengharapkan yang terbaik. Dan inilah dia, mari kita sambut bersama-sama. Beri tepuk tangan untuk The Whole Season Champion, RRQ Hosi. Caster, game ketiga begitu ramai, silahkan.
Congratulations once again to Rexor Regum Kaon for winning out the half-season champion. And remember, that means that this is Sutsujin's second time of winning that title. A little tongue twister there.
Season 10 EVOS. Yeah, and Season 14.
Hopefully, it's not the same trend.
I really hope not. I
As
really
season 10.
hope not, man, because for some reason, this is like a curse for EVOS with Sutsujin. Whenever Sutsujin plays with EVOS, they don't make it to the playoffs. I just really hope that curse doesn't go through with
Let's
RRQ.
hope.
So far, they're looking amazing. This match wasn't as amazing as expected, right, for them. There were a lot of holes in their game, but I think it's good that it happened here. Because if they went flawless all the way to the playoffs, then these mistakes could have been exploited in the playoffs. But now they have time, like Pascal mentioned, still another half of the season where they could actually learn.
L for learn.
L for learn.
L for learn. We're also going to take a little bit sneak peek into the highlights of, again, that previous game. And I think Skylar was the one that said, right? I mean, Watt is still doing a great job. He says that he looks up to Watt. He hopes that he can stay in the league as long as Watt has. And of course, the MVP, our POTM of this series goes to Mr. Skylar, the prince, the king. Can we call him the king now?
Yes.
Of RRQ. He is the king of RRQ, right? He's the oldest one standing. 12.26 KDA, 932 GPM, 120,519 damage dealt. What in the world, Mr. Skylar? He was juggling items left, right, and center as well. Just really quick with it when it comes down to that gold lane presence.
And honestly, for RRQ, they're the only team that actually has made the utility jungle work, right? And when I'm talking utility, I don't count the Alpha, I don't count the Bane. That is more still of a damage dealer. Yes, it could be utility, but this is pure utility with the Fredrin. It is a PO composition that RRQ utilized in this game. And for the most part, they were able to get such a massive lead in a lot of these skirmishes as well. But take a look at this, the pattern. If RRQ play around Skylar, they just circle around him and they just peel for him, they win these fights. But later on, you will see a completely different story. Dewa adjusting. This is the moment, Skylar getting caught. And even Rins, he was like, all right, there's no way you lose that. And then Skylar probably started saying, yo, how is this Gatok killing me? How is he winning the 1v1? But because they already utilized so many resources, isolate or to actually try to protect Skylar, Rins there, and Sutsujin took so much damage, there were a lot of mistakes. Small mistakes that clumped up in the skirmish and this Lord take for RRQ Hoshi that gave Dewa an opportunity to take the win. And here, man, this is just masterful by Skylar, using the entropy to dodge the freeze and the frigid glacier. Doesn't have to win the nature, unfortunately, but he knows exactly what to do in that moment. He has to go for the minion waves. And then after that, this was when, it was just questionable there. Mueza I feel like I know what he was trying to do. He was trying to, just go for the fight, bait them out so that the rest of Dewa could go for the Lord. And ultimately, they did get that. But K's, Chorizo, they should have really recalled and played with the Lord.
I'm actually curious to see what the mic check has to say about that game. So we're gonna take it over to the golden moment right now.
Langsung majuin orangnya guys ya, liatin. Gua cover layar ya. Mau nggak? Tuh. Nih Gatot mati sih. Goton semua nih. Ini nih Bobe, yang ada. Bobe. Sabar, defeng. Ada flicker. Depan dulu guys. Bobe mati. Ada gua. Gua tutup belakangnya nih. Nice, Ren. Aman. Rora flicker. Rora. Lo banget guys, Lora guys. Lora. Aman. Balik. Julianya di situ. Depanin do. Bisa pegangin enggak? Nice. Pegang.
Mundur ya, Tur.
Ya, aman.
Kau lepas aja, Rin. Kalau dia maju, Rin.
Dia tarik nih. Kami datang. Gue tuh.
Lihat tuh dia tarik.
Ayo tuh. Lihat Gatot. Gatot.
Mas, boy.
Lihat Gatot tuh.
Tur, Lor ya.
Ya, gue lihat. Orangnya mau gua. Maju. Poppy nih. Lihat Poppy dulu.
Nice.
Poppy dulu. Orang aja. Poppy no winter. No pengen juga. Orang bisain pakai gua.
Julian guys. Mati.
Wait, so who was IGL?
It almost seems like everybody was making calls together. Yeah.
Because it feels like Dyrun was the most vocal one. But then everyone else was also
chipped in.
Yeah, shot calling too, honestly. I don't know.
Depending on situations, Dyrun seems like being the vocal in that.
He's the vocalist.
In this band, exactly. Skylar being the bassist support.
He's more of the
tune.
Guitar man, He's more of the solo bolo, my dude. Just rocking it out with the Natan.
Not the vocalist. Oh no, vocalist is Dyrun. Sorry.
Exactly.
Anyways.
Audience
highlight. Don't focus too much on chasing the enemy MM and avoid being overzealous. Pay attention to drafts and spells to adapt to the enemy's draft, said Bagasava Maheswara.
There you go.
Thank you.
Agree.
Bagasava Maheswara.
Thank you.
I think the drafts were pretty good, honestly, for Dewa United. They've really improved their drafts from week 1 to week 3 when the drafts were still a bit more shaky, in my opinion. Shout out to Ryzan and Belen for actually improving so much in the draft itself. But the execution, I think, the execution definitely needs a lot of work. Game 1, Game 2, those should have been early wins as well. But hey, I see you smiling, Eterna, after seeing the upcoming matches. What do you see?
Nothing.
Hey.
It doesn't matter to me anymore.
That's tomorrow.
Doesn't matter to me anymore.
TLID will take on Dewa United.
Is Yaoi playing yet?
Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow.
I don't think so. Unfortunately, I don't think so.
It's okay. I still love TLID. I love my children.
See? Your children?
Yeah, they're my kids.
ID.
Who's the...
No, there's no... It's not like that.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the upcoming match for RRQ. Oh, no. It's fine.
Derby.
I think they can do their first match. The second match will be a little bit more tricky.
Wait. Whoa. I didn't know you are a Bigatron fan. Now, what was that?
We got the Royal Derby next week. What do we call this derby? The bunny experiment thing?
I guess we'll fix it later, right? We'll improve on that in the future here, Gani. You know, we have the STM Derby that started in season 7.
Do we have even a derby between RRQ and Bigatron?
The bunny derby. I like that.
The bunny derby.
The bunny derby.
I don't think Bigatron are bunnies anymore, though. You know. Last time I remember it was Onik who lost against RRQ, not Bigatron.
The Royal Derby, of course. You win some, you lose some, you know?
You guys want to watch this feud in real life? You actually can.
How?
Super easy. You guys can check it out on the MPL Indonesia website because the regular season is going to be from August 9th to October 6th. So still a long time as we're approaching the second half of the season. You guys can actually get a 10% discount if you use the GoPay app. So don't forget to check that out. Pay with the GoPay app, get the 10% discount, and tickets start from 85K. So it's super affordable. You guys get maximum amount of entertainment as well. You guys can take pictures with Mr. Arashi. Everyone wants pictures with Mr. Arashi. He's actually...
You have to find him, though. It's very hard to find him in the arena because he's elusive.
Where is...
Arashi?
Oh, there he is.
All right.
He's running away!
Let's go get him! We're going to go on a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you for match numero 2.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legend memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood. Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tobe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kemenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen resurrection.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Match kedua sesaat lagi. Match penuh mekanik akan segera kita saksikan antara Alter Ego melawan tim Liquid ID. Nile, amunisi baru El Familia dengan permainan assassinnya melahirkan banyak momentum kemenangan untuk Alter Ego. Ada lagi Nino sang veteran yang kini sudah mulai bisa membawa Alter Ego yang baru bermain lebih disiplin. Duo mid dari AE, ada Owen dan juga Rondel juga membawakan agresivitas yang baik saat menang melawan Dewa. Dengan Hais sebagai gold laner yang menjadi carry Alter Ego yang performanya makin membaik. Inilah dia kedatangan dari tim Alter Ego. Mereka bersiap untuk melawan penantang mereka. Dan berbicara adu mekanik, maka tim Liquid ID bisa dibilang lawan terberat. Favian dengan assassin-assassinnya telah memperlihatkan mekanik dan kepercayaan diri yang tinggi. Belum lagi gold laner mereka, Aaron Siki, yang selalu tampil berani di dalam adu laning phase. Sama seperti halnya dengan Nino, Aran juga memimpin pasukan tim Liquid ID memasuki era barunya. Terlebih dengan duo Yaskel dan Widi yang bisa menjadi playmaker yang melahirkan banyak momentum untuk tim Liquid ID. Ketenangan dari kedua player ini akankah membawa sebuah kemenangan? Inilah dia pertarungan yang kita nantikan. Sesaat lagi, match penutupan untuk leg yang pertama di MPL Indonesia Season 14 akan berlangsung. Tim Liquid ID dan juga Alter Ego akan menutup leg yang pertama. Dan pada akhirnya di leg pertama semua tim sudah bermain sebanyak 8 kali. Mereka melawan semua tim yang ada di MPL Indonesia. Dan pada akhirnya kita akan melihat seberapa besar poin yang mereka dapatkan. Dan kali ini tentunya Bude begitu bersemangat melihat antusiasme dari Alter Champs dan juga dari The Cavalier. Semuanya ingin tentunya mengakhiri leg pertama dengan senyuman. Tren positif terakhir mereka bawakan dengan match mereka sebelum ini. Namun kali ini tentu siapa yang bisa membawa senyuman lebih lebar. Dan Bude tentunya berterima kasih dan tersenyum lebar kepada kalian semua yang terus memberikan dukungan positif bersama dengan para support dan partner MPL Indonesia Season 14. Powered by Moonton, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet, GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan tak lupa juga dengan partner in esports ada Campina, Head and Shoulder, Telkomsel, Ora Imo, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. Dan juga WeDrink. Beserta dengan supplier Erico, lalu Indomaret, Yummy Choice dan Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Mengingat posisi keduanya sama-sama sedang berada di tengah-tengah. Semuanya menginginkan poin yang lebih aman, mendapatkan posisi yang terbaik. Kita melihat bahwa ada tren positif dari tim Liquid tadi yang terus-menerus dengan membawa regenerasi baru. Namun regenerasi pun terjadi di Alter Ego. Seperti apa dan gameplay seperti apa yang akan dibawa oleh kedua tim ini. Jadi Alter Champs, berikan semangat kalian untuk Alter Ego! Match penentuan Alter Ego, El Familia. Dukungan sudah diberikan. The Cavalier, jangan mau kalah, beri dukungan untuk tim Liquid ID. Woo! Pasukan kuda benar-benar akan terbakar. Mereka ingin ngedapetin kemenangan pula. Apalagi ini adalah match penutupan bagi keduanya. Dan kalau kita boleh bahas lagi, benar-benar gameplay akan diasah. Adu mekanik pun tak bisa dielakkan. Mari bersama-sama kita sambut, inilah dia. Match penutupan untuk leg pertama. Tim Liquid ID dan Alter Ego.
Our final match of leg number 1 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, as the Cavalry Team Liquid ID will charge against a three-face mask, Alter Ego. Welcome back to the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Gani as well as Mirko. And today, once again, we are going to be bringing you the epicness, the battle, the action of this second match. Now, with both of these teams facing off once again, it's a little bit of a different story between both of these teams. Alter Ego are looking to break their curse here, looking to break that lose streak that they have upon themselves as they're looking for a win. Do you think that it will be possible today?
I think the time is now, right? Final match of the leg, maybe after a week of, after a week break, right? In the weekdays, maybe they have found their jam here, wrecked. I still believe in, of course, Highs in that gold lane. Still very, very reliable, hopefully, in that role.
I like that, man. Gani. It seems maybe he's actually found a second team to support. It's number 1, Onyx, and then number 2, Highs. Not the team, but the player. But yeah, Highs has been really consistent. He's actually just been the weak side of Alter Ego, where they actually still try to utilize Nile for the most part. And it almost seems like both these teams have the same style. Alter Ego and TLID both very, very highly mechanical and both really relying on their mechanics to carry through. Though I will have to say, though, Alter Ego have had more crafty drafts than TLID, but TLID have had more macro than Alter Ego. In the game itself, when it comes to execution, TLID, I would say, are better. But outside of the game, in the drafts, Alter Ego have shown that they can even outdraft RRQ, Kescute. So many teams actually falling to a lot of these cheese picks, and with the Pioneer, the Architect, being the head coach for Alter Ego, we've seen even the Fulvius come out. He was the first to bring it up. The Hylos as well, one of the first, and the Lunox against the Herod. It was first brought up, in MPL ID at least, by Aldo.
I like that you mentioned that, right? Because if we're talking about both of these teams, sorry, we're also going to have to talk about their barriers.
Yeah.
And one of the barriers is the fact that, very similarly, both of these teams have a tendency to fall back onto their signature heroes, their signature picks, which is why you mentioned with the drafts for TLID, it's been them choosing what is best for them, but it's also the same story for Alter Ego, right? Niall on the Nolan, Nino on the Phoveus and the Hylos. We have Fabian on the Nolan as well. Do you think we'll see a Nolan battle between both of these teams? I mean, we see Nolan being played here as well for Niall.
Yeah, very highly contested pick for Fabian and for Niall. Both actually the most picked heroes for Fabian and Niall. I think, though, it comes to the setup as well, because for Alter Ego and Liquid, it all comes down to how they can actually give space for Niall on the Nolan, Nylan is what we call him, or Fabian on the Nolan to be activated. Let's talk about Alter Ego, the ways that they can actually get the game in, and it's through what we saw from Dewa United. Dewa United tried to replicate Alter Ego's style up against RRQ, which was literally the same. As you can see here, super messy team fights from the side of Alter Ego up against RRQ Hoshi, and that is the way that they like to play. They like to go for these brawl compositions. It was a Phoveus, Lunhox, Loyi as well, and the Nolan for Alter Ego. So if they can get something of the sorts again up against Team Liquid, it'll be great for them. But now this is the problem. When you're up against Liquid, who have the same style, they want to go for these chaotic skirmishes, they want to isolate you. I think we're in for a banger of a match because, I don't know, I've already said their names like a billion times, but seriously, Niall versus Fabian has got to be the matchup that everybody's been waiting for. These are two of the most highly respected assassins in MPL Indonesia, with probably the most potential in MPL Indo, right? We have players as godly as Kyrie already, but now this is the new gen. With Fabian, with Niall, I can't wait to see what lengths they go to and they reach in this season.
Yeah, I mean, if either Fabian or Niall picks up the Nolan, better ready to call the police because a lot of hit and runs will occur in the Land of Dawn.
They're going to be serving some jail time.
Exactly, man. So let's see here. The one highlight is that roamer position from the side of Alter Ego, right? I think Owen needs to step up, and there's a message here actually from Moran for AE La Familia.
Yeah, he says for Alter Ego, I dearly want to make the hashtag bring Sir Pai back. That's the translation of Balikin Sir Pai. Bring Sir Pai back. Because, I don't know, is there some blood brewing between both of these EXP laners, Nino and Aran?
I think it's just
Did
Aran.
I miss something?
He misses the matchup against Pai.
Sir Pai.
Against
it's not Sir Pai, it's Sir Pai. You have to say it the way Aran says it. Sir Pai.
Sir Pai.
Sir.
Exactly.
Not Sir. Sir Pai.
Sir Pai. Okay.
He misses that matchup, and with Pai absent, it's been Nino filling that shoe. So let's see here, Ron. Will he be able to deliver as well this match?
That's a big question. Will he be able to deliver? I mean, technically, what has Iran picked up this season?
Hylos.
And?
Terizla.
And?
Arlet. He's been an enabler. He's been very different to what we've known. Like, we've known Aran and honestly Nino as well to be carries, right? Even in the XP lane, Nino was most known, especially in Season 7 when he made his debut to play the Esmeralda, the Alice as well. El Sabar!
El Sabar.
What does Sabar mean?
Patience.
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 Why is he El Patience?
Apparently in the comms.
Yes.
Right? Apparently in the comms he's been screaming, Sabar, Sabar, Sabar.
Yeah.
Which means
stay patient. In that way,
but
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're
it's
screaming
ironic.
for patience.
Sometimes you gotta be aggressive. You gotta be impatient for patience, right?
But that's been Nino since way back when.
No.
Right? Even when when he was a gold laner in the comms, he was also like that. He gets super panicky.
He was L123. Now he's El Sabar. It was different.
No, before that.
Yeah, that's true.
Even before
I just
that.
wanted to make that joke.
Nino has been known to be
the loudest.
Not just the loudest, but the most panicky.
Emotive.
Panicky in comms. That usually disrupts the communication, honestly. Right? And talking about Nino, we're going to talk about the winning formula once again here. between, again, like both of these heroes, both of these teams, they always fall back to their comfort heroes. Can Phoveus or Hylos, let's say both of these heroes are banned out, can Nino still perform?
That's a good question, right? We haven't really seen Nino do too well on other heroes. We've seen on the Ruby, on the Edith as well, but he plays it in a way. Yeah, the safest choice has got to be the Riz, Terizla, right? Because if it isn't Terizla, usually he is actually forced on picks like the Ruby. We didn't really see, too good of a Ruby performance from him, but let's take a look at TLID here. I gotta highlight the fact that they're really impressive, the way that they actually tackle these games. They know exactly when their power spikes hit, when's the window to attack, when's the window to just go for farm. I've been really impressed with TLID, knowing that this is a new team. This is literally just MDL Aura, right? This is MDL Liquid. And the fact that they are able to play the way that they are playing on stage, they beat Geek Fam. The same Geek Fam that beat Fnatic Onyx. The same Geek Fam that beat Bigatron Alpha. TLID dismantled them through just out-macroing, out-clashing, and outclassing entirely Geek Fam. In this matchup, it was 2-1 because game 1 they weren't ready for the Gatot Kacha technology.
The Gatot Kacha technology does surprise a lot of teams, or maybe a couple of teams.
Aside from Weza too.
Yeah, I mean Weza, and yeah, I mean the guy here, Favian,
the Usurper.
Yep.
The Usurper.
The Usurper. I like that we're circling back to him, right? Because we've been highlighting both of these junglers, Niall as well as Favian. But what are the glaring differences between both of these players? Is the fact that Favian is a little bit more flavorful.
Flavor Fave.
In his hero pool, right? He can pick up the X-Borg, he can pick up the Joy as well in the jungle. So it's still a toss-up. It's not as direct as to what he will be playing. He can still accentuate with what the mindset of the coach is for the drafts.
I keep saying this too, but for Favian, Matt, he keeps on smiling. He's got that Riz, bro. This guy
smiling equals Riz.
No, you haven't. You clearly don't know his game here, Aetherna.
Okay.
He doesn't just smile.
Okay.
He sometimes looks max. He sometimes does the Sigma face. He sometimes... But he doesn't dab. That's Fluffy's thing. But everything else...
There's a limit still for Favian.
There's a limit. Raid Rod is fine. Dabbing in 2024, that's a Fluffy. That's a Fluffy move. And man, it just... I love to see rookies like this who come into MPL, who participate in MPL in their first season and already have that much confidence. I really hope that we can see more from Mr. Flavor Fave.
I guess we will be seeing as we taking a look at the official team lineup here for TLID. We have the main 5 still, no changes, no Yaoi, as we welcome them onto the stage.
Still with the MDL quote-unquote lineup. Let's go Liquid. Will they chant this after the match again? Still with Flavor Fave in the helms. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team Liquid.
Team Liquid, still no Yaoi. You heard the disappointed sound of one of our casters. And no, I'm not talking about Gani, nor Arashi, nor Realizer Sheffin. You know exactly who it is. And it's not Mirko either. Team Liquid ID still though. This team has been phenomenal. Despite not having Yaoi, a world champion, despite not having Gugun, someone who was able to become a pillar for the team, they have looked even stronger with the main 5 that they have now.
Number 4 on the standings as of now, but for Alter Ego, we have Nino, Niall, Roundel, Owen, as well as Highs, desperately looking for some victories here, desperately looking for some wins here to stay in the safe zone. Let's welcome them onto the stage.
Will it be Alter Ego, go, 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 or will it be Alter Ego, no, no, no? This time, still struggling, Season 14. Seems like Team Liquid. That's going to be their next challenge. Let's welcome Alter Ego.
It's been up and down for them for seasons after seasons after seasons. But the support is definitely there for this team. And like you mentioned, if not now, when? This might be the perfect moment for them to open up, set a new tempo for themselves, set new momentum as we bring it into Lake Numero Dos? Yeah, Dos.
Dos. That is Spanish for two, ladies and gentlemen. But also, maybe for Alter Ego, they can reach new highs.
Oh.
With Aldo and with his analyst, a world champion, a man who only follows back, Rekt.
Mr. Rekt. One of the veterans from way back when. So much respect for this human being. So much respect for this player.
Why do you say it like that?
Why? I mean, he is a human being, is he not?
Okay.
Are players not human? Are they aliens?
Oh my lord. Lemon is an alien.
And Albert.
He's a baby alien.
Still an alien though.
That's true.
And this is still a match, ladies and gentlemen, that we still need to focus on. The rival showdown, the team of veterans between Nino as well as Aran. Who will come out on top? Let's take a look at the stats though.
Whoa. All right, Aran and the XP and Nino, they've been carries for the longest time, and this is what's shocking to me. Aran has just joined this team 2 seasons ago. Nino joined in season 7. He was the junior. He was the kid in the group with Selly Boy, with those legends, Pai, Udil, and now he's the veteran. He's the oldest member in Alter Ego. Same goes for Aran here, who's actually stayed in Liquid. You can make a case for Yehezkiel, but he dropped to MDL. Still though, they've actually matured in their gameplay as well, utilizing carries before in their younger days, now in their older days. Not saying they're old, they're still very, very young, but in their playstyle, it's been matured. Now they're enablers. They played the Terizlas, the Hylos. And we can see that first pick for Alter Ego, Aldo.
Wow.
Really loving the first pick. Horrendous red side win rate there, unfortunately. But hey, stick to what you're comfortable with. And it's blue side mainly.
62.5%, Goni.
That's high, right? Especially for Alter Ego.
No, that's highs.
That's highs, right?
Yeah.
And let's see here, right? The man on your screen, Nino, the veteran. Will be able to lead this team against the veteran on the other side.
I see what you did there. Veteran. Oh, but they have a 75% win rate.
Okay.
75% win rate on the red side, Team Liquid. So this is a trade-off. Yeah, they're both playing with their strengths, which is great. I really hope that both of them stick to these strengths, right? Liquid stay on red side the entire series. Alter Ego stay on blue side, and both of them let the assassins go. We saw Super Ken versus Kyrie, Ling versus Fanny.
3 games.
3 games. Shall we see a Nolan versus Fanny, a Fanny versus Ling, a Fanny versus Joy matchup for Flavor Fave and Mr. Nael?
I mean, I hope so. That would be very entertaining to watch. I think a lot of people have been anticipating this matchup as well. Even you mentioned it earlier on. All eyes are on both of these players, as it is on Nino. I'm wondering how he's feeling under this type of pressure, right? Because you're right, he's been the baby for so long, and now he has to step up into the shoes of that big brother role. And the fact that he's been like that in the comms.
I mean, patience is key. Maybe he needs to be more patient verbally and as well as in game.
Mentally too.
Mentally as well.
Mentally. But let's see the mental showdown between both of these teams, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase of game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Jushin, Edith, Chip, and Ling. So no Ling this time around. I'm wondering whether or not we'll see more assassins being banned out in the first phase.
Yeah. Let's see.
I think for Alter Ego, they can definitely still just try to, as much as possible, leave the Hylos and the Phobias up for grabs for them to first pick. I think mainly the Phobia should be the first pick for Alter Ego, just like it has been for the last few matches that we have seen for Alter Ego. Meanwhile, for Team Liquid, this is the game that they need to play right now. Are they going to ban out the Fanny? Are they going to let it go? Because technically, if they do also let go of the Fanny, the Phobias, and the Hylos, they can go for 2 of those picks. It is a hair width for Alter Ego, so still, as usual, trying to force out one of these big picks. Phobias, Hylos, maybe even Fanny.
I'm wondering if banning Nino's heroes out would be a strategy against Alter Ego.
Maybe. We haven't really seen the team actually exploit that.
What's your
and it is going to be the Fanny ban, leaving Phobias and Hylos up for grabs. Alter Ego always usually with the Phobias, but the Hylos could still come through. They decide to go Phobias, Liquid. And they respond with the Hylos pick here. What would it be though? Hylos plus... Hylos for sure. Vexana.
There you go. Another hero that is quite trendy. Apart from the Aurora, right? I mean, Vexana, very good, stable, and also the Eternal's Guard can break the tempo, whilst Alter Ego perhaps they want to charge on towards the cavalry. So very good response. But now, I feel like Nolan here. Usually the trend is to secure Nolan here for Alter Ego, for Nile.
They can also go Hayabusa, honestly, right? So really Hayabusa or Nolan, go for your comfort. What is the comfort for Alter Ego though, for Nile? They can also honestly go for the Roger, right? The Roger becomes a really good flex pick, and that's exactly what they go for first here. So that means they won't really be picking up a jungler just yet or a gold laner. They want to use the flex pick, and they will end it up with a Zask. Roger plus Zask, a strong composition to start things off for Alter Ego. And for TLID, this should be the green light to go for Nolan.
I completely forgot about the Zask. The Zask was untouched in match number 1, was it not? Dushin was a little bit more prioritized, as well as the Vexana. But the Zask is still a strong mid laner, right? Can hold the lane. We've seen heroes be able to counter the Zask. Is the Vexana-Zask matchup, who does it favor? Who clears faster? Well, obviously the Vexana clears faster. But what about presence?
Presence in team fights?
Yeah.
I'd say it's a 50-50. It really depends on the execution, right? Because if you have skill and the Vexana is able to land these skills, like the terrifying, the right targets, like let's say the Roger or even the Phobius, that's good lockdown up against them. Once you jump in with the Infernal Pursuit, you are very, very vulnerable. So we are going to see the Tigreal ban out for Liquid ID. Alter Ego should get rid of the Faramis here, as they've already picked up the Zask. Actually, wait, I forgot. Vexana's already picked up, so it's not going to be the Faramis. They don't need to ban it. They go for the gold lane instead, trying to actually knock down some of these big picks from Aeron. And that might be actually a good way to tackle these drafts. We haven't really seen Aeron Shiki tested to his limits in his hero pool, in the hero pool department.
Now he is, right? The Harith, the hero that he's completely known for, has been banned out, respected away. The Moskov as well. So I guess that leaves him the Roger that's been picked up by Alter Ego. The carry, that's it. What else has he utilized this season?
We might see a new hero. We might see a debut for Aeron Shiki.
Exactly. Seems like that is the route that Alter Ego want to take. TLID, last man, Jawhead. Tigreal, Jawhead. Owen left with Cho. So it's a trade-off. Alter Ego really trying to nail down on Aeron Shiki's hero pool. TLID doing the same, but towards the roam, towards Owen, which a lot of people believe to be the weak link for Alter Ego. Very 50-50 in a lot of his engagements. Alter Ego will ban out the Mathilda. That has been a key, actually, pick for Witty, who's actually been able to utilize the Mathilda. And yes, that combo is pretty good with the Alpha. I think for TLID, though, they might need to actually go for the carry pick first. They are hovering over the marksman. Carry is up for grabs. If it's not the carry, what is it going to be? It's against a Roger. I think carry is relatively safe against a Roger.
What are the options?
We're looking at it right on screen.
Granger?
Like,
it should just be carry.
I guess
or
the heroes that we've seen is Clint, Beatrix. Are they gonna go for? Oh, they might actually leave it for a last pick.
Oh, they're gonna save. They're gonna go for Lolita, signifying Hanabi last pick.
Yeah.
I was about to ask, are we gonna see a Lolita Hanabi?
This is amazing. This is great by TLID. Picking this up basically forces Alter Ego to respond over whether they want to actually go for. I feel like at this point, Roger. The Ruby is, man, this is tough. This is really tough. The Hanabi-Lolita combo will be ridiculous. Alter Ego tried to utilize this, by the way, Lolita-Hanabi. I wonder what they're going to go for here. Roger jungle has not worked at all. Nile has a 0% win rate. He's picked it up like 3 or 4 times in the jungle. So I'd say add on some more kill pressure, but then no one's going to be able to deal with the Hylos. Best case scenario would be Lunox Gold and play the Roger in the jungle, then play a Roam that can disengage. What will that be?
Who is it? Grok? Minotaur hasn't found as much success lately. Oh, okay. So Lancelot and Grok is going to be the answer. I mean, technically you mentioned disengage. Grok can do that. Grok can also be a little bit more active around the map too. Good clear. But the Lancelot pickup from Alter Ego, it sounds like a very tough job against the composition that we're seeing from Liquid ID, honestly.
Yeah. I get it. Alter Ego are actually just trying to fight it with
There's so much CC.
Exactly. And I mean, if jungler this season especially can rock the Lancelot, it's Nile, right? I mean, it's Nile when he's on that Lancelot, especially when he was on peak. Amazing, amazing. It's gonna be the ton.
it's so tricky. Like, Lancelot is one of the most trickiest assassins in this meta right now. The fact that if you miss a single skill, the fact that it's so easy for you to be CC'd, to be stunned, it's a tough option, but if they can pull it off, then it can be effective.
Yeah, I think it comes down to execution again though, but personally for me, I favor Alter Ego's draft a bit more. This composition basically ignores the Hylos completely. They just want to dive into the back line, and again, if Natan gets picked off, if Vexana gets picked off, I really don't think the Alpha will be enough as a sole damage dealer in these skirmishes to carry through. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, this is technically a full damage output composition. Even the Grok will deal significant amount of damage.
So who's it going to be, ladies and gentlemen, as the counter index favors Alter Ego just a little bit more there in the stats, in the data, in the statistics. And with that, let's go into the Land of Dawn for game number 1. As a cavalry look to pick up a game, a series over the 3 face masks.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Let's see the items here, or rather the emblems first. Oh, early start. Good poke there from the Vexana. Fabian and Nile actually going towards the opposite side, both starting on the purple buff there. For the pathing, in terms of the clear, it's relatively even. Looking at the emblems, Aaron Shiki actually going for the weakness finder, and it is going to be Witty playing in a way where it's just to set up Aaron Shiki down below. QC for Owen to get more maneuvers around the map.
And for the most part, between both of these gold laners, right? Highs as well as Aaron Shiki. What do we think about this matchup? Who wins that lane?
Aaron Shiki versus Highs, it should be Highs, but because Witty's always in the bottom lane, it will be very, very good for Aaron Shiki to just get farmed. One thing actually caught my eye is Aran on a Vengeance instead of a Revitalize. This is, I think, the first time we've seen the Hylos actually go for the Vengeance over the Revitalize, at least in Season 14 MPL ID. In Ranked, it's pretty popular, Vengeance Hylos.
Is he looking for a more sustain maybe in the team fights? Does he understand that he's going to be receiving most of that damage?
More survivability, I guess, yeah. But I would actually think that the Revitalize would work better here to actually, just act as utility for the rest of the team, knowing that Alter Ego would want to ignore him. But we'll see how it plays out. So far, so good. And it's a flicker from Owen, used up. Big engage tool.
Yeah, I mean, now with that resource spent, TLID might put extra pressure in the top lane, stunned up with the Law and Order. That will be all. Lolita now in neglecting the gold lane, now looking for the setup. Owen quite poked here. No time to recall as Leva Fave looks to find the first neutral objective. Now, TLID seems like it will not be contested. The first neutral objective falls for the Cavalry.
What do you think about that? It looked like Alter Ego had no intention of going for the contest whatsoever. Lyle was still doing his purple buff. Was he falling behind in rotation, or was this intentional?
Oh, I think it's expected, and I think Alter Ego read it well. Alter Ego known to always just contest for neutral objectives. I like the fact that this time they didn't. They stayed disciplined, but before that, we got our talent prediction by our new app, GoPay.
It looks like everyone believes in TLID this time around, except for Omwawa. Alter Ego, 2-1. We'll see if it reigns true. I mean, from match number 1, the outlier has won. Let's see if Omwawa is going to be able to take the cake here for game number 2. But back in this, Nile opening up the map. But look at Witty charging.
Oh, Neonum Blast got 2. But that will be all. No follow-up damage by the side of TLID.
The Spear of Alpha was used as well, so we're not going to be seeing it for the next few seconds. And again, very passive from both of these teams, right? It looks like they're playing to their strengths a lot better, more disciplined. I thought that this would be a very clash-centered game that we have on our hands, but that's not what we're seeing. 3 minutes in, still 0-0 on the kill board.
Yep. That's what Alter Ego definitely want to get out of their composition. They want it to be a brawl. TLID has actually went the opposite route. And yeah, with the first turtle, like we said in the draft, yeah, Hezkill is going to win out in this mid lane matchup. In the top lane in XP, Aran, even though I wouldn't say it's technically a skill matchup, but if Aran just decides to keep on clearing, it does put him in a better spot to get into the turtle. So having an Alpha, a Vexana, and that Hylos basically gives them an upper edge when it comes to the first neutral objective. So TLID, they're actually going to be playing the objective game, playing around neutral objectives. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, they're going to be the ones more likely to look for these skirmishes. And it's honestly going to be tough to look for the engagements. if Owen doesn't have the flicker. Now he does, so TLID will have more respect towards Alter Ego. That's why you can already see that Alter Ego are the ones who are holding the turtle.
Davian's a level ahead though, so let's see the setup.
See, Owen now seems to be the target. Slight overextension perhaps. Punished and will actually trigger the flicker. Now Aran with a glorious pathway. Fabian gets the dominant descent. First blood actually falls to the roamer. And the neutral objective will go to the hands of Fabian again. Nino soaking a lot of damage. Aran is just a menace, holding him down, putting Nino on his pocket. But Nino will not be able to survive. Weedy secures it.
That was a big win for TLID, and in even considering the composition that they have, Aaron Shiki still untouched as well on the Natan in the gold lane, still farming. That was 2 kills given over to TLID, 2 turtles given over to TLID, and a 2.6k gold lead. What went wrong for Alter Ego?
Oh, I honestly feel like nothing went wrong. It was more of just TLID outplaying them. Owen was trying to open up the map, but again, TLID. So again, for Alter Ego, it's more of a, I want to ignore the high-lows, I want to dive into the backline. But the thing is, the frontliners of TLID are poking him down.
Well, that's a good combination there. Owen again punished. Mispositions himself, and they know that Owen does not have flicker, and another kill on the board for TLID.
This is why I've been saying, man, TLID have been impressive, very impressive. And the way that they play the Assassins, you can already see that they're very disciplined with the brawl style.
3v1, Thomas Descent committed, and now with a vengeance and glorious pathway as well, they will try to hold the door, and no casualty whatsoever. Alter Ego, they wasted their investment, though they will trade the structure bot and top.
Oh, it looks like Aran's gonna go back into defend it, looking for the clear.
Looking for the clear.
And they are gonna be able to defend that turret in the top side. So Aaron Shiki all the while is also dealing that damage into the mid lane turret. So TLID just, you know, wreaking havoc all over the map. It looks like they're gonna be setting up for the next neutral objective. Can it be a perfect turtle for them here in game number 1?
It honestly should be. This is phenomenal stuff from TLID again. You can see that discipline and the macro advantage that they have. On the Assassins, they've been relying on their mechanics, and now you can see, even with this kind of composition, they are making it work.
See Aran here, trying, oh, that's a big Yunnan Blast, finding Till. The follow-up damage, though, will not be committed just yet. Weedy soaking a lot of damage, stunned up as well. He will not fall. It's actually Nino will be taken down first round. There will be the trade as well. It's going to be Highs, looking for the back lines, but doesn't really find it. So, Roundel and Nino for Weedy.
Yep, 2-for-1 trade. They get the tower as well. And they're going to be picking up that neutral objective. 3-0 in terms of those neuts. And TLID now hold on to the 5,000 gold lead. Initially, with Alter Ego working out so passively, they were looking for brawls, they couldn't find it. And now the clock is ticking, right? 7 minutes in. I'm wondering how Aaron Shiki is faring in terms of those items. If I'm not mistaken, he has 2. Is he on his way to his 3rd, or?
He's already on the way to the Holy Crystal. This is a scary Natan. So the fact that Alter Ego have not been able to successfully get an early game snowball means that TLID have all their win conditions set up. They have the objective game on point with these heroes, the Hylos, Alpha, and the Vexana. They have a Lolita that is always guarding the gold lane. Aaron Shiki hides in the bottom lane.
Very vulnerable target though. The backup plays there. Raw charge committed as well. On towards Fabian, who is there.
Whoa.
But the revitals, no revitalized. Fabian is trying to hold on. Trying to delay, finds a trade as well with Aran finding Nino. But now the re-engage, the Yunnan Blast stun. One, Highs gets taken out. Oh! Aaron Shiki finds the double in the backside. Meanwhile, Highs isolated, looking for air, and he will fall.
That was a 4-for-1 trade. TLID, they were able to get the advantage, the benefit out of everything that they did. Even with the team fights getting separated like that, even with the sandwich play coming in from TLID, it was Alter Ego that was unable to catch Aaron Shiki off guard. Aaron Shiki now 2-0-3 on this Natan.
This is so well played by Liquid. I am super impressed, man. Liquid ID, the potential shining through. And again, we know them for their mechanics. They are not playing with their mechanics in this game. They are just playing with the fundamentals of the game, understanding which lane to push, when to retreat, when to recover, when to punish. Crisp, clean, clinical display of MLBB here for Team Liquid. And to make it better, they got a horse. The cavalry's got a horse.
Finally. Very, you know, poetic, I would say. But Weedy picks up the photo already. And we do see that Aaron Shiki has the Holy Crystal. How do Alter Ego catch up?
They can't. This composition is not meant to catch up. It's not built to catch up. It's built to get a snowball early.
Oh, Aaron Shiki again just melts Owen down.
Does Owen have...
And he's supposed to be a roamer.
Does he have magic defense items?
No, he doesn't.
No, and that's Grok, right?
Forced to go for the dominance ice, unfortunately. They need anti-regen. They need a whole lot more than anti-regen now, though, and that's exactly why I said they can't scale up. This composition is not built to.
Oh no, Glorious Pathway looking for Nino with the entropy as well. Vengeance pops. Nino, where are you going? Going to bed, he answers. Now with the Purify actually not be able to, not on the backside. Exploded. TLID still with the Lord. 3v5 now, plus the 6th man. Let's see what will Alter Ego do to defend this. Base turret, Numenon Blast. Flicker finds Still. No follow-up, though cancelled. With a wild charge, but the base turret will be taken down. TLID applying extra pressure, looking for the base turret. Will they find game 1? They will.
10 minutes and 41 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. A clinical game by Team Liquid ID to win that in a one-sided force. What a game. What a way to start the series against Alter Ego.
What a performance from every single member on the team. Really, Team Liquid. That was masterful. They shut down Alter Ego before they can even do anything. Wow. Seriously, some impressive stuff from TLID. This new revamped lineup. No wonder. They just need to build and build and build. When they came in, they looked like a lot of members who were individually good, who had a ton of mechanical skill, but lacked a lot in decision-making, in macro as well. The second week, they improved on that. The third week, they got even better, despite the loss against RQ. And then in the fourth week, they beat Geek Fam. Now, you can see them. This is scary. Team with the most potential, I would say, in Season 14, coming in with a full MDL lineup.
And here's the thing, they're still very young, right? And they are already this scary. So add airtime, add experience, this team can go far.
Let's hope they can stay consistent. But again, back into that first game, for me, the Lancelot last pick was just not it, right? There were so many moments that Niall wanted to utilize the kit that the Lancelot has, but even just a single Law and Order was able to stop him in his tracks and even delete him before anything was able to be done.
Yeah. Fortunate for Niall. And let's see here, right? Aaron Shiki. I think he deserves player of the game.
I think it's safe to say that he should be the player of the game with that performance. Again, on Natan, nothing too special. He just farmed up.
Yeah.
But the fact that he was able to farm, mirror the matchups, and then we're now ultimately getting some of those big plays in the end, getting those bursts down. He bursted Owen down. That's the Grok. And yeah, even though he didn't have magical defense, that is still impressive. To entropy forward like that and know the hero's damage, your hero's damage down to the T. Aaron Shiki. Man, this guy's such a good gold lane. I'm a big fan of Aaron.
Me too.
What about Yaoi?
No one will replace Yaoi.
Okay.
No one, you know, no matter how far TLID come this season,
it's all because
still not Yaoi.
Yaoi paved the way.
Aw, he's like Hylos.
With the glorious pathway.
So he is Hylos.
Is he Hylos? Is he a horse?
Unicorn?
I wouldn't know. Anyway, back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a little bit of a sneak peek as to how these members from TLID were able to maneuver around this. And this was the moment, right? That sandwich play by Arij. Whoa, that was... What item was he on there?
I think that was just the 2 items with the Feather of
right.
Heaven. Yeah, that was just how far they were up ahead, man. And you can see, Aaron Shiki telling us to sit down, calm down. Okay. It was only game 1. Our MVP, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G. Super fast timing, 933 GPM, 4.0 and 4.
Interesting boot choice.
Yeah. To go up against the Roger, right? So in the lane itself, it's going to be tough, and then later on against the Lancelot, those are really the two members who can dive him. So even the Phobius, the only one who can actually dive him. The 3 physical damage heroes now, so go for Warrior Boots. Really good stuff from Aaron Shiki. Impressive.
Beautiful. Let's take a look into the highlights once again to see how beautiful his plays were.
Well, I mean, it's quite textbook, right? You have more control in that neutral objective, and again, it's quite same trend. You get the first turtle, usually you will snowball, and yeah, they did that. After the first turtle, they stayed with their lead. No loopholes whatsoever for Alter Ego to neutralize this game.
See, the thing is, you were talking about them naturally wanting to give up that first turtle, but what about the next neutral objectives?
I think after that, I gotta put the pressure on Owen here. There were a lot of moments, there were so many more times that he can actually engage. I think for Alter Ego, again, right, they want to try to ignore Hylos, but the fact that, I mean, what we see here is completely the opposite. Alter Ego were always front to back. That's not the win condition of this composition. Alter Ego needed to dive back and they never wanted to. Owen was gun-shy after falling twice in the first 2 turtles. I think he lost a lot of confidence because of that, and after that, he never used the wild charge ever again. This guy was, his mental went boom. Liquid made his mental go boom.
There was one moment that he used the wild charge in the last second, but it didn't really do much. Yeah, it was too late.
They needed to be the ones to engage first because they need the one, I mean, Owen needs to be the one opening up space for Highs to jump into the back, for Nile as well, and for Roundo. With him almost never getting these wild charges and always reacting to Liquid plays with the wild charge. And this Grok might as well be a Minotaur.
We get it.
Yeah, there's no initiation. It's
Yeah,
more of
we
like,
catch your
okay,
drift.
you go in, I go in.
Very counter-engaged.
Very counter-engaged.
So 10 minutes and 40 seconds, not 41 seconds, was all it took there for Team Liquid ID. And again, what did you think about Vengeance Hylos?
Again, I feel like there's not much that it actually brought to the game here.
Okay.
It ended up being a good choice, obviously, for Aran because Alter Ego were focusing him down with Fabian, but honestly, I think if the Revitalize was the choice, it would have been the same. It was more of how they played together as a team, more than just the individual battle spell, right? Because that's just like a little change there with the Revitalize with Vengeance. It's on the same cooldown, it does different things, but in a way, it's kind of the same for the Hylos, right? It just makes him able to survive any fights longer. And yeah, playstyle-wise, it was amazing, even Fabian. We're giving a lot of respect to Aaron Shiki, which is obvious, but we gotta give everyone props because really everybody performed there. Liquid understood the job desk, the assignment, and you can see from the rich guy, the carry, sandbag, and best wingman, they were all just dividing it together. Obviously, Aaron, the star, has to take 2. Greedy. That should be, yeah, skill, man. That should be witty, man.
You're right, 933 GPM. He has the highest amount of damage dealt as well as the carry. And if we look at this again, right, no neutrals given over to Alter Ego, just 1 turret in that bottom lane that I believe, I think Highs was he the one to get it in the bottom lane as a small trade? But yeah, it was very unfortunate. Alter Ego completely lost control, and it's not to say that Team Liquid played flashy either, right? It feels like they were able to out-rotate Alter Ego and really deny anything that Alter Ego was trying to do throughout the entire game.
It was a very, very tough game for the side of Alter Ego here. Second game, yeah, they need to change a lot execution-wise. They need to be more decisive, I feel. Again, that game, it was just Liquid steering Alter Ego where to go and when to go. You saw that. Yeah, I mean, you saw that game. It was just one-sided. That snowball play, it was, they can't stop it. They can't stop it. Can't stop the train. That is, I think, one of the value of Liquid this season. Once they start the train and go choo-choo, you can't stop the cavalry.
So the cavalry or the train here? The cavalry is...
I'm getting confused.
Getting confused?
Yeah, a little.
Is it a mechanical horse?
It is.
Ah.
Is it a mecha horse?
Cyber horse. Oh, yeah, mecha horse sounds better.
Yeah.
Mecha horse.
Cyber horse.
Cyber horse.
Sounds like something cool that you can actually try to create with the Galaxy AI.
Oh, can you?
I think so.
I'm gonna have to check that out. And if you guys are wondering if you guys can do it as well, you guys check it out too, right? The Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G is the smartest choice for consumer satisfaction. With upgraded camera, the battery life is amazing, the design is chic. Now, the circle to search feature makes online searches even more efficient.
Give me the Head and Shoulders.
Give you the Head and Shoulders?
Here.
We can give you the Head and Shoulders.
So, let's take a picture of Head and Shoulders, all right? Let's take a picture of this.
Okay.
Then all I need to do is circle on the Head and Shoulders like this. I don't know if you guys can see. And then it will be able to give me results. What is this? Head and Shoulders, look. It even got the Gacha version. So you can go and search if you're out and about, in a different country. Maybe you want to translate some of the stuff you see that you don't understand. Just take a picture of it, circle it around with Galaxy AI here with the new circle to search feature, and then it will be able to go do searches of whatever you want to know about.
So if you're interested, head over to samsung.com/ID or visit the nearest Samsung store. Get an awesome gaming experience with the Galaxy A55, A35 5G right now. I wish we knew about this before we went to Japan, because it would have made our lives a bit easier.
What do you mean? You guys are fluent in Japanese.
Nah, yeah, but they speak Japanese there.
Yeah. Small difference.
Yeah.
Just a letter, by the way. But yeah, I mean, that's the first game. That's the first game of TLID against Alter Ego. Big yikes.
Big yikes indeed for Alter Ego, because we were talking about how in the drafts is usually their strong suit. I would say the draft could still work, honestly. But Liquid ID drafted properly too. So their drafts worked in a way where they basically are saying, no, you won't be able to brawl it out if we play it in this way. So it was a good draft for this team, for Liquid, especially with that playstyle. It was really good. I'm really impressed. Liquid.
Tre fantastic.
Fantastic?
Go kill.
What does go kill mean, Gani?
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Does
in Indo.
Okay,
Does it mean?
It depends on context. It depends on context, but yeah, very gila-like performance,
Ooh, that we know. Gila-sans.
Gila.
Oh, he hasn't been gila for a while though.
Oh, good.
Oh my lord.
Eterna's feeling spicy today.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I think I woke up and chose violence.
I don't see Team Liquid in the top 3.
Oh, my God. Well, you don't need to see the top 3 when you're all up and above with good hair.
Woo! Head and Shoulders, ladies and gentlemen, get yours now. Get the Kaja edition or the Tigreal edition.
ITV.
There used to be a Eudora edition, but it looks like there's Bang Uman over there with the amazing, amazing hair. I think he's holding, what is he holding? Is he holding the Kaja or the Tigreal?
Tigreal. He's got that mint. Gani's favorite.
I mean, shout out, right? I mean, Head and Shoulders shows not just for females, but for males as well.
As well.
Male or female?
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Male. Right?
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Shout out to Head and Shoulders for keeping all of our hair healthy, man. Even here on the desk, right? We all use Head and Shoulders. That's why if you guys are asking, yo, America, what haircut is that? That's Head and Shoulders. Yes.
It's a haircut now.
It's a haircut. It's hair. It's everything.
It's a vibe.
I mean, your haircut looks like
it's a
Mr.
lifestyle.
Aaron Shiki here.
I know.
Low-key.
Because we both use Head and Shoulders.
Oh, that's why.
So, fluffy.
Exactly. His name is Aaron Shiki. My name is Mirko.
Mirkatron.
Small difference.
All right.
I'm not saving it this time.
After losing a game, a one-sided game, how can Alter Ego win game 2? That's a big question here. Niall, look at him.
I don't like Lancelot again.
Deep in thought.
I'm still.
Say it to his face then. Look.
Niall, Mr. Niall, I know you're a pro player and all.
No, he's listening. He's like, what? What are you saying? He stood up. He's
I'm
like,
sorry, bro. I mean,
what do you know?
Not Lancelot, maybe.
Look at that. Even High's walking and start talking to you, saying, what do you know? Look, he's laughing. He's like pointing to you. Ah, come on. Eterna, trying to say Lancelot's not good. Come on. Highs doesn't agree with you. It doesn't seem like
I'm sorry. He's like the best goalie in the world.
Have you seen my
smiled
Roger?
because of that.
He
You say he's the best goalie. Look at him. He's smiling.
I wonder if he's going to follow me too after I said that.
You need to say it to his face.
Oh.
But we are, Gani. Look.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
happy
Highs. I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, I mean, seeing Roger, we instantly knew that the Roger will go to the gold lane.
Oh,
Does
will
really
it?
come to fruition?
It will.
Oh, well,
0% win
Ego.
rate for Niall.
Oh.
He's picked it up 4 times in the jungle. 0% win rate. Yeah, I think it's better on the... Oh, whoa. Swap sides for TLID. They're not going to stay on red. It's the 25%, the abysmal win rate for Liquid.
They want to make things interesting.
They want to increase.
They
their
want to
win rate.
shake things up.
Well,
Yeah,
like
like
that Taylor
that.
Swift song.
It's... Huh?
Shake It Off.
Oh! Didn't know we had a Taylor Swift fan
Are you?
on the desk.
I'll listen to her songs. Time to time.
It's
There you
okay.
Yeah.
She has good songs.
He?
She. Anyway, 55% win rate and a 30% win rate for for red side for Alter Ego. So what should we be expecting coming to the drafts, Mr. Miracle, Mr. Analyst Man?
For, no, I'm not Analyst Man. That's Arashi. I'm just Analyst.
Not Analyst Man.
No.
Analyst Boy?
No.
No, just Analyst.
Analyst
Okay.
Boy's Wolf.
I miss Wolf.
Me too. Anyways, what should Alter Ego do on red side? I think get a bit more reactive, right? In the drafts on red side, that was what Liquid was able to do with the Hylos and the Vexana. Good way, Vexana, to counter the Phobia. So they were really just reacting to the picks of Alter Ego. Then when they picked up the Roger and the Zas, they ended it off with an Alpha. Something they can dive in towards this kind of composition like a Zask as well, and really just tear the backline. And then later on as well, picking up the Lolita, making Alter Ego kind of overthink. They thought, okay, this is surely going to be a Hanabi. We need to get some dive heroes. Brock, Lancelot, something. And then the Taunt comes in. Psych, that's a blink. You can't really dive me like you can dive a Hanabi.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Roger this time around is going to be banned out alongside the Zask and the Phobias for TLID. Alter Ego will not be able to pick those up, as well as the Jushin and the Chip. Last ban. Will they leave open the Ling? Will they choose to ban out the Fanny? Will they leave both of them open and ban out Harith? Or will they go for something completely different like the Hylos? It looks like the Hylos is going to be the choice.
Swivel.
Now TLID will go for the Fanny in the first phase. Here we go.
Not bad.
Gani, you were casting this game, I remember, when he debuted on the Fanny, right?
Yeah.
Together with Realize and Arashi, and I was watching that game. This guy on the Fanny, oh, the Usurper, Flavor Fave, that was when he got that nickname. Because, yes, in a way, he's flavorful. He's good on the Fanny, but maybe sometimes a bit too much flavor.
Yeah.
Dashing here and there, unnecessary maneuvers. I really hope he's learned from that because his Fanny is really, really good. Those cables are one of the cleanest I've ever seen, but Alter Ego, I don't think they need to pick up the Ling here. They can just go for... that's going to be tough here.
Ruby is still on the board.
Yeah, Ruby is definitely the safe choice, I would say. Now they go for Vexana, Edith. Okay, so if it's not the Ruby, it's the Edith as usual. But the Vexana from Alter Ego. Now, I think for TLID, yeah, the Harith will be picked up for sure, and that's going to be the Phobia, so it's literally just set up here. So that's why I was thinking maybe they could go for the...
Everything is within my
Sorry, I was thinking about the Moskov for Alter Ego there instead of the Vexana, but if they go for Moskov, it'll leave them open to Harith. They could have actually gone for the Lunox as well to go up against the Harith, but they decided to go for the Ling, and maybe that's why they should have actually went for the Ling early with the Edith and then try to react to the Harith pick, because now this is a win for TLID so far.
Yeah, they should be able to ban out the Lunox in the second phase if they do want to secure that lane for the Harith. And for Alter Ego, what do you think they're going to start respecting here?
Seeing this right now, I think Roamer, right, just makes sense here. They will try to limit Weedy, and potentially another Matilda man could come through here from the side of Alter Ego. And it's going to be Lolita first. After that first game performance, yeah, Weedy, a lot of initiation was from this guy. And the Kufra. Somehow counter towards that Fanny.
Are we not thinking that this Charisla could be flexed? Is it for sure going for Aran?
It should be. It should be 90% to Aran. Yes, there is a possibility of it being flexed to the roam, but we've only ever seen it on Beloy, as a roam. So it'll be kind of strange to see Widdy on this Charisla, but you definitely can't count it out just yet. Good ban on the Kufra. They should ban the Lunox next. For Alter Ego, I think the Valentina ban should be the choice that they go for. They actually ended up going for the Paramis ban here, which is good too, but you are giving that Valentina away to Yehezkiel. I don't know if you guys remember, but this used to be his signature pick, and oh, they go, whoa, they leave the Lunox open.
Are they baiting? Is this a bait? Do they want Alter Ego to pick up the Lunox?
It seems like they're not too concerned. Like, right? I mean, they just want this Fanny to be...
Yeah,
the space, the mobility, and that's why they banned the Ruby and the Kufra.
And I think mainly why they're not scared of the Lunox is because, okay, so they do still end up going for the Moskov that I expected earlier on. No Lunox here in this game. That is, I get it, I understand. The Lunox, without the Ruby and the Kufra, it does enable the Fanny to actually utilize the kill pressure that Harith has early on to kill the Lunox early too. Now with the Moskov, it's a bit safer from the Fanny, but against the Harith, this should be an easy lane for Aaron Shiki. So it's pick your poison. TLID kind of forced this error upon Alter Ego, and now for TLID, honestly, it should just be a Valentina, and to end things off, they could, I don't know, Tigreal could work. With the Terizla, they could go for Tigreal, layer that CC on top of the damage that they have, that's okay. Or if they want to go for initiation, rock. But yeah, if they want to go for full early game snowball, that Jawhead comes to mind too. At this point, it can go Cho, whatever, right? We'll have different picks.
Oh, here we go. It's gonna be the Aurora and the Cho, so there you go. Single target lockdown coming through. Should be able to have potential against the Moskov as well as the Ling, depending on the spells. But that Tigreal is actually not going to be for TLID.
Yeah.
But it's going to be for Alter Ego instead. Nino on this Edith.
That's why I was thinking Valentina for sure there. You need to try. There's already an Edith. That's a big ult. And there's a feeling that Alter Ego would go for another big ult hero, like an Arlet or here a Tigreal in the end. The Cho was fine, but I really thought the Valentina would be picked up there. They go for the Aurora to have that synergy with Cho when it comes to pickoffs, but they leave open a big pick like that. If they had a Valentina, there was no way that Tigreal would have been picked up there by Alter Ego. Now it becomes a bit more 50-50 in these skirmishes.
We'll see. We'll see the lineup rating coming through. It looks like it is going to favor TLID. 6.9 versus 5.9. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our second game in this best of 3 series. With TLID picking up that first game, can they close this out and get another 2-0 victory?
Till the enemy reaches the
Let's get into the Land of Dawn and let's answer those questions right here, right now.
Looking to equalize, of course, Alter Ego. And will you guys, TLID fans, bring out your brooms because they are looking for the clean sweep.
Whoa, man, instantly as we get into the game, I'm noticing a cool build, a cool path that he has taken. So, Yehezkiel, Mr. Man on the Aurora, has actually opted to go for Lethal Ignition, opting to go for more burst. Usually on the Aurora, we see Impure Rage more often than the Lethal Ignition. So yeah, they're really relying on that pickup potential from the Cho to try to go for some damage, and they're relying heavily on Aran to be the sole initiator for the team. Rupture is this option though for Aran. They're really just going for aggression, it seems. They don't really care about tankiness.
Yeah, they're going all in for the damage output, right? So it does make sense. We'll see if it does pay off or whether or not it's really a little bit too risky against Alter Ego, a team that does like to brawl as well and can brawl as well. But for the most part, Aaron Shiki still having a good time in the lane against the Moskov. It looks like the Tigreal hasn't really roamed to that area as well. And the focus still seems to be here in the mid lane. Both teams are looking to clear as fast as they can.
Yeah, both teams are really just trying to utilize this. There should be an advantage for TLID to clear the way because they have the Cho. And the way that they've been taking the lane has actually been quite interesting as well. They've actually just been zoning Rondo from these waves, and now they decide to push to get more pressure around the map. Little wins like this for TLID, and will be able to get them an advantage as the turtle spawns.
Few more seconds though for the turtle to spawn. Let's see, Evian level 4. It looks like Nile is also at level 4, so this 50-50. We're gonna see who wins it.
Nino's not level 4! Hagen finds the cutthroat and the turtle now. Looking for an escape route, but Nino will not be able to survive alongside Owen. That's 2 members taken out as Ron finds the double. And that is the snowball that TLID did in that first game.
They even came out of nowhere. You were talking about the cables and we get to see it firsthand.
Without purple buff, by the way. Both junglers didn't have purple buff. Alter Ego trying to replicate what RQ did to them. But RQ did it. They rushed the turtle there without hitting level 3 and ignoring the waves with an alpha, not a Ling. Alter Ego trying to replicate the same thing with different tools. Did not work out, and now TLID. This is a scary comp to give a lead like this to. This is a snowballing comp.
1,600 gold lead for the most part in the first 3 minutes of the game. And with Fabian being able to maneuver around like that, that's going to be a little bit more pressure onto Alter Ego to try and stop him in his tracks, right? Owen is on the Tigreal. If he finds that proper moment, he should still be able to look for an opening. But now Aaron Shiki in a 1v2 situation. We still have Weedy though in the midst of it all. Still unable to look for a pick, however, onto Heist.
I'll chill right now, but you guys can chill in the Discord of Kadia. Drop into it right now, fandx.io/Kadia at Kadia Gaming. Fabian a level ahead of Niall because of that turtle and a better path so far. Nino is really struggling up against the Terizla, getting pinned down there. Not really much he can do in a run. It clears faster so he can be active around the map, much more active on the map compared to Nino as well. Oh, they might actually be going and aiming for the purple. Look at how they're positioning here.
I believe Fabian's picked up the Heptases. Will that change the course of the game?
Yeah, it's a power spike for sure. He can go for the assassinations. If Aaron Shiki gets highs low, he's got to be careful. But as I said earlier, they're already trying to eye out Niall around the purple buff. Weedy might actually be looking to steal it.
He wants to force that retribution, and he will, and that is going to be involved for this next turtle take, though. TLID, they will take it slow. The map is quite bright, actually, for TLID. Alter Ego giving out a lot of information. They will start and initiate the turtle. Alter Ego, though, they will try to delay it and wait for the retribution from Niall to activate again.
Where's Fabian going? They're playing around with Alter Ego right now.
Yeah, TLID, they know that they don't need to go for it. Owen gets kicked.
That's an investment. Oh my goodness, the first damage is there. Nino, though, will find Fabian. Fabian will be able to get away with this cable. Now it's going to be Niall looking for the kill, doesn't find it. Aaron Shiki in the backside doing work as well, but he will fall, and that will be Aaron Shiki taken out.
That's a 2-for-1 trade. Aaron Shiki does go down, so it doesn't look like TLD want to go for the contest at the moment.
Man.
A complete reset for both of these teams, as Fabian was caught a little bit there. Still going to be able to get another trade on the board, however, being able to pick up this turret in the bottom lane.
So intelligent. Again, TLID really understanding how to punish their opponents. Yezkiel with the first item, Blood Wings, by the way. It was rushed by him. He didn't even finish his boots. He actually went for the Blood Wings before he completed his boots. He's trying to survive in these skirmishes, knowing that he's there to burst, to follow up. And you saw exactly why they went for the Aurora Cho instead of the Valentina Cho. It's because Aurora capitalizes on these pickoffs so much better. Once you get kicked, you get frozen, bursted down, and that's why he also went for Lethal Ignition instead of Impure Rage.
Oh, Niall delays the purple buff because of Weedy, who is just screaming. And yeah, I mean, Niall no space whatsoever now. Fabian looking for the poke on towards the turret, as well as that purple buff is still untouched from the side of Alter Ego, though. Take a look at the turtle.
Wow.
They actually initiated, and that will be a very neutral objective. Very intelligent from TLID.
What is that? What is that? It's like they hung like a carrot, a piece of meat in front of the members of Alter Ego, and Alter Ego took the bait. They chased after the piece of meat.
You can see a team, you can really judge a team, how good a team is by the amount of forced errors that they are able to produce, and you can see that from TLID. Owen?
He will face check the bush, trying to secure that orange buff. Now, at the end of the day, finds the purple, but that will be 3,000 gold already established for TLID.
Yeah, back to the point, when you have an advantage like this, and the mobility advantage as well, you can just constantly threaten a lot of different things. In the bottom lane, you can see the second turtle when it was started by Alter Ego. TLID responded by rotating the Hereth over. Moskov went there. Fabian recalled to go into the bottom lane to pick up a turret. TLID got the 2 kills to deny that turtle take. And now Nino onward.
On towards Iran. See here, Tempest Blade popped as well, as now we'll jump back away. Almost there. Well, yeah, there will be no casualties, but it's still TLID just holding the map.
Yeah, but the tower in the top lane for TLID was the casualty, right? Alter Ego utilized that as an opportunity for them to figure out a little bit of a trade, and they were able to get it. This time TLID was also unable to open up an opportunity to go for a pick off either. But Fabian is going to be doubling down on his damage right now. It looks like that Malefic Roar has been picked up too.
Yeah, Heptasees into the Malefic Roar, really trying to go for penetration here because there's a Dreadnought armor ready, a steel leg plates, and most of them, actually no, not most of them, no warrior boots from the Moscow.
Flicker Implosion on towards Weedy, and they will collapse on towards Weedy. Flicker out, particularly at the backside. It's actually Iran delaying. Iron Cheeky finds one. Iron Cheeky will be traded, but Nino will not survive that fight. It's going to be a 2-for-1 as TLID, they were able to reset and find their win.
Weedy was able to get out of that? That's quick feet, man. Like, what? This is the second time that they went in for trades like this, and if this continues, who would it favor?
I would say in that fight, even though it was 2-for-1, it actually favors Alter Ego because Heist was able to survive. That was Aaron Shiki traded, and Heist got the kill. The two members that got picked off was Nino and Owen, and so far those are the only two members who have deaths. Trade-wise, Alter Ego are doing a good job.
Here, will they go for the contact, or will they take their time? I think they will take their time here, considering that the far lane is still somehow even, so I bet TLID will try to go and adjust that lane first, and then perhaps pull the trigger.
Fabian is also a level ahead right now, so if Alter Ego want to go for that full engage, that full 50-50, I'm actually curious to see how that turns out, right? Will Owen find that big implosion onto Fabian to cause him to get picked off, or will Nino find that opportunity with the Earth Shatter? Let's see. Oh, there you go.
Yep, Implosion on towards you, and the Eternal Guard actually combined with very, very good Aaron Shiki, though, preheating, and we'll find Owen. Weedy will be the trade. Both Rovers going down, but Fabian finds the shutdown. There's a big Tempest of Blade, finding Aaron Shiki and Ron. That's Niall saying, hey, you got two, I got two as well.
That was a 3-for-3 miracle.
And just like that, we're down to a jungle and a mid lane for both these teams. It is equal now in the 10th minute mark. Yes, 1,000 gold leads still for TLID. Yes, they still have the structure advantage, but both teams are able to actually just skirmish it out, fight it out, and it's really just 50-50. It's a battle of skill at this point. This is what we expected in game one. The mechanical duel, both teams relying on their mechanics so far. Fabian has gotten the better of Alter Ego, but Niall and Heis are creeping around the corner.
They are. How far is Heis in items, right? 3-1-2 already. Wasn't shut down. The only shutdown was in the early portion of the game. What?
Oh my goodness. He just cut the throats of Niall in the jungles of Alter Ego, and that will set the tone for TLID.
That was a huge statement by Fabian. The match, the 1v1, the assassin matchup that everyone was anticipating. A solo kill onto Niall. And that's going to be a Lord given over to Team Liquid Indonesia.
No chance for Niall there. He couldn't even react. And it's due to that burst of Fabian already having the Hunter Strike. He's already building to a BOD.
Around.
Chain crowd control will not be able to find the sustainer Ron. A slight mistake there, a good setup by Owen. Fabian jumps in though, looking for the cutthroat, and that will be Owen. Half HP, Lord is still marching bottom side, but there are a man down.
Okay, so now Heis has the win in nature. That's the bot I was talking about. That is insane. 4 items in 11 minutes for Fabian. That's the usurper right there. Niall gets a bot as well. Wants to go for Harith, wants to go for Aaron Shiki, but when it comes to the item power spike, Aaron has hit his item power spike as well. He's already gotten the Holy Crystal. Looking at the... Oh, look at that. Aran actually with the Blade Armor to get away from a little bit of that crit damage from Niall, obviously, Berserker's Fury, and the Haas Claws, but also up against Heis, so I can bounce some of the damage back towards Heis. Good item for TLID. He actually didn't go for Queen's Wings, though, which is the standard item that we usually expect. He went for the robe. He's on the way to an Athena shield, it seems.
How will that affect? How will that change the course of these team fights? Is there something that we should be noting or expecting later on?
Yeah, if Iran can survive longer in these skirmishes, it'll be great for the team because it will force Alter Ego to deal with the front line first. Eyes and Aroundle, for the most part, will most likely be targeting the front line. It'll be Niall's job to really dive into the back. I mean, looking at these team fights, it could go so many different ways. Both of them technically want to dive. There's so many ways they could tackle it. They could go front to back for Alter Ego. They could also leave Roundel in the back alone just to go for the Terrify's utility, and then Niall together with Nino, Owen, and Heiss can dive. This is a very, very dynamic game, in my opinion, but TLID definitely still have that disadvantage. The advantage is cut down a bit because Heiss has already gotten the Wind of Nature, and he should be able to start going into the side lanes to be a problem for TLID.
And we're seeing that coming through as well. I mean, even in the team fights, right? It feels like TLID are mostly walking into the traps or buying into the tempo that Alter Ego have set. Owen usually goes in Flicker Implosion, and unfortunately Haskill opted to go for Flicker instead of Purify. So he is very susceptible to that crowd control coming through, and then Haskill finds it a little bit more difficult to pull out the spells that he really requires in these team fights. But let's see whether or not they're going to be able to outsmart it. Alter Ego this time around. It looks like Haskill is in position, and so is Fabian.
Oh, that's a setup there. Frigid Glacier spanked, and now jumps in to perhaps look for an angle. Lord is top lane. Let's see here, how will Alter Ego approach this Lord?
That's the question. I think 5v5, Alter Ego, they have so many more tools.
Oh, that's a crowd control, and that will be Iran triggering his own Flicker.
Defensive Flicker backwards, that means there's no penalty zone initiation. There's still going to be a penalty zone initiation, but not the crazy long-range one with the Flicker. Bottom lane, that was a crazy reaction from Niall, though. Able to react to the freeze. Rose Gold Meteor for Fabian. Getting a bit of sustain in his kit. Going up against Nino. Even Heiss just getting that shielding down. In the bottom lane, it is an assassin duel. Who's going to be able to force these issues?
They will find the kick though on towards Nino. Now jumps in. Brazen Blazer finds two, and it will be Fabian finding one the backside as well as Niall, who finds the Moscow, but Niall stuck isolated, punished as well. TLID, they managed to take down 4. They're looking for more. Structures now should be in sight, but no, they will not commit on towards the mid base turret just yet because the Lord is still up for TLID.
They want to stay disciplined here. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to waste this opportunity. The glorious, the golden opportunity that TLID were able to achieve in that gun-heavy fight earlier on. I mean, Haskill, he was so good at baiting out Niall. Still able to survive as well. As we take a look at this game fact by Gope, Harith has become Aaron Shiki's most picked hero this season with 5 picks and a 60% win rate so far.
It's a very solid win rate, and mainly why we're seeing so much Harith from TLID is because it's always usually a physical damage assassin in the jungle, right? For Fabian, it's Fanny, Nolan, you always see these types of heroes, and 90% of the time it is the Nolan. Alter Ego, their main advantage in the mid game was that they can actually look for those pickoffs. And you asked me, Eterna, what the Athena Shield is going to do. Niall gets a steal.
Oh, Tempest Blade, good calculation there. Taking a risk, but in the top side, Flicker, penalty zone on towards Nino, forced to use the Flicker, as well as the Eternal Guard. That was huge, and 2 members of the TLID will be punished out of that play. Good Terrify. And the Eternal's Guard was so clutch from Roundel.
Good reaction there from Alter Ego, able to stop the Lord push from becoming too taxing. Oh, it's actually the Radiant Armor, by the way, not the Athena Shield, but that let him actually survive in the pickoff situations. The fact that he was able to flicker out means that he can actually stay in the fight and go for these penalty zones later on, and that was what gave them the opportunity to win out in the skirmish earlier. If it wasn't for that penalty zone, it would have been very, very different if he was picked off.
Completely. But ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we do have a technical pause. We do have a little bit more time to discuss what has been happening in the game. Let's give our players, let's give our teams a little bit more time to address the issue, because of course fair play is our utmost priority, so stay patient with us. And welcome to the English podcast.
Hey, hey. Hey, and I'm gonna enjoy an ice cream by Campina while we're on a break. Thank you very much.
Eat or drink?
I'm a normal human being. I'm gonna eat the ice cream.
Yeah, it should be. Unless, of course, like the ice cream melted. Then you drink
It's
the ice
still
cream.
I'm gonna drink.
I'm gonna drink my melted ice cream. It's
Why would you
it's
want
essentially
to
a milkshake, right?
Oh, that is true. That's actually true.
But back into the game here, we do have a little bit of, snippets. Let's let our
Yeah, right here.
analyst.
Yeah, I'll take it over from here, man. But see, that penalty zone. See, so Aran didn't get picked off earlier because before this fight, because of the flicker, he was able to flicker out because he had the defensive items to sustain a lot of the burst from Alter Ego. That led to him getting into that bush again. And then he's going for the penalty zone when Owen initiated. If it wasn't for the penalty zone, that would have been an Alter Ego winning fight for sure. That was a big ultimate on Yehezkiel.
Mm-hmm.
But Aran said,
He got out.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
I'm the veteran now. I'm veteran.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Change your name to Iran. But I love the duo of the side leaners of TLID, man. Aaron and Arhan.
Aran and Aaron.
Ron.
Oh, you're right.
Aran and Aaron.
It's Aran and Aran.
Aran should change his name to Aran Shiki. Then they could be Aran and Aaron
Or
of House Shiki.
Aaron should just delete the Shiki.
So it's Aran and Aaron.
Yeah.
Then we can call him Aran and Aaron Targaryen or something.
Yeah.
The Dragon Riders.
How did you know?
He's been saying
keeps
it.
talking about it.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Unfortunately,
It's the
I
dog
mean, not unfortunately, but they were not dragons anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, they're the cavalry now.
Yeah. They're a knight.
What would be a horse name?
It's cool.
Birdie
What?
or Letty.
Letty?
Letty?
Like a horse name, no?
Aaron Letty? Aran Letty? I don't know about that,
What is a
Connie.
horse name? The Stallion. Stallion is a...
Aaron Stallion? That sounds
Aaron
pretty cool.
Stallion.
With a D, with a D.
The Stallion.
the
Aaron the Stallion. Aran the Stallion.
I like it.
Fabian the Stallion. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we can do that.
Welcome to the English podcast. Whenever there's a break, ladies and gentlemen, you can always enjoy Campina with us. While
Yummy.
listening to us blabber and yap.
Yummy
Yapper.
indeed.
Japanese.
You know who else is fluent in Japanese?
Lafel.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I thought Chefin.
Oh no,
Oh.
he's fluent in Japanese.
Ah.
Just like Arashi.
Nichi ni san yan arigato. Sorry,
Wow.
that wasn't demure.
But that wasn't really.
We're not
right.
saving you from that. That's on you.
I'm waiting. Oh no.
Oh no.
But again, oh, there you go. Oh,
Flavor
Fabian.
Fave.
Flavor Fave.
Flavor
Show us your
Fave.
jaw.
The usurper.
Is he gonna show us? Oh, he doesn't want to do it.
Oh.
He's like later.
Get out, get out, get out. Oh, what?
Oh.
1, 2,
Oh.
hey! He's doing quick maths!
That's magic.
You can call him Big Shock.
Yeah.
You know? The
Yeah.
rapper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
1 plus 1 is 2.
Quick maths.
And Niall. And Aaron Cheeky.
Mr. Aaron Shiki.
Aaron Chicky. What is he asking the cameraman right there?
Oh, there you go. You were talking about.
Oh.
I don't see TLID in top 4, top 3. There you go. Top 3. Week 4 gold laners. Skylar,
Week 4.
Aaron Shiki, and
Honestly,
CW.
take it, man. Take it. Wow.
Got it.
Wow.
Oh, CW average GPM 740 only.
Take it, man. That's what Gotti said.
Take it. Take the stage, Aaron Cheeky. Take number
I
2.
when Onyx don't make it to top 4.
Oh, what is
my.
this banter? Let's get back in the game.
Let's go.
Let's go into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. 16 minutes and 51 seconds has elapsed, and it looks like Nino and Aaron Shiki already looking for that opportunity. Let's jump right back in.
Alter Ego on the move here, looking for the mid-base turret. Finds it, but they will not do business for the fight.
Aran and Witty were dead earlier. Yeah. So Alter Ego got some of these skills off cam, actually. So, all right, back on the grind. to come back.
They're on the way, for sure, right? The setup is already there. Luckily enough, they do still have Highs, right? Highs, with his mobility, they have the Ling as well to, you know, do the Lord dances once again and look for opportunities in the far lanes. There's definitely tools that Alter Ego can utilize, and so far, Team Liquid, they have been falling into those traps. I think the last exchange was the one that they were able to get an advantage, but other than that, Alter Ego has also been doing great at punishing at TLID.
They really have, man. And for TLID, it's really just that slow build. To go for the skirmishes again to find an angle. Really?
Conceal. Oh, it will force that way of Dragon. He has immortality though. He will lose it. Now Owen will be the main target. He will fall in the hands of Iron Cheeky. Challenge for spots, and that will be Alter Ego. Not responding. Still 1-0 before the Lord.
That should be all they need, right? I mean, 10 seconds left for the Lord to spawn. Owen will come back into the game, revive in 20, 30 seconds. So they should be able to go for this. Alter Ego, all they can do right now is look for a sneaky opportunity. But it looks like he has kill and a run already there. There we go, here we go.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good. They were down 1 man. They were down 2 now. So that will be Alter Ego conceding another neutral objective, unless now says otherwise. Now Tempest to Blade, looking for one. Aaron Cheeky claims the Lord. It's going to be now punished as well, and that will be TLID punishing that desperate play.
2 red trees, and it's Aaron Shaky who steals it. Man, Alter Ego just, again, piled up those forced errors. TLID are always able to do that. Now it's a wishing lantern for both Mr. Aaron and Mr. Yehezkiel.
They're doubling down on that damage. They're doubling down on the burst, and they're doubling down on that opportunity to end this game here and now. They don't want to leave this any longer. They understand that Alter Ego do still have the tools to turn this around. Let's see if Owen can make a groundbreaking play.
That's a good stun. But now with the flicker penalty zone by a run, that will be the death. Yeah, the Owen will be deleted. Now it's going to be Dragon on towards 1. Nino falls. TLID, they look to end this series right here, right now. Niall claims the immortality. Highs receiving a lot of damage, looking for the clear on towards the Lord. But TLID, they're waiting on towards the next minions. Fabian still gets out, and the base will be demolished. TLID finds a clean sweep.
2-0 against Alter Ego. The game to close out leg number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, our next match is our half-season point. And they have ended it out with a bang. The Cavalry, they should be smiling today.
That was so brilliant. That was good MLBB. Wolf and MSC, I remember him watching some of the matches and saying, this is real MLBB. And I have to say, that's the case for TLID. That was spectacular. I love seeing this team play. They are so entertaining. They are so brilliant. And the sky's the limit, literally, for this TLID squad. This is a young squad. This is an MPL team, a roster in the MPL that has stepped up majorly in MPL. With Fabian, with Aaron, you can finally see it here. There's some new emotes for them. And I can't wait to hear their interviews as well. TLID, they have really taken MPLID by storm.
I mean, the start of a new leg, new emotes, right? So, the jaw, that was so last week. Set Flavor Flav.
Yeah, it's good to see these new faces finding this much success, right? Because for the longest part, I feel like MPLID, they've given so much attention to mostly the veterans. So I feel like this season, it's a lot more different. There's a lot more highlight and showcase on the young blood, the new blood coming through. And in a team like TLID, like you mentioned, with only a run that isn't technically the most veteran of veterans, right? I mean, he came in, I think, how many seasons ago? 4 seasons ago, 3 seasons ago, 2 seasons ago, rather. So let's hear from them. Let's see what they have to say. It's always a great time with Team Liquid ID.
Hey, inilah dia. Benar-benar the race team, tim Liquid ID. Menutup leg 1 dengan 2-0. Performa yang begitu memukau dan a man with his word. Yeskiel yang sempat bilang, kami akan mengalahkan tim Alter Ego dan sesuai dengan ucapanmu. 2-0, Don yes?
Don.
Bagaimana dengan 2-0 ini? Penutupan leg 1 untuk Yeskiel.
Sesuai ekspektasi aja sih, bisa bantai mereka.
Nggak ada kendala kayaknya ya?
Nggak ada sih.
Nggak ada sih, lancar aja tadi.
Lancar Bude.
Ada momen yang sekiranya membuat Yeskiel harus mikir otak atau harus bekerja ekstra tadi?
Dari siapa tadi? Dari Nino sih tadi, nyusahin kita ya.
Dari Ninonya?
Iya Bude.
Oke, kalau dari Nino berarti sebenarnya paling pusing bukan Yeskiel tapi Aran harusnya ya?
Iya, tapi Nino nyusahin buat kita berlima sebenarnya.
Wow, gimana tuh nyusahinnya?
Dia bisa megangin kaki kita.
Wow, memegangi kaki semuanya. Aran, akhirnya kamu bisa bertemu langsung dengan alter ego yang baru.
Ya udah.
Bagaimana performanya?
Aku fokusnya bertemu El Sabar aja sih Bude.
El Sabar. Kalau bertemu dengan El Sabar, apa yang kamu lakukan?
Sebenarnya tadi aku senang sih Bude. Bisa ngalahin 5 orang Nino yang berisik itu Bude.
5 orang Nino, rame ya mereka?
Ya rame banget. Aku duduk di ujungnya masih dengar mereka ngomong ada yang sabar-sabar, ada yang 1, 2, 3 retri.
Memecah konsentrasimu nggak itu?
Enggak sih, tapi ganggu dikit lah, tapi aman.
Aman.
Ya, aman.
Mengalahkan tim seperti itu, apa yang kamu lakukan? Bagaimana cara untuk fokus atau bisa ngedapetin 2-0 nih dari kalian?
Lebih kita fokus ke tim aja sih, jadi kayak main kayak biasa aja Bude. Ya.
Oke, kan kamu juga menantikan ini regenerasinya sobatmu Serpai.
Ya.
Dan pada akhirnya kamu sudah bertemu dia.
Kayaknya emang hashtag balikin Serpai harus dikomandangkan sih Bude.
Waduh.
Harus balikin Serpai sih.
Memang sejauh itu? Enggak dong.
Kalau yang aku lawan sih kurang sih. Buat jagoan Serpai sih masih.
Oke, karena EXP lane baru sih sebenarnya. Namun kalau dari 1 sampai 10 untuk debutnya di season ini, untuk Nino berapa dari Aran?
1, 2, 3 lah paling.
123?
Enggak, 8 lah, oke lah.
Berubah pikiran nih.
Ya berubah.
Oke. Menutup leg 1 dengan memukau. Ini Iron Ziggy. Sedap.
Apa?
Sedap sudah closing dengan 2-0 leg 1.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Ngelihat perjalananmu sampai hari ini. Bagian mana yang paling kamu berkesan?
Ini sekarang.
Iya, hari ini. Kenapa hari ini?
Nggak tahu nih lagi gemetaran Bude, deg-degan lawan King Maharaja AE Brand.
Menjadi puncak ya di sini.
Ya.
Lalu tapi kamu berhasil mengalahkan King Maharaja loh.
Oh kalau itu sih, maaf ya kayak ngomongnya sambil gemetaran. Kalau itu kita mainnya lebih fokus, lebih kalem, tenang, fokus intinya, sabar.
Fokus, sabar, sabar.
Ya.
Favian emang bisa sabar?
Bisa karena lawannya Maharaja AE Brand.
Wah, waduh. Oke, setelah menang di leg 1 2-0 Sang Maharaja, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk Sang Maharaja nih? Leg kedua bakal ketemu mereka lagi loh. Mereka bisa panas nih.
Oh kalau panas mah biarin aja, paling dimarahin sama coachnya.
Makin panas lagi nanti. Jadi leg apa?
Aku ada pesan Bude.
Oke, boleh.
Buat AE. AE mau gak lolos sendiri apa gue bikin gak lolos lagi?
Langsung dijawab aja, nanti dijawab ya. Mereka aja ya, dari Aran itu ya. Dari Aran, diulang lagi kata-katanya ya. Aran hati-hati waktu itu sempat kepleset ya. Oke, tapi ini banyak banget rookie-rookie yang bersinar. Kalau dari Favian, kita ngelihat kan sekarang banyak banget rookie-rookie yang bersinar. Kamu pun bersinar. Apa sih kunci Favian menjadi rookie yang bersinar? Apalagi tadi dengan Fanny-nya.
Kuncinya paling ya gitu aja, sabar.
Sabar Sabarnya 3 kali.
Ya, 3 kali, harus 3 kali.
Harus.
Kalau nggak bisa lebih juga. Sabar.
Waduh. Tadi kan lawanmu adalah Nile, satu player yang memang jam terbangnya sudah tinggi. Dan player assassin yang memberikan juga. Gimana tuh?
Nggak gimana-gimana, dia ganteng doang. Kalau gua kan jelek.
Fabian, bocil Fabian nggak setuju ini. Fabian sih paling imut. Oke, kalau kamu itu kelebihan Fabian apa ini tadi?
Bisa solo kill Nael.
Bisa solo kill Nael. Dicatat ya dalam sejarah Fabian ya.
Ya, catat.
Catat. Namun, The Sigma Boy, Fabian, kamu sendiri menjadi player yang sangat bersinar. Namun ada nggak sih rookie-rookie lain tuh yang menurut Fabian juga bisa nih jadi pesaingku menjadi rookie di season ini? Ada nggak?
Buat season ini kayaknya nggak ada sih. Nggak tahu kalau next season kan.
Nggak ada di sini?
Nggak ada.
Keren, memang The Sigma Boy. Oke, Sigma Boy. Coba yang kalem ya, yang kalem nih. The Riz Boy, Widi. Karismanya, Widi. Semuanya bersorak-sorak, ada apa? Widi.
Ya.
Kamu rookie yang kalem banget. Kamu membawa pesona yang berbeda sepertinya. Gimana caramu biar tetap tenang di kala teman-temanmu ini? Wah. Apa tuh?
Lebih ke kurang istirahat aja sih. Soalnya kan apa ya, kayak yang lainnya lebih bodo amat kan. Sedangkan aku lebih gitu, lebih mikir aja. Energinya udah habis.
Udah habis.
Urusan setelah game ya biar mereka aja.
Jadi bisa dibilang kamu yang membuat game, di dalamin game, kamu lebih berfokus mikirin gamenya.
Iya, soalnya mereka ribut semua, jadi jadi diam aja lah.
Tugasmu yang untuk menetralkan suasana.
Iya.
Oke, namun kamu kan juga bisa dibilang di sini sebagai rookie yang baru sekali. Dan gimana sih kamu melihat persaingan rookie-rookie di season 14? Di timmu dan tim-tim lain khususnya ini banyak banget.
Ya, yang penting main aja sih. Kalau untuk itu kan ya biarkan performa aja yang menjawab. Aku fokus ke diri aku aja, grinding terus.
Grinding terus? Udah di tahap berapa sih kalau untuk tim Liquid nih?
Aduh, kita kayaknya nggak ada batasnya sih. Tinggal di diri kita aja.
Nggak ada batas. Ini belum maksimal tapi pastinya.
Ya kan kita masih muda semua. Jadi ya tinggal ke diri kita aja.
Masih berproses. Namun di balikmu juga pelapismu adalah satu player yang banyak ditanyain. Ada seorang Yawi di balik panggung ini juga, di ruangan ada juga. Apakah ada sesuatu yang Yawi bisikan saat permainan atau Yawi bantu sesuatu?
Pastinya adalah, soalnya kan ya kita ambil pengalaman dari dia aja. Kita tinggal nerima gitu. Itu aja sih.
Ada pengalaman yang diberikan, tapi apakah Yawi akan kembali ke panggung? Banyak sekali yang bertanya.
Mungkin itu bukan aku sih yang bisa jawab. Mungkin coach yang lebih apa ya, yang harusnya diberikan pertanyaan itu.
Coachnya. Jadi kalau player hanya menantikan dan mereka hanya memberikan yang terbaik. Dan memberikan telur untuk alter ego. 2-0 sudah terjadi, ada yang mau disampaikan? Untuk penutupan leg pertama.
Ada.
Iya. Iya, Iron.
Semangat terus ya, AE Brand.
Semangat terus. Leg yang kedua, apa yang harus kita nantikan, Aran?
Apa ya, belum ada sih Bude. Liquid versus RRQ lagi sih Bude.
Widih.
Ya.
Minta apa nih?
Kita mau balasin dendam yang leg 1 aja.
Balas dendam leg yang pertama. Dan ditunggu supaya The Cavaliers juga semakin ramai ya. Untuk memberikan dukungan untuk kalian.
Ya udah betul.
Dinantikan keramaian yang akan dihadirkan di leg yang kedua. Tapi leg pertama sudah berakhir dan ditutup dengan 2-0. Caster begitu luar biasa. Inilah dia, tim Liquid ID.
What is that? and calm down.
Patience,
Or-
patience, patience.
Sabar, sabar, exactly.
Yeah.
Sabar, sabar, sabar.
Patience, patience. Calm
got
down,
this.
calm down, calm down. Oh man, I haven't watched them like directly doing their interviews, but I understand what the hype is all about, right? That was so enjoyable. They're very vocal, very spicy as well. And yeah, I guess I understand why people are saying that their stage presence is like the new alter ego, especially without Udil, without Pai. It's a different presence. And again, they're all rookies, but they have that presence. It's amazing. So 2-0, TLID.
Wow. Right? I mean, what a performance here. And just a calculation.
Wow. It really,
On point.
Same. I'm gobsmacked by their performance. Even Witty on the Cho, right? We always just, it almost seems like with Yaoi there, all of them become Cho gods. I can't wait to see what heights they actually reach in MPL Indonesia Season 14. You heard it from Witty himself there in the interview when asked, what about the potential of this team? What do you think is the potential of this team? He said, the sky's the limit. Just like we said before we got into the interview. But we know who the player of the match is. Yo. Calm down. Sabar, sabar, sabar.
BOTM. Presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy goes to Aaron Shiki. Game number 1, he was a beast. Game number 2, he was also a beast. And this time he was on his signature hero, the Harith. Earlier on, it was a 60% win rate, I think. From the 7 times he was able to pick it up, if I'm not mistaken. Was it 7 times? But now, after this win, it should have increased again. His maneuverability, the way that he addresses these team fights was insane.
It really was. It was
Ow.
a shaky start too, by the way, right? It wasn't a perfect game, just like in game number 1, where Benetton was able to free farm, but it all comes down to these fights that were just so good. Again, Alter Ego trying to replicate what RRQ did to them with the first turtle, trying to go and rush the turtle, but RRQ, they were able to do it because they had an alpha, not a Ling with no purple buff here. Alter Ego ultimately failed there because Aran was able to react to it. Aaron Shiki, you can see in a lot of these skirmishes, yes, he was able to get the job done, like here getting Nino, but then he got traded. TLID winning the neutral objective battle, but in some of these trades actually losing out. This is the play. Look at that flicker as well. And then Aran with the penalty zone to cancel the implosion. Yehezkiel still having the passive, Nile being left for dead. And then TLID just capitalizing so many forced errors at the start of the game to get them to this point. But what was really impressive, because in all of these skirmishes, it feels like, okay, yeah, they're better in the fights. They're just better. But if you look before the fights, like there, when Nino got picked off, they already dealt with Owen. Witty was able to pick him up in the bottom side of the map, and it forced Alter Ego to go for these desperate skirmishes almost every single time. Even after, like, the second turtle, if you guys remember, they were just hovering over the second turtle. They went into the mid lane, and then they went for a trade. Fabian, with a sliver of HP, recalled and went for the bottom lane instead of going straight to the turtle. These little wins build up to become a massive win. I am so impressed by this team.
For sure, and also thank you, Aaron, for stealing that Lord, right, in the later portion of the game. Also a huge factor as to how they were able to gain momentum, but let's take a look at the best golden
Jangan ke
moment.
show ya tapi. Mau nggak? Boleh, aman. Ini aja nih, sini Cil. Sini Cil. Jangan iya, gua kejar. Ada depan aja ya, pelan-pelan aja, aman. Dari depan aja, Ini situ nih. Rame.
Menang kita menang. OTW. Gas kita bisa 5. Lancenya harus mid dulu.
Lo banget.
OTW.
Ada gua boy. Semua.
Kita join boy, Gunting. Potong. No purif kan Roger?
No purif.
Gue cece lagi.
Langsung.
Hais. Ada lanceng.
Si Hais, ngapain si Hais?
Fokus lagi mid.
Gua ke atas,
Harusnya dia takut main bola. B1 ada. Mau gua kick yang di B1?
Boleh tunggu boleh nih. Ada papan.
Enggak apa-apa, bisa. Gas, galing. Dapat boy.
Gua press.
Tigil.
Gua.
Nice boy. Tigil dulu. Lagi.
Aman gua. Mati.
Lord aja. Bisa mid.
Okay, it seems like Weedy is their IGL. He's the one giving the direction, and looks like everyone else also collapses, follows, trusts in Weedy. Very calm, very contained as well. And it seems like he has a good read on Alter Ego too, right? Because there was a moment where he made a decision and he's like, Lancelot will go mid. And the landslide does go clear, so Nile did go clear mid, and then they were able to make that sandwich play down bottom when we saw Aaron Shiki get that 2-kill sandwich play. Impressive stuff from Weedy.
Good read, right? It's like Weedy is able to hypnotize the members of Alter Ego, and that is just stellar performance from the side of Team Liquid ID. He's very vocal in game, not so much out game. Good compensation.
Because the thing is, a good pro player knows what to do in the game. They have that macro sense and they have that game sense running around. But what makes a great pro player is if they're already able to read the habits of their enemies, right? And if you have that knocked down to a T, then it will be much easier for you to find an advantage in these team fights. And we saw that Weedy actually has that character. I'm interested and very excited to see what he has to offer as well in the future.
Yeah, contrast to the rest of the team, 4 members who just like to shout and trash talk. Weedy in the interview is the silent one. He says he's the guy who keeps it neutral, right? When we have 4 loud boys, you gotta have one guy that says, guys, calm down. We still need to win. We still need to perform. And it's great, like Gani mentioned, it's good to have someone like this in the team. I'm so impressed, really. Even from Aranda, the builds, they have all leveled up. Damage taken there, and mainly because of the Blade Armor Rush. He went for the War Axe, so he has sustain, but then the Blade Armor Rush there, and then obviously the Radiant Armor that we spoke of. Once he got that Radiant Armor, the burst really wasn't... Whoa. I think a bit of an error there. 111% KP for Roundel and Highs. But yeah, once he got that Radiant Armor, he already has a Blade Armor and the Radiant Armor at that point, and it just made it super difficult for Alter Ego to punish and go for those pickoffs. Because he survived there, he was able to flicker out. We saw the moment again where he was able to penalty zone, just wait in the bush for Owen to implosion some of these members. And just the fact that they have that much confidence, guys. Yehezkiel didn't go for Purify. Usually up against a Tiger, you will always go for Purify. But they knew that they would have members there to back them up. If I get caught, then Aran would come down with the penalty zone. If Aran gets caught, then there's Weedy, there's the freeze from Yehezkiel too. Wow, well played.
I thought that would have been a problem, you know, when we got into the game. And then I even mentioned it in the game as well. It's like, you know, with Tigreal, you have the Earth Shatter as well coming from the Edith, and you're not even going for the Purify. What are you doing? And it turns out he barely even needed it, right? He was able to actually utilize the Flicker to get out of these engages that Alter Ego were doing. But we do have an audience highlight here for Zain Mahiru. Personal opinion from EXP, maybe they should be braver to open bushes. Tigreal is a pickoff type, but can't always be the frontliner. Also, Alter Ego often makes mistakes and has issues with finishing the game, is what I'm assuming that he meant. So that's how he thinks that Alter Ego can rebound in like numero dos.
Yeah, I mean, finishing can also be referred to finishing touches, executions, and we saw that, I mean, Alter Ego, sometimes their early game isn't really bad, or they can equalize, stay even Stevens, but towards that mid, they will, they start to get lost and don't know what to do, right? In a sense here, should we go for turrets? Should we go for fights? And that is where the finishing issue comes with the problem. I do agree with Zain Mahiru. Thank you so much.
Shout out Mr. Zain. Is he that singer from 1D?
Maybe.
I only know one Zayn.
MOBA Zayn?
Why'd you have to steal that from me?
I thought Zen.
We love Zen. Shout outs to Zen.
You know,
we're talking about the same Zen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out Zen. But there it is, right? The mark of the end of the first leg. I came at the right time, you know. So much drama since week number 1 up until this 5th week. And we're curious to see how it will come forward after this, as we are going to take to a loser interview. Let's talk to Alter Ego with Bude Clara Mongstar.
Six. Apa yang terjadi?
Kayaknya kita lagi lupa sama job desk aja sih Bude. Soalnya banyak miseksekusi gitu kan. Kayak yang game 2 tadi turtle pertamanya. Terus ya pas game satunya pun kita adalah beberapa miseksekusi. Jadi kayak agak lumayan berat gitu game yang ngesuinya. Jadi kayak lumayan terlalu kenceng. Kita yang gak sempet nahan. Jadi kayak udah terlalu snowball. Jadi kayak gitu.
Tapi 2-0. Ini hasil yang pastinya bikin kaget dong. Untuk week kelima match pembukaan kalian?
Ya lumayan sih, soalnya dari hasil scrim pun kita nggak yang jelek banget gitu, kayak bagus lah hasil scrim kita minggu ini bagus. Tapi ya dapat hasil kayak gini lumayan shock juga sih, lumayan shock. Cuman kan ya hasil tetap hasil, harus reset, besok masih ada match kan. Atau juga ini match penutupan leg 1 kan, jadi kayak ya udah iris what iris aja.
Diterima saja hasilnya, menjadi pelajaran. Namun kita kan kayak ngelihat alter ego di match sebelumnya itu benar-benar disiplin, rapi, mainnya sabar. Apakah minggu ini berbeda lagi?
Kayaknya itu sih Bude, kalau dari segi disiplin kayak kita disiplin, cuman saking disiplinnya kita jadi terlalu takut terus sampai kayak jadi ngebawa lupa job desk gitu loh, kayak yang harusnya hero ini bisa ngapain, yang hero ini bisa ngapain, kayak mungkin ada beberapa 1-2 orang yang lupa, jadi kayak benar-benar kebawa terus sampai in game yang nggak bisa reset, jadi kayak ya udah, jadi kayak
ngegulung terus. Atau karena lawannya adalah tim Liquid ID yang sama-sama, sebenarnya kalian berdua adalah tim yang terkenal dengan agresivitasnya.
Enggak juga sih, bukan karena lawan sih, tapi kayak lebih ke arah kitanya aja sih kayaknya. Kayak dibilang lagi underperform enggak, cuman ya mungkin itu aja sih. Kayak bener-bener entahlah, kayak ada faktor X gitu yang bener-bener kayak bisa dijelasin, tapi mungkin nanti lah ya, kayak kita bakal eval lagi kayak gitu.
Sabar, karena ini baru kelar banget, masih mencari juga nih what happen aya naon gitu. Tapi keadaan tim sekarang, ini kan posisinya juga lagi di 7-6-7 dengan match win yang tipis banget kayaknya. Kalau mau masuk playoff harus kerja keras banget. Memasuki leg yang kedua. Bagaimana ini untuk alter ego?
Kalau soal kondisi tim ya kita tetap ya bareng terus aja sih, kayak ngelakuin semuanya bareng. Terus mau ada salah atau kayak hal yang emang harus diomongin ya kita langsung ngomongin, kayak bener-bener ya udah terbuka aja sih. Jadi nggak ada yang kayak nahan-nahan atau ditumpuk jadi malah enggak. Kayak sekarang kalau misalnya ada sesuatu yang pengen diomongin ya kita langsung ngobrol biar cepet selesai, biar kayak nggak ke bawah. Terus kalau misalnya masalah yang soal 67 emang gimana ya, kayak ya lumayan berat ya, mungkin udah cukup lah ya, kayak tes pingnya kan kayak tes pingnya kayak udah cukup gitu, jadi kayak mungkin udah di leg 2 ya udah harus bener-bener lari, walaupun ini Liga Marathon, jadi kayak kita udah harus bener-bener sprint, udah harus ngejar yang kayak tadi Bude bilang, kita harus kerja keras buat ya udah dapetin slot playoff-nya.
Yes, dan itulah yang memang harus dilakukan bener-bener sama alter ego ya. Ini bukan zona nyaman kalian kan?
Bukan.
Nggak cukup kan di posisi ini? Enggak. Dan sesuai yang tadi udah disampaikan, pengen lebih bonding lagi berarti in game-nya?
Kayaknya lebih detailingnya sih dibanding soal bondingnya, karena menurut aku bondingnya udah cukup, jadi kayak mungkin kita lebih kayak in terms game-nya gitu, kayak kita harus benar-benar paham soal power ini, power itu, jadi kayak kita benar-benar tahu gitu, jadi kayak nggak lupa soal job desk ya, kayak gitu sih.
Job desk, lebih mengetahui tentang job desk, mempersiapkan untuk leg kedua pastinya ini?
Iya.
Oke, kita akan saksikan dan kita akan terus memberi semangat juga untuk alter ego yang posisinya lagi di kembang gembis. Good luck untuk leg keduanya.
Thank you Bude.
Terima kasih, dan itulah dia dari analis alter ego. Silahkan caster.
Thank you so much for that insight. I love this about this season, by the way. I love to know a little bit more as to how they think that, like, how did they feel about their performance? And we do get a little bit of information about them. It seems like they don't think that it's a bonding issue. They have the bonding fine, it's fine, and then their scrims were great. It's just when it comes down to job description, I guess that's what he was highlighting a lot. I think they played a little bit too safely this time around, that they kind of forgot to be more active and look for those proactive plays on the board. But I don't think that would have happened if they used the best headset. Maybe there was like an error with the comms or something. What do you think?
Shout out Oraimo, because that is, yeah, if you want to experience and perhaps
the power,
good solution for miscommunications, issues and whatnot, you have to give a shout out to Oraimo. Experience the power of sound and LED digital display visualization in the collaboration, of course, with MLBB, that's ML Bang Bang, all with
Bang
Airbuds 4. All right, check it out. Oraimo store, get yours now.
Get yours now, Mirko.
I already have one.
Nice.
Sorry. I don't need to
Amazing.
get one anymore. Unless I get two. But then, why would I need two?
You can rent one.
You can rent one?
Yeah, like you can rent it out.
Oh, you can rent it out.
Yeah,
Rashi already
yeah.
has one too. Sheffin also already has one.
wow.
So we're all decked out here. But for some reason, my connection isn't that good. So I have good, I have a good earbuds there. I have earbuds 4, but I can't really listen to songs that well. Always buffers.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, are you using IndieHome?
What's that?
You don't know what IndieHome is?
No.
Oh my lord.
No wonder.
OML.
Okay.
What's IndieHome?
I guess we'll tell you and we'll tell the viewers at home who are also wondering what IndieHome is because, when you're playing rank, don't let it drop. Don't let your rank drop just because of lag. So experience gaming with fast and stable connections from IndieHome Paket G2 1. For only 375,000 rupiah, you guys can get internet with speeds up to 100 Mbps. Subscribe now on MyTelkomsel or tcell.id/national to get a little bit more information on it. So super affordable, very effective. You can actually check it out. I'm pretty sure they have it in your apartment.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely check it out now because I definitely don't want to be, listening to songs and then having it buffer all the time. But even though I have a problem with that can be covered now, I've never had a problem when it comes down to just getting refreshments because I always drink with We Drink, especially now with a collaboration with MPL Indonesia Season 14. Lord has been taken and now it's full cup. Yes.
Was it half cup before?
It was maybe. It's a legendary collaboration and you guys can go and get We Drink, our partners in esports. You can see, look, that's the grape flavor.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, it's full cup. It's full cup.
Yeah, it's a full cup.
You're not lying.
And you know what I love the most about this?
What?
It's not you drink. It's not I drink. It's we drink.
It's inclusive.
It's inclusive.
Yeah.
Come, join. Let's drink.
Together.
We drink. Me and you.
Drink.
You guys.
All right.
Yes.
Everybody back at home. When I drink, we
John
drink.
out there, Melissa,
Oh,
Fatima,
Yeah.
Alexandra, we drink.
We drink.
Shout out Johanna.
Shout out Albert Serafin out there.
Hey.
I don't think he's in the chat.
He's not in the chat?
Usually Mirko's in the chat.
Ooh.
Even though he's working, which is actually a big question mark.
Maybe it's not me. Have you ever thought about that?
That's true. There was no tick on it.
Mirko's twin
I don't
brother.
have as many subscribers as you. I don't get a tick yet. Not yet, Eterna. I gotta wait for a while.
It's okay.
Okay. Because I can always just join the open qualifiers to become a pro, right?
Exactly, right? Snapdragon Pro Series, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can actually sign up now for the open qualifiers.
Shout out Ryan.
All you need to do is head over to the website down below, esl.gg/SPSMLBB, and, register. Believe.
Believe?
Why not?
Believe that you can make it.
Believe, conceive, achieve. Don't be an average bloke. Be a samurai.
Exactly. Don't just survive, man. Thrive.
Aspire to inspire before you expire.
I like that.
Exactly.
I like that. But it looks like we're going to take a look at Alter Ego's upcoming schedule for leg numero dos. It starts tomorrow, actually. Alter Ego versus Rebellion. And then we have the next week, Alter Ego versus Geek. And then we have their next match on the next day against Evo's Legends.
Glory.
Legends. Dude, Legends is so catchy.
I agree.
Legends.
I agree. The last time we saw Evo's Legends was season 11.
Yeah, I missed that.
No, 12.
12.
And then after that, we got Glory. And now we still have Glory.
Well, it was like Holy Glory.
Yeah. We got Holy, and then the roster moved up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it became Glory, but they were Holy.
They were.
The Holy Glory.
And then some of the players were icons.
Also, now it's Glory Icon. Icons of Glory.
Holy Icon. That's
Let's take a look at TLID's upcoming schedule, though. They have J1X, Rebellion, and FNOC. It's fine.
It's
no
fine.
problem.
Okay, which out of these 3 matches is the hardest matchup for TLID?
None.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm gonna echo what the player said. We're just waiting for RQ.
Last season, Mirko was the yapper, and where did he end up in playoffs? Nowhere near the top 3, so that's all I can say.
What's your regular season trophy look like?
Oh my
What's your
God.
MPL trophy look like, Gani? That's the only flex we got for now. Don't worry, though. This season it changes.
I have PL president.
Me too.
Whatever.
What?
Anyway, if you guys want to witness the action live, right? You
Check
guys
it
can
out.
still buy some
Right
tickets.
now.
So
Go
go
buy
ahead.
it. Now.
Buy it now. Only on MPL Indonesia
No.
website, regular season. This is what happens when Mirko does.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, let's ignore what happened just now. But you guys can get a 10% discount if you guys use a GoPay. So check that out. Pay with
Check it out.
GoPay. Grab your ticket so you can take a picture with, all your idols. We do see
And
even
Arash.
we have Bude Clara
Arash.
over there, preparing for her segment. And Arash, who's your idol?
My idol?
Yes. Don't say Hani.
Who's gonna say honey? What the heck? No. You wanna know my idol?
Okay, yeah.
Lewis.
Lewis.
Oh.
Okay. Fair. Who's your idol?
Eterna.
Whoa. Who's your idol?
It looks like we're all gonna take to the host, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what Bude Clara Mongstar is doing over on the stage.
Yes, Bude Clara di sini namun gak sendirian karena ya ada siapa nih orang keren di sini? Ya Opal.
Iya.
Hazelnut atau Opal nih?
Opal aja Bude.
Opal?
Iya.
Kemarin kita ketemu
Benar, Bude.
2-0. Sekarang 2-0 lagi ya.
Ya tapi tim musuh yang menang kali ini Bude.
Tapi kan tetap 2-0 seneng dong.
Astagfirullahaladzim. Dibilang seneng nggak mungkin dong Bude.
Nggak
Karena
mungkin.
alter ego kita nih lagi sedih saya Bude.
Kenapa sedih dengan match ini?
Dengan match hari ini tuh sedih banget Bude. Kalau misal ada kalimat satu kata ya untuk alter ego nih, astagfirullahaladzim. Gitu Bude.
Nyebut?
Ya nyebut lah Bude.
Ini kalau Alter Sam gitu juga tadi.
Kalau alter Sam udah pada capek, Bang Opal, gini Bang Opal, kalah mulu, bla bla bla. Terus tadi ada bawa banner, mau nggak tulisannya apaan?
Apa?
Kalau pusing dukungnya alter ego aja makin pusing tulisan bawahnya.
Nyari penyakit berarti ya?
Dari penyakit.
Tapi nggak apa-apa dong.
Hai.
Pasti tetap semangat dong Opal.
Iya benar, harus tetap semangat lah. Kita, gue percaya juga sih orang anak-anak di dalam ya, di backstage. Ya nggak ada yang mau kalah lah pasti. Ya nggak ada yang mau kalah, udah pasti maksimal mungkin. Cuman emang perlu adaptasi lagi lah kali sama yang lainnya kan.
Betul, tapi ini baru leg pertama. Kalian tuh baru
Iya,
menutup leg pertama. Masih ada leg yang kedua.
Bener Bude. Di leg kedua insya Allah kalau misalnya kita menang gue akan balasin sih apa-apa yang disampaikan oleh Aran dan juga si Iron. Siapa tadi tuh namanya?
Iron Siki.
Nah Iron Siki itu katanya. Ya, ntar kalau misalnya Ayah menang. Tunggu aja Bude. Semoga
Tunggu
gue
ya.
interview kalau misalnya Ayah menang.
Berarti harus menang dulu dong.
Harus menang dulu. Karena kalau kalah nggak bisa ngomong gue.
Tapi nggak apa-apa, nggak bisa menang hari ini. Kita bisa kebutnya Alter
Benar
Ada
Bude.
apa tuh?
Jadi buat alter ego selalu ada macam-macam permainan yang bagus-bagus ya. Cuman hari ini kita Altermers lagi nggak bawa mini gamesnya. Nah jadi besok akan ada mini games yang seru banget Bude pas AE lawan RBL.
Besok?
Nah kalian penasaran kan apaan? Pokoknya besok datang ke MPL Arena. Akan main, gua kasih clue deh.
Boleh.
Gitu. Nah di set dapat hadiah.
Mancing.
Salah Bude. Bahaya nih.
Apa lagi?
Tek gitu pokoknya. Yang lempar-lempar pokoknya. Jadi tanpa perlu beli, yang penting punya tiket ini, kalian bisa main secara gratis dan dapetin produk-produk terbaik dari alter ego.
Siapapun boleh.
Siapapun boleh.
Pokoknya kalian yang datang ke MPL Arena langsung aja ke boothnya Alter Ego.
Bener sekali Bude.
Merch.
Altermers.
Ada diskon juga nggak sih kalau beli di situ?
Oh ada banyak,
Wow.
banyak. Makanya besok tuh seru banget ya. Besok seru banget, ada mini games, ada diskon-diskon. Pokok produk-produk eksklusif alter ego besok akan hadir di MPL Arena.
Ada Opal juga nggak?
Ada Bude. Besok sama Upi juga.
Berdua?
Iya besok.
Ini combo nih di MPL nih.
Combo, karena Fandi hari ini dia kayaknya udah tahu bakalan kalah, jadi dia nggak mau nonton katanya.
Berarti besok Fandi datang artinya apa tuh?
Nggak tahu nih besok udah datang apa enggak nih. Nanti gue chat deh. Nanti coba tanya dia. Masih berani nggak dia datang sini?
Klinik apa lagi yang akan kamu lakukan ini untuk besok?
Besok lawan siapa sih? RBL ya? RBL. Ya pokoknya lihat besok lah.
Lihat besok aja?
Ya lihat besok nih.
Berarti see you tomorrow?
See you tomorrow.
Udah kelar?
Udah, ada tiba deh nanti kecepatan.
Penutupan leg yang pertama. Oke, kata-kata penutupan leg pertama dong dari Opal.
Kata-kata untuk leg pertama, astagfirullahaladzim udah.
Leg kedua.
Insya Allah.
Itulah dia untuk alter ego. Namun hari ini belum kelar. Besok kita akan ketemu alter ego, tapi nanti masih akan ada tim yang membuka leg kedua dan menutup hari yang kedua. Ada siapa? Ada Fnatic Onyx dan juga EVOS. Jadi stay tune terus untuk menyaksikan match yang begitu memukau.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan curi dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah? Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru, awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan Karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 spektakuler.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih dengan nggak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood. MPL Arena, balas tepuk tangan. Mendapatkan 2 momen best turret.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mengabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy, level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood. MPL Arena, balas tepuk tangan. Mendapatkan 2 popon penturek yang
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Moonton. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Selamat datang di leg yang kedua di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Leg pertama telah berakhir, namun perjalanan dari 9 tim akan dimulai. Mereka membuka lembaran baru, mereka akan berjuang dan tentunya akan membalas. Karena ini adalah ajang untuk pembalasan, ajang untuk membuktikan diri. Leg kedua, match yang dinantikan karena mereka pada akhirnya bertemu untuk kedua kalinya. Bude Clara mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada semua super fans yang terus memberikan dukungan positif. Dan juga tentunya kepada semua pihak yang telah mendukung MPL Indonesia. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Hidea. Official Gold Partner, UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulder, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan WeDrink. beserta dengan suppliers, Erigo, Klik Indomaret, Yummy Choice, dan Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dukungan terus mengalir dari seluruh penjuru dunia karena Bude yakin banget nih yang lagi nobar ada banyak sekali dan berkumpul di berbagai macam tempat dimanapun kalian berada. Bude minta dukungan kalian dan tulis di kolom komentar match pembukaan kita di leg kedua. Siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan karena ini adalah match yang begitu menentukan, match yang begitu dinantikan. Kedua tim akan berhadapan satu sama lain dan pastinya kita akan mencari tahu seperti apa pertemuan dari tim yang punya histori berbeda, punya hasil yang berbeda. Dari leg yang pertama akan ada EVO's Glory dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Mereka membuka leg yang kedua dengan posisi yang tentunya ingin dipertahankan oleh Bigetron Alpha dan mereka bahkan ingin naik ke puncak. Namun EVO's Glory mereka benar-benar berada di zona merah. Mereka harus membuktikan diri, harus melari maraton supaya mendapatkan slot babak playoff. Cinderella Story akankah dimulai di pembukaan match mereka di leg yang kedua ataukah di sini akan ada story yang berbeda? Dan bagaimana keadaan mental dari kedua tim? Seperti apa gameplay yang akan disajikan di leg yang kedua? Super fans, mari kita sambut. Inilah dia pertempuran antara EVO's Glory dan Bigetron Alpha.
And we're here for the most anticipated match of the day, the highlighted match of the day, our final match of the day. Bigetron Alpha takes on EVO's Glory. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the English broadcast. Back with me, Eterna, alongside with Gani as well as Mirko. For some reason, Arashi's name is stuck in my head, just non-stop, bro. Always Arashi.
Always
I
Arashi.
don't know why.
Happens to me every day.
Yeah?
Even when I'm out casting.
Maybe when you're asleep too, sometimes?
Sometimes. And yeah, this match also marks the start of leg 2. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's begin. Leg 2 of MPL ID season 14.
Here it is. So in leg number 1, it was 2-1 for Bigetron Alpha, I believe. Do you think we might see a different story today, Mirko-tron?
I don't know. It really depends on how EVO's Glory have already changed and improved from, their last few games, because it does look like EVO's Glory have been struggling a whole lot. Even with the entrance of Natko, we've been seeing a lot of mistakes from this lineup. And though we've been saying that the drafts have been good, just yesterday we saw a lot of blunders as well from EVO's Glory when it comes to the draft. So for Bigetron Alpha as well, there's some of those problems. It almost seems like it's a mental problem. For Bigetron and for EVO's Glory, just opposite sides of the spectrum. For EVO's, it is the lack of confidence, very hesitate, like so many moments where they hesitate to make these plays and they become very indecisive. They need to reset. 1 win, 7 loss. This is abysmal, an abysmal start, an abysmal first half of the regular season. And Age mentioned in the interview yesterday that he wants the team just wake up.
Wake up.
Come on. That's how you wake people up?
Yeah, wake up.
You gotta shake them to wake them up.
Shake them to wake them up. And, if we take a little bit of a flashback to last season, it wasn't that long, right? I guess they were also on a very similar pattern, I would say, right? They started off the regular season really shakily, but I think it was, week 4? Was it week 4 when they revamped their roster and they came back and they were able to get, runner-ups at the very end, even in playoffs. But
exactly.
This is the 5th week already, and it looks like there aren't going to be any changes from EVO's just yet. So, how? Can we expect them to still make it to the playoffs at this point?
We can. They were able to make a miracle run into the playoffs just last season, and it started with their second leg performances. They were able to beat Fnatic Onyx and Bigetron Alpha. They weren't able to beat Fnatic Onyx just yesterday, so the pattern's already a bit different, but let's take a look at the match against Fnatic Onyx. So many little blunders here and there from Natko overextending, and it's obviously going to be punished by Fnatic Onyx. A team of that caliber still can't make any of these mistakes. We got to give props to Rez too, though, because he really definitely stepped up. And for EVO's Glory, like I said earlier, there were a lot of mistakes from hesitating, indecisive. My big question is, the man you see on your screen right now, Van, when is he actually going to make an appearance? Because he's been promoted to MPL, but yeah, no signs of him just yet. And will Natco be playing? Will Brands be playing? After so many mistakes made by Natco, will they actually go back to Brands? Because just last season, they actually broke their loss streak with Natco, and then they went back to Brands after a loss against RRQ in the Classical Derby. I wonder if that's going to be the same case here. Age looks very concerned. I don't know if that's a concerned face or if that's a, what are you doing? Don't record me face.
It looks like the latter, maybe.
Yeah.
It looks like the latter. It seems like they're joking around, though, in the game. In the, what would you call it? The player...
The locker room.
The locker room. But there are no lockers. Do you still call it the locker room?
Player room.
Player room. That sounds like it makes sense a little bit more. But yeah, back to this. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, seeing their performance yesterday, we are still seeing the highlights here, and there is a lot of departments that they need to adjust here. And this is the POV of Age. They have a bad mentality here, it seems like, their players, and also they want to change. They need to change, and they will change.
Yeah, he actually made a statement, right? He made a statement where he was like, you know, I tried being nice, I tried being supportive.
He tried the good cop.
He tried the good cop. Maybe it's time to go for bad cop, right? Let's try be a little bit more brutal in the way that he goes about it. And that's, I guess, the way that he is trying to shake things up. You know, we talked about the, how do we wake Evos up? Maybe it is to shake them violently.
Shake them, shake them.
Maybe not violently.
Wait, Fan! Fan is in, we're highlighting Fan. Is he going to be making his debut in Season 14? We've seen him many times before. He was an Aura player back in the day.
Van the Man.
First place Piala Presiden 2023. That's how you say 2023 in Indo. Because Piala Presiden is an Indonesian tournament.
Oh, very smart.
That's Indo for you.
Yep, it is. But yeah, it's a good question, right? Because Van did perform really well in Aura. He was the highlighted rookie of that season. Yep. He was able to get a lot of good retributions going. He was very highlighted on his utility junglers back in the day. I think he had one good assassin hero. Was it? There you go, the Lancelot. Granted, the Lancelot didn't do too well earlier on in the hands of Niall. I mean, it could change if Van does step up in, you know, favor of Annabelle.
Let's see, because I feel like Annabelle, he did his best as a jungler this season, especially for EVOS Glory, but maybe a change, maybe it's what they need, right? Van, again, when he was rocking the Aura jersey, it was Aura before Team Liquid. Yeah, he was a very solid jungler, right? Very reliable, very clinical in most games as well, so maybe he will bring new flavor for EVOS Glory today.
What's this flavor term, guys?
I don't know, man. Gani definitely loves the flavor. Flavor of Head and Shoulders, too. And maybe we get a flavor of the super investment. Super Ken.
Mr. Super Ken, number 1 to number 3 total first bloods in the jungler position. He's number 2 in the total kills in the jungler position, and he also is number 3 in GPM in the jungler position.
This guy's been phenomenal ever since his debut in MPL Indonesia. Season 11 it was when he was promoted from the MDL to the MPL. Great performances all around, amazing mechanics. And he's only really just matured after that season, right? Season 11, Season 12 afterwards, they were able to make it the top 3. Season 13, I would say, even though they managed to get only 4th place, it was still an improvement because in the regular season, they were dominant. Now, this is the real test. This is the real proving grounds for Super Ken. He still makes a lot of unnecessary moves on the lane. He's very flashy, but at times, discipline is what matters. And for Bigatron Alpha, Coach Theo Niall has been saying in a lot of the loser interviews for Bigatron Alpha that they've been taking the first leg as an experimental leg. So if that was true, now it's time we get to see the real Bigatron Alpha. And if we don't see the real Bigatron Alpha, then what we saw in leg 1 is pretty much it.
2-1. So another 2-1?
Another 2-1. Maybe another 2-1 against RRQ again.
Okay. Or maybe it's a 2-0 for Evos.
Ooh.
You know, let's, believe.
That would be drama. I like that.
Exactly. That would be a plot twist, right? Because on paper, Bigatron is the stronger team, and EVOS Glory,
they're still the team to beat, right, Gani?
They are not, apparently, since we crowned RRQ the house season champions, though. RRQ, they're the team to beat.
It's so heated on the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. But the official team lineup for Bigatron, Super Luke, Super Ken, Moreno, Key, as well as Aman. The main five here finding so much success once again here in the regular season. Despite them not being crowned the half-season champions, they surely are the red target this time around. And let's welcome them over to the stage. Here they are.
Programmed to win. Still with their main five here, with Key in the lineup instead of Finin. The investment, Ken and Aman. Will they be able to defeat the White Tigers? Ladies and gentlemen, it is Bigatron Alpha!
It's all about the adjustments for Bigatron Alpha. How have they improved from leg number one? Have they improved or have they stayed stagnant?
From the side of Evo's Glory, however, we're gonna say, oh, there it is! Van stepping in the jungle. No Annabelle today. We also have a Natco in that gold lane. No Brands with Dreams, Clockun, as well as Fluffy. So already a shake-up here from Evo's Glory. And the last time they shook things up, that's when things turned around for their team.
A dragon no more, but he is still looking for glory in this new drip in blue. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Evo's Glory!
Van back at it again. Was able to actually start for Evo's Glory just last season. That was the 0-4 lineup together with a lot of members that you probably know that are not in MPL anymore. They've been swapped entirely by the Evo's Holy lineup, and now it's technically the opposite. It was Annabelle swapping it in for Van, now Van coming back. And I have been saying this too, based on the draft you've seen from Age with more Alphas, more Banes, it does make more sense to utilize Van over Annabelle. Get him on these utility picks like the Alpha, like the Banes, and try to utilize that kind of strategy.
But that's curious, right? Because Annabelle last season was known for the Alpha, right? He was the one to bring the Alpha into the meta.
Yeah, maybe it's a different playstyle now. Maybe he has really gotten comfortable with a lot of these assassins, a lot of these carries. We've seen him play the Lings most often, the Nolan as well. So Van can also pretty much play those assassins, the Ling, the Nolans, the Lancelots. So even if they want to give him these assassins, no problem. But having the option open and ready for them to go for those utility junglers may be the necessary maneuvers that they need to make. Keys to Victory, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A55, A355G for Evo's Glory. Number one, exploit Bigatron's lack of respect in their drafts. We've been seeing this a whole lot in Season 14, leg number one. Bigatron Alpha let go a whole lot of different picks against Fnatic Onyx, letting go to Fanny, against Geek Fam, letting go to Roger. And in the end, it came back to haunt them. Punish Bigatron's extra movements. We mentioned it earlier, not just for Super Ken, actually a lot of the members, even Moreno, getting a little bit overconfident, walking up, recalling when he doesn't need to, and ending up biting the dust. Optimize Van's objective gameplay is also something that is very, very important. The objective power from Van, he was the turtle killer. He was the lord killer in his heyday. For Bigatron, take advantage of Evos' uncertain plays. They are very hesitant nowadays, and they tend to be very indecisive. Bigatron, on the other hand, are very decisive, even with their extra maneuvers. If they're able to capitalize on that, that should be a W. Avoid forcing team fights in bad spots. Bigatron, sometimes they get the win, man, objectively too. They get the Lord, they get the Turtle, but then they end up just going for fights, overextending and then getting punished. Finally, experimentation, my bad, is over. It's over. Leg one is over. You must stop. Now, you must show that you are championship material. You are a champion.
All right, and let's see if, Van still has that magic within him, right? It's been a while since we've seen him. It's been a while since his debut, where he was able to get all those retributions down, even against the toughest of opponents, even against the Titans of MPL ID. I'm wondering if that magic can still be there for his team, especially now converting into a completely different team. As we take a look at the team head-to-head.
Here it is for our match of the day, Evos versus Bigatron. Everything in favor of Bigatron Alpha. And you can see in these picks, for some reason, teams have been letting go of the Ling a whole lot against Bigatron. And Super Ken has really been able to abuse that Ling, only losing to Fnatic Onyx because of the Fanny from Kyrie. And also because of Ken's extra movements on the Ling. But don't worry, easily adjusted mistakes, easily fixable mistakes First pick selection for the Red Robots. You can see that win rate also favoring them on blue side.
Very healthy 69% here on the blue side, and also 62% on red side.
Nice.
Very, very healthy percentages there, but on the other side, it seems like day and night here it's supposed to be, and EVO's Glory, very low. Both sides being under 40%.
That's so rough. That is so rough. And it makes sense, right? I mean, they're 1-7 at the moment. So it does look like they find a little bit more success on blue side.
Yeah, if you compare it to red, sure.
Yeah. I mean, the statistics reflect how many games that they've won. And considering they haven't won too much, then maybe that's the way to go. But it looks like, was that Bigatron with blue side or red side first?
Bigatron blue.
Bigatron blue, okay.
Bigatron blue, first pick. EVO's Glory have been able to utilize that blue side to actually get the Phobiuses. Just yesterday against Fnatic Arctic, always prioritizing the Phobius, even though, unfortunately for them, it did not result in a victory. Maybe against Bigatron, a team fight more inclined to go for these team fights. Maybe it'll work better.
So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafts for our final game, our final series of the day. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Jushin Ling banned out by Bigatron. We have the Valentina and the Chip banned out by EVOs. Valentina in the first phase. Not something that we see quite often. And Bigatron closes out with a Hylos banned.
So already covering up some of those keys to victory, right? Respect your opponents. EVO's Glory have been able to abuse the high loss. I don't know about the Ling just yet, but again, with Van stepping up, they are showing that they are going to respect that. That's going to be the Arlet ban coming through, and now there are two options for Bigatron. The Phobius, or you trust in Super Ken to go for that Fanny, because in the first leg, if you guys remember, game one was taken by EVOs because they let go of the Fanny, and then they played or drafted in a way where it basically countered the Fanny. So Bigatron, learning from that mistake, will go for Phobius instead.
Let's see, right? And it's a very intelligent pick here with the Phobius, because remember, Van is technically debuting this season. Will they pick up the Fanny? That is somehow a tricky hero, and there you go. They secure a Nolan early, as well as the Rizla. So it shows that EVOS, they have not prepared a game plan with the Fanny.
I don't think they're comfortable with it, right? We have seen Van on the Fanny, but it wasn't an exceptional performance. It wasn't a flashy performance. Still reliable, but maybe Van's not comfortable on it, right? Maybe Van's a little bit more comfortable on the Nolan, and that does make sense. They also top it up with a Terizla, very good laner in the EXP lane. However, Bigatron, they still have options here, right? The Edith is still left open. They can go for the Fanny now if they want to, and also the Ruby.
Yeah, the Ruby becomes a pretty solid choice, but because they already have a Phobius, they might actually not want to go for the Ruby. It becomes less of a flex, but still, if they actually still want to flex it over to the gold lane, it could work. They decide against it. They will go for the Roger, however, and that good old Zask for Moreno. So utilizing the Roger as flex into the second phase, as EVO's Glory will just go straight for the Faramis. The best pick into the Zask that we've seen in MPL.
Very good. Intelligent as well, because there's no Valentina, right? So the nether realm, yeah, it's all EVOS' side, and maybe that will supplement them into ring team fights. Remember, they have the Terizla that can open up with a huge AoE with that penalty zone. So that is one of the keys, perhaps, for EVO's Glory, and very fast bans here in the second phase. Seems like they know that let's ban the Edith out, considering on the hands, potentially on key, it will be a nuisance for the formation of EVO's Glory.
For sure, and EVOs now are giving us a really good composition in terms of team fights so far, right? They have the Faramis for a little bit more sustain in these team fights. They have the Terizla for the setup, and they also, looks like Bigatron want to go for the elimination from Jawhead. So Jawhead is also respected away.
Will definitely enhance the strength of that early game for EVO's Glory with the Nolan and Terizla already in their composition.
Yeah.
This is a good comp to actually go for neutral objective. So maybe that shows that Bigatron Alpha want to get a hold of the early game as well, right? I don't know if the final ban will be the Tigreal, knowing that now the Valentina has been already banned away. That would be a pretty good option if You want to leave the Tigreal open, but Evos, they will get rid of the Ruby. They know that this Ruby could still be utilized for the last two positions, Roam or Gold, right? With the Roger going jungle, that was a possibility before, and that was actually the pick that Fnatic Onyx went for to beat Evos in Game 2.
Very good pick, a very good pick indeed. And Bigatron, will they ban the Tigreal out? Considering that Dreams, he really likes the Tigreal this season, right? Especially against Fnatic Onyx. Yesterday, he rocked that Tigreal twice as well, and doesn't really come to fruition. So maybe Bigatron, they're saying, yeah, go ahead and pick the Tig. We're not afraid.
I mean, it's not just this season though for Dreams, right? It's been his signature pick for so long. But it looks like they're not going to respect that away. Actually, Bigatron go for the Harith takeaway instead. Really just respecting Natco and that possibility. So if Evos want, they can still go for that, right? Take it away from Bigatron, as technically Bigatron has yet to pick up a roamer as well.
Yeah. For Evos, it's a very honest draft so far, right? The first 3 picks, there are no flexes to be made. Bigatron, on the other hand, with just a Roger, Evos, they can pick up the Tigreal right here. That would be a pretty good option to go for. Or they could honestly just go for, oh, they go for the Lunox. Huh. For, Natco. Trying to win out on the lane. Just have a good weak side, I guess, right now. Oh, no way. It's a Masha that they're hovering over. I don't know if they're playing around here.
What? The Masha?
Wait. Ken?
No.
Let's see, Tig is...
The Tig makes
shadow
sense.
picked.
The Alucard, on the other hand. The Alucard, on the other hand.
Could be Alpha, no.
Okay.
Bane? We're playing a guessing game now.
We really are playing the guessing game.
So the Tigreal is going to be taken away from Evos. They didn't eliminate it, and I guess that's why they want to go for the takeaway, Bane as well as Tigreal. So when earlier we said that Evos has a really good teamfight composition, it looks like Bigatron, they're equipped against it, right? They have the Tigreal and they also have the Bane, just in case they need a little bit more disengage. So they don't get the Tigreal, but they get the Franco, which is still a signature hero for Dreams.
And we have seen the new tech on Dreams on the Franco. Remember, Winter Crown. So now there's an interaction where if you Bloody Hunt, you can Winter Crown, and the Bloody Hunt will still suppress your enemies. That has been one of the ways that they've tried to utilize this Franco. It was also up against Bigatron Alpha. Let's see if they can get it done right now, because counter index and lineup rating does favor Bigatron Alpha. With the Phoveus, Tigreal, and even the Bane here to disengage from a lot of the engage that Evo's Glory have. A lot of the pickoffs that they have could be cancelled out by that Bane. No Purifies on board for BTR.
Full confidence and full speed ahead, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the first game in this best-of-3 series. The Red Robots, the Terminators, head-to-head against the White Tigers. Evo's Glory. Let's see who picks up this first game in the series.
Land of Dawn, here we go, and let's see. You're right, and from the composition.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Man. The Franco, man, the Franco. It's always a hit or miss.
It really is. The gamble of a pick, Johnny. It's usually what you hear from the Roger, too. Aside from the reaction to the drafts here from Gani. 3 lethal ignitions, though, by the way, for the side of Evo's Glory, and 2 Purifies. Much more respect towards the CC of BTR, but really, the damage from Evos, they're trying to overwhelm BTR, mainly their frontliners, with this ridiculous burst damage. 3 lethal ignitions. I don't think we've ever seen that in Season 14 just yet, and we can see from the emblems, whoa, Agility and Wilderness Blessing, actually, for Clockhood on the Faramis. It is a focusing mark as well, and for the rest, it's pretty much standard. Master Assassin on the Roger, so Eman actually wants to win out of this lane solo.
I mean, you did mention that Evos want to take control over that early portion of the game, right? And so maybe they're utilizing the lethal ignition, the little bit of additional damage that they have from the start to be able to find that opening that they want. Especially with the Wilderness Blessings coming in as well from Faramis, right? He wants to be able to roam around a lot quicker, maybe help into those side lanes, because as you mentioned, right, Natco on the Lunox, weak side.
Definitely. But you can already see actually Evos play towards the gold lane instead of playing towards the bottom side of the map. But so this looked like maybe in the early game they might be looking to utilize Natco's level 1 to 3 spike. Bigatron on the other hand, playing with the other side of the map, mirroring Evos' movements.
For the most part, it does look like both of these teams are waiting in for that level 4 power spike, but it looks like EVOs are the ones to set up for this neutral objective first. Let's see how this goes down.
No, retribution for Van, quite comfortable as Fluffy was able to trigger that deadly catch as well from Super Ken. So that's already a huge green light for EVOs for taking that neutral objective.
There wasn't a counter play coming in from Bigatron either, right? It felt like they were very passive around that first turtle. They let that go. But you know what? We're not letting go of apparently Nevin's love for EVOs, right? 2-1 for EVOs, the only one who voted in for EVOs this time around, with all the rest of the casters going in for Bigatron Alpha. But circling back to that point, Super Ken letting go of that first turtle. Why?
Well, it definitely feels like, you know, for EVOs, they have their composition running, especially the roam, before level 4, no problem. Meanwhile, for the Tigreal, you really need to wait for level 4. And he wasn't level 4 just yet, doesn't have the implosion. Instead of forcing it, they just backed away. Even for setup, Fluffy definitely has the advantage over the Phoveus when it comes to pure setup for these team fights. Luke in the bottom lane might actually be picked off.
Penalty zone committed as well. Super Luke pops the vengeance now. The suppression though will not be able to be hindered or to deny, and that will be first blood for the White Tigers.
3 minutes in, that's when the first blood hits. Looks like in the top side, however.
Well calculated here by Natco, but damage here by Iman is actually quite great. That will force Natco to back away. 30 seconds to the second newt.
You can also see that it's another gank, this time up top.
Simon still has the flicker.
Okay, just baits out the flicker there. Key actually dodging from the hook. The crowd going crazy for that. But EVOs have been utilizing the agility in their composition really, really well. If you remember, 2 of them went for agility, and also there was a wilderness blessing for Clockun. So maneuverability advantage, but Bigatron, this time they have the implosion. They are in position for the turtle.
See, good. Sacred Hammer on towards Fluffy. Airborne, deadly catch, everything. NetherRealm will try to buy time for Fluffy to get out. Now the hook misses. Dominor's Ascent already committed as well. And that will zone the formation out. Turtle though still untouched here as the Bigatron, they finally look for the commitment, but the implosion does not hit anybody. Fluffy with a penalty zone on the other side will find 3, and that will be EVO's glory. Looking for the collapse though, they will have to pay the price as Fluffy and Natco will get out, as well as Clockun. Thankfully, he still has the passive.
This is a 3-4-2 trade at the moment, but it looks like still Bigatron, they're not gonna overcommit here. They don't want to overextend here. EVO's Legends, despite them having that man advantage, also go for the reset. So there's respect all over, and that neutral objective does get reset.
Yeah, a big whiff from Key there on the Tigreal. Trying to go for the implosion on Natco, but luckily Natco was able to get out with the brilliance. But Bigatron now part 2 on the second turtle.
Let's see here, Dreams. This is the hook. The Sacred Hammer seems like the resets will happen. Super Luke distracting Clockun. Half HP here. Pops the heal, but now they will commit on towards the Lord. The deadly catch is still available. Good stun there on towards Fluffy. It's going to be Super Ken finding the retribution, and Fluffy slide. It's going to be NetherRealm pop with the implosion actually locks Van down, and that will be Clockun going down as well. Amon joins in, looking for Natco, but now with the Order of Brilliance, looking for space. Dreams and Natco, they're the ones left standing.
Ooh, that's a big win for Bigatron, right? They only lost Super Luke there in that exchange, and they were able to get the neutral objective take as well. I think this Bane pick for Super Ken was brilliant at the end of their drafting phase. The fact that they understood that Van usually has an advantage in the neutral objectives, with the deadly catch coming from Super Ken, it really rendered that useless. It really rendered that power useless.
Not just that, but also it actually acts as a proper disengage tool up against Fluffy on the Terizla. He wasn't able to get the full initiation because the deadly catch actually knocked him back a bit. And you can see from the items now, Bigatron Alpha getting those item power spikes down. There was a Wind Talker all the way to the Endless Battle, very close to it. Eman, meanwhile, Glowing Wand Rush coming down. Whoa, a dive from Luke down below, putting the pressure on Van. He might be able to do it.
Let's see here without the minions though. It's a full disengage, but the hook and the hunt actually connects on towards Super Ken! Key finds a flicker implosion to blind cover, but Natco finds the angle to take the chart down. Now it's going to be Natco in the middle of the fight, but able to get out with Order of Brilliance.
Yeah, I don't think that's how they expected things to unfold, especially for Evo's Glory. It was already a really great pick in by Dreams, but the counter setup coming in from Key was brilliant. That implosion saved Super Ken for just a bit. Until, of course, you know, Natco came in and said, like, nah, okay, let's take you down.
Nah, I'd Natco, is what he said, right? But luckily for Super Ken, he's still ahead of Van on the Nolan. He's still one level ahead. But yeah, we were talking about how Evo's Glory could really punish these extra movements from Bigatron, unnecessary movements aggressively. And so far, Bigatron have actually lost Super Ken twice due to that. He getting a good position.
Good Sacred Hammer on towards Fluffy. Clockun, another angle here. Wasn't able to find the pull, but Super Ken will be able to find the neutral objective. And Super Luke, man, Infernal Pursuit on towards Van. Such a nuisance.
That's what you expect from the Phoveus. You just have to be a distraction, technically. And it's a distraction that's very annoying. It's a good distraction because you cannot ignore the Phoveus, right? You try to ignore the Phoveus and he does a ton of damage. Good job for Evos in the bottom lane, but now it's a conceal from Bigatron and Natco is compromised that position. Luckily he has Dreams who was waiting in that bush as well, giving him info to run away.
Okay. The hook misses here from Dreams. Key nearly gets taken out, but Fluffy knows that he's there.
Good face check there by the Evos' members, but the bottom side, Natco doesn't want to show, of course. Quite vulnerable there. Let's see here. It's going to be Bigatron Alpha trying to find that structure. Natco looking for the clear, does not get it, and structure will be the main focus, and that will be Bigatron claiming that turret bottom side.
No fight from Evo's Glory to protect that. Wait a second, Natco.
Order of Brilliance still active in top lane. Nolan is pushing, so this might be good for Evo's Glory.
Yeah, they'll be able to find a tier 2 off of that. I don't think...
hook on towards Kate and the hunt as well. Oh my goodness, another round to buy time, but Dreams will fall surely. Even with the flicker, Amon pounce on towards the Franco. Now Fluffy sandbagging. Will he be able to get out? Flicker thankfully is active, and that will be him getting out.
Well played to Bigatron Alpha. They answered the proactive maneuvers by Evo's Glory by looking for a fight on the bottom lane. Van was matched up by Super Ken, and you can see it's a give and take for Van. He got a tier 2, which is pretty good, but he lost out on his entire jungle, and he's about to lose out on another big camp. No orange buff stolen by Super Ken. He might not get the purple buff either. Fluffy.
Oh, penalty zone on towards Amon, but the damage will not be enough. It will be actually Fluffy melted down, and that's what happens when you put sharks in Evos' side, you know, Tiger's side. Super Luke will be suppressed and will be taken down.
Okay, a 1-for-1 trade there. It looks like Super Luke finally gets taken down. But Fluffy, that penalty zone coming through, was that worth it? But it is worth it for Razor Boy.
This guy was here last week.
He was. Hey, shout out to my boy, Razor Boy. It's been a long time, man. We miss you on stage here in MPL, but it's okay. You can see that he is streaming. Go check him out.
Can do, can do.
There,
We're back
you
into
go.
this. Coba black dede aku pasti isinya ada logo
Let's
Bigatron.
go! Yes, sir!
If you
yes,
slice
sir.
my chest.
There you go.
Oh man. The translation was, if you slice my chest open, you will find the Bigatron logo. And as he lifts his shirt up, it's what?
That's a flicker front on towards Moreno. Good lockdown, but the nether round will try to buy time. Can the deadly catch find one? Dreams top key will fall. Lockun very low. Super Ken with the retribution finds Clockun. And yeah, that will be the passive trigger, but Natco stuck as well as Fluffy, who will be liking pounds as Amon. Will find the double.
Man, he went in for Sky Piercer's second item, and we see why. 5-0-2 now, ladies and gentlemen. Iman once again going to be able to carry through in that mid portion, being just a massive problem for everyone he goes up against.
Luke, Super Luke. Oh my goodness, he's super. He finds Glocken again. And that will be Super Luke surviving and thriving the 2v1.
Gee, Bigatron Alpha, what happened, man? Who hurt you? What happened in the mid game? All of a sudden, just going for skirmishes, and they ultimately just win out. Really good play by Evos, I gotta say, man. Utilizing the nether realms to actually get a pick off on Moreno. Dream just with a flicker forward, and then the suppression. Moreno got taken down before he knew he was taken down. But the retaliation from Key, this is why he's called El Momento. He knows exactly when to go for those moments. He got a 4-man, I believe, implosion. Again, luckily for Evos, they had another Rumble. Key, look at this bush. This is the bush. That is a very, very yeah, he walks up, shoves Fluffy.
Sacred Hammer with the help of the implosion. That's a key to success for Bigatron. Super Cannon Amon will share that kill, and that will get structure. That will be locked on very low, and that will be the base turret now, being their main focus, taken down. Let's see here, 2 minutes. Will Evos Glory survive? Natko, Glockman, and Van will try to defend this Lord. Bigatron conceal with 5. Standing! Oh my goodness! It is all over. Game 1 falls to the hands of the red robots.
As the bionic sharks crash onto the turret, ladies and gentlemen, it was like there was a switch and somebody pressed on suddenly for Bigatron, right?
To win.
What in the world was that performance? Was that 12 minutes?
12 minutes.
12 minutes against Evos Glory.
El Momento.
El Momento.
And Super Luke.
And it's interesting, right? Because people would usually say like implosion to frontliners, not the best way to start things off, but the damage that was already brought in with the items that were already stacking in for Bigatron, frontliners, it felt like they were the squishies, man. They instantly disappeared, and that was the start to the end of Evos.
And really, I think for Bigatron Alpha, the reason they still, it doesn't matter who they go for, is the fact that they have so many layers of damage, right? And as long as you are able to bait out the nether realms, AoE damage will connect, whether it comes from Iman, Super Ken, or even Key with the implosion. And in the end, it did come from Key. Getting a 2-man implosion, forcing the nether realm, and then all of them just losing out on the nether realm HP, giving Luke so much more free reign. We get to see that once again. Key, look at this. The only reason he is comfortable going for this is because he knows the nether realm will come through, and once the nether realm comes through, it is over. That is literally the only thing keeping Evos alive. So once they get that done, they can do whatever they want. You can see here as well. Look at how they dive. They don't care. Luke just fed them to the sharks. Luke literally went back, pushed them, shoved them, said, hey, ever watch that movie Jaws?
Last time I recall, white tigers, they cannot swim.
That is true.
They can. They can
Wait,
swim.
really? Deep blue sea?
Well, I've never seen it, but they can swim. They like water.
With waves?
Maybe not waves, and maybe not with like sharks in it.
Exactly.
You know?
And those are bionic sharks. Those are mecha sharks.
Mecha sharks.
With the skin, those are... I don't know. That's like the sound of the robot. You can see a fan earlier. He did the Moreno. You know the Moreno?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got that.
We got this. And also that.
No, you have to...
Okay.
The Moreno does it in a way where it's like kind of annoying, you know? You have to make the face. There you go.
For some reason, that reminds me of Leo.
Leo?
Yeah, I don't know why. It's like a Leo vibe.
Same energy.
Right?
Moreno probably says grr whenever the Roger goes into.
Shout out.
Whenever Matilda is online.
Mr.
Matilda
Dan.
Airlines.
Mr. Dan.
But there it is. Zoning out from Super Luke was the one that led Bigatron to victory in game numero uno. Wow.
Told you to predict XP.
That's true. That's true. You want to give them context? They don't know what you're talking about.
So, in the morning, when we were all predicting, she asked me, who should I put for the role of my prediction, for MVP prediction? And I said, Super Luke, bro. And she thought I was trolling, and I'm like, Super Luke, bro.
Super Luke, bro, it is. I think. Should be. We'll see, I guess. But here's a little bit of a snippet as to what we saw earlier from game number 1.
Really good usage of the Demonic Force procs, right, to get the Infernal Pursuits. Also, for Luke, he's very notorious for getting these big moment heroes like the Ruby, the Arlet as well. You can even say the X-Borg comes into the play, these playmaking heroes, right? So when you see him on a carry, you're like, wait, does he do good on the carries? But we've seen in MPL Indonesia Season 13 even, when he gets the Masha, when he gets the X-Borg, he does really, really well. And I think this is the best of both worlds. You're a playmaker that can deal damage, and you're almost unkillable with the Vengeance. He has a way of landing that second skill on Phoveus. The art of Phoveus now is how many members can you catch with that second skill, because if you can get many members, then the resets just come. You spam that ultimate. It is so nice to see, and it is a very satisfying game for Super Luke on this Phoveus. He was able to find many members on the resets constantly. 2, 3, 15. The damage taken is 100% team fight participation, a signature Luke performance. He doesn't care about his own lane. He cares about his team's success. That's why he stayed and he sacrificed, what, 2 whole waves in the bottom lane for that second turtle, if you guys saw earlier. Good build. This is standard build, though. Thunderbelt, Athena Shield, and the QW. That is the Queen's Wings.
Q-dub, indeed, for the dub.
Q-dub for the dub.
Exactly, and a special shout out as well for Key, man. Finding the right timing for that implosions, finding the right play to try to provide security for Ken as well. Earlier, unlucky, Natco was around, but yeah, I mean, special shout out for the XP and the roam, which allows the other members of Bigatron to really roam around the map. Let's see the highlights though.
Let's take a look at it again. Early on, they were actually able to pick Luke off, and then around the second turtle, this is it. Just take a look at Bigatron, right? And Luke especially. This is the whip. Okay, so this was the turtle fight, second turtle fight where they... I keep on getting distracted by these plays, but Luke there, he got 3 members with the Demonic Force proc, so he was able to jump around. He kind of saved this fight. If it wasn't for Luke, that would have been a pretty bad fight for Bigatron Alpha. And in the end, he did not reposition. He didn't go back to the lane. He just stayed there. He lost so many waves, but he knows that, hey, this hero is built to fight, not to lane. I might as well just stay here and die before I go back to my lane. And that was ultimately what gave Bigatron Alpha such an advantage. And then obviously, all the time, Luke was just able to find a lot of these moments. Shout out to Key for that massive 3-man. Or actually 4. That was 4 members that got caught there. And then just Luke jumping back and forth, setting up for Emma on gear 2 as he continues forward. Really well played, man, for Bigatron Alpha. This composition just wants to fight, and for Evo's Glory, I think I get it in a way. Their composition is also built to fight, but unfortunately the power spikes hit a bit differently. Bigatron hits their power spike much earlier in the mid game. Meanwhile, for Evo's Glory, they're still gonna have to wait for Natco to scale, right? Van was also behind, so his power spike didn't hit up until Bigatron already got like 4 items, and by that point, Bigatron have already technically outscaled the power spike of Van. In the end, it really did not work out for Evo's Glory and their composition. I am not a fan of that Lunox pick. They tried this against Onyx too, by the way, Fnatic Onyx. They picked up the Lunox, tried to predict the Harith. This time they picked the Lunox just to put him into a weak side that won't lose. But in the end, not losing lane isn't enough to get them a win.
12 minutes and 58 seconds, again, was all it took for Bigatron Alpha to clean, what is it called? Clean room, clean...
Sweep? No.
Not clean sweep. Clean house. That's the word. Clean house, yo.
Clean house, man.
Clean house.
Yeah, again, right, when it came down to the drafting phase, I think, again, it was brilliant. That Bane pick was beautiful, right? Because essentially, Evo's Glory, they really wanted to go for team fight. So let's say that Evo's Glory go in for Fluffy with a penalty zone, or even they look for a pick with Franco. The fact that you have such beautiful disengage coming in from the Bane was just a cherry on top. So every time Evo's Glory wanted to make a proactive play, it was very difficult. And let's say Faramis, right? Let's say Clocken wanted to open up his ult, right? Let's say he wanted to open up the Netherrealm with everyone clumping up, that the Deadly Catch just has a lot more value on top of everything else going on in these team fights. So it was a little bit more difficult for Evo's Glory. It was not as clear-cut as Bigatron Alpha in terms of execution in the later portions of the game, when both of these teams are going to be fighting over the objectives.
And Bane is just really good up against clumped-up compositions,
exactly.
Right? When you use the Crab Claw Cannon, the bounce itself does like an insane amount of damage. So Evo's Glory, when they're forced to clump up because of the Netherrealm, it only gives Bigatron Alpha more value. It's already a Phoveus and a Zas to begin with. The fact that they ended the draft with the Bane and the Tigreal, it just... they double down. They double down on the fact that the AoE damage is going to be crazy, the AoE CC is going to be crazy, and obviously they already have an assassin. That's not really an assassin. He's a marksman slash fighter, and he bought Sky Piercer, so we can technically call him an assassin. It's the Red Raider, Mr. Eman.
I like how when Goni was doing his play-by-play, I think you kind of stumbled on Superman. Is that what you did? It was like Superman. Superman. I mean, you could call him Superman.
Superkin? Or Eman?
I mean...
Super Eman.
Yeah.
It's like Big E-Tron could be Big Tron, but they added an E. So Superman with an E is Super E-Man.
There you go. That's vocabulary.
Match made in heaven.
Bigatron. Big
It's like he was born to be in Bigatron.
Eman.
And you realize, Miracle, why you first fell in love
No,
with
he's
Bigatron?
Miracle, not realize.
Okay. Do you realize, Miracle, that why you love Bigatron?
Why?
One of the factors.
One of the factors?
Mr. Age.
Exactly. The mad scientist.
Oh.
Was Glory struggling against your team.
Yeah.
Sad.
It's pretty sad. I mean, when he left, I was already pretty sad. And then Brands and Dreams left too. Same team. But it is okay. I support them even though they're in different teams.
So let's see what Bude Clara Mongstar is doing over on the stage before we get into game number 2.
Dos.
Alpha. Namun sebaliknya, hasil yang tidak baik didapatkan di game pertama oleh EVOS Glory. Perjalanan EVOS terlihat begitu tertatih-tatih dan mereka benar-benar sulit di season 14. Banyak sekali kata-kata yang mungkin terucap, banyak sekali hal-hal yang tak disangka terjadi di EVOS Glory. Dan kita melihat bahwa posisi mereka berada di dasar klasemen membuat banyak sekali pertanyaan. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Glory? Satu tim yang punya nama besar, namun kita melihat bahwa hasil di season 14 bukan hasil yang baik. Hasil yang tidak diharapkan dan tak diinginkan oleh semua super fans, oleh semua dari EVOS fans. Namun walaupun kita melihat hasil yang benar-benar bisa dibilang terpuruk oleh EVOS Glory dan pembukaan game pun, kita melihat adanya game yang begitu sulit, namun kita bisa mendengar bahwa dukungan dari EVOS fans tak henti-hentinya dikumandangkan. EVOS fans tak lelah-lelah hadir untuk mendukung EVOS Glory di MPL Arena. Dan Bude yakin yang ada di seluruh kota, yang ada dimanapun lagi berkumpul dan menginginkan hal yang baik. Dan di sini Bude ingin langsung berbincang-bincang dengan support system sejati EVOS fans yang tak kenal lelah. Inilah dia, mari kita sambut bersama. Bude akan mengobrol bersama dengan dua EVOS fans, tidak lain tidak bukan Emak dan juga Dandi. Waduh, vibes Emak dan juga Dandi, season 14 bukan season yang mudah. Dandi, bersama dengan EVOS fans kalian gak lelah-lelahnya mendukung. Namun bagaimana sih kau melihat season 14 ini?
Ya, aku jujur aja Bude, kecewa.
Kecewa?
Ya,
dengan hasilnya?
Ya, kita dibantai habis-habisan. Ya, baru menang sekali doang. Ya, lagi-lagi pokoknya kita kalah. Ya, kalah terus.
Kalah terus di leg pertama. Kecewa, kekecewaan. Kalau Emak yang selalu rajin nonton ke sini, yang datang dari jauh-jauh, gimana melihat EVOS Mak season 14?
Sebenarnya saya tidak tahu harus ngomong apa. Saya kecewa dan saya sangat sedih melihat EVOS begini. Kenapa harus seperti ini? Tapi saya tetap bangga dengan mereka. Tetap bangga, mereka selalu semangat. Selalu kuat walaupun omongan orang begini, EVOS begini. Tapi itu tidak membuat kami gentar. Kami akan tetap dukung EVOS sampai kapanpun. EVOS tetap di hati saya. Saya sebagai emak, bagaimana saya merasakan anak-anak saya dihujat, dihina, segala macam bahasa. Tapi saya tetap meyakinkan EVOS itu akan bangkit kembali. Saya yakin mereka akan berjuang. Tidak ada hal yang tidak mungkin bagi Tuhan. Amin.
Amin. Semua orang, semua superfans langsung berteriak amin karena itu yang diharapkan. Namun kekecewaan emak yang terus bergulir kali ini, bagaimana bisa terus mendukung di balik kekecewaan emak dan juga mungkin banyak sekali dari EVOS Fans yang merasakan seperti itu dan tetap solid.
Apapun kata mereka semuanya, saya tetap dukung EVOS. EVOS itu satu hati, satu perjuangan dan satu keluarga. Walaupun banyak cobaan, walaupun banyak rintangan, doaku hanya satu, EVOS selalu terdepan. Amin, amin, amin.
Amin. Tentu harapan banyak sekali bergulir dari seluruh EVOS fans dengan melihat keadaan yang mungkin gak disangka. Season lalu sempat bounce back, namun bukan hanya season lalu, EVOS juga menggebrak dunia dengan satu hal yang akan kita lihat bersama. Kalau membahas tentang EVOS, pasti akan ada hal ini dan mungkin kita akan melihat bahwa the first and only M-Series Champions, EVOS, harapan masih ada untuk EVOS Glory. Satu-satunya tim yang memiliki M-Series Dandi, EVOS.
Ya, aku tahu EVOS punya masa lalu di M1. Tapi itu ya masa lalu. Sekarang ada M6 di depan mata. Ya itu masa depan kita. Tapi apa EVOS bisa mengembalikan kejayaan ini di M6 nanti? Sebenarnya aku sebagai fans EVOS resah, bingung. Ya mereka kapan gitu performanya balik lagi seperti masa lalu. Ya meskipun kita harus membahas masa depan, semoga air mata EVOS fans bisa menjadi cambuk untuk EVOS bangkit lagi.
Amin.
Amin. Harapan-harapan tentunya dengan histori seperti ini menjadi benchmark tentunya. Melihat masa lalu yang begitu indah untuk EVOS. Namun dari hari ini pun kita melihat sepertinya EVOS. Seperti apa masa depan EVOS, Mak? Masa lalu, masa kini, masa depan buat EVOS, Mak?
Kalau saya tetap yakin dan percaya mereka akan berlatih lebih giat, mereka akan berjuang dan tetap membanggakan EVOS apapun dan dimanapun. Setiap hari, setiap waktu, mari kita sama-sama doakan EVOS biar mereka semangat, mereka dapat berjuang dengan sekuat tenaga. Apapun itu, mari kita dukung EVOS dimanapun dan kapanpun, sampai kapanpun.
Amin.
Dan itulah dia dukungan terus mengalir tentunya, Mak. Gak hanya di MPL Arena, namun Bude yakin di semua tempat, di seluruh tempat. Karena nama EVOS bukan nama yang tiba-tiba muncul. Mereka pernah membawa nama Indonesia ke kancah internasional. Dan kali ini pun harapan masih akan ada. Dan mari kita lihat, akankah ada harapan di match kali ini? Jadi kita langsung lanjutkan untuk pembukaan leg yang kedua antara EVOS Glory dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Silahkan caster.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Mongstar, for that interview. And I mean, we feel for them, right? We feel for the EVOS fans in the... Why are you laughing?
No.
Why are you laughing? Okay.
I was trying to stay in character.
No, it's like... Okay, so I know Gani very well.
I'm sorry.
His defense mechanism when he's feeling sad, he like laughs.
Yeah.
Because he's not comfortable with his emotions.
Caught off guard, man. What?
Yeah. For those of you, if you're wondering why he laughed, it's that. It's it's a defense mechanism that he usually undergoes. But back to that, right? It looked like the players in the player room were also witnessing what happened in that interview. And hopefully that's enough, to bring them back, to move them forward in the mentality game.
And I've experienced this as well, like after Bigachon got knocked out of the playoffs this last season, and a few times where they barely made it to playoffs, and then they got knocked out, I can feel, as a fan, as a super fan myself, it does get very sad. Arashi cried. Remember, when RRQ almost didn't make it to playoffs.
You know what? That cannot make you, lift your hearts up. Download the GoPay app.
Yeah, you should. You should download the GoPay app.
Yeah.
Why, ladies and gentlemen? Why can it lift your spirits up? Because with GoPay, you guys can actually vote for the winner of each MPL Season 14 match, and you guys get a guaranteed amount of GoPay coins on your first vote. So even if you vote wrong, you still get GoPay coins. Yep. And 1 token with every vote. Now, these tokens you guys can actually exchange for skins, more GoPay coins, gaming smartphones, and even you guys can get some e-bikes, electronic motorcycles.
Electric motorcycles?
Yeah, I love it. It's so meta right now.
But can I get quota? Do I get a bonus of like cashbacks or?
No.
Okay.
Just kidding! Because you guys can actually buy the latest skins to look cooler while playing, top up your diamonds, and you can pay with the GoPay app and get up to 20,000 GoPay coins worth of cashback.
Yeah,
so imagine that.
20,000.
So much value.
20K.
20K.
That's a lot, man.
Whenever I look at Johnny, I just laugh.
I did not do anything, man. I swear. But also, to add on to that, you can also, with the GoPay app, you can buy phone credits at the lowest prices. Make 100 transfers per month to anywhere without any extra fees as well.
Whew.
That's a bargain.
That is. And, ladies and gentlemen, there's just so many things that you can do with GoPay, right? I honestly, I pay my bills there. All my bills.
What if you, buy something, right, in a restaurant? How do you split your bill?
Like what we did before.
Oh, with GoPay?
Yeah, you can actually split bills with the GoPay app. So you guys can check that out, It's just super amazing.
There's a bonus.
What bonus? There's more bonuses?
Yeah, there's more. Especially if you actually are a fan of MPL and you actually want to join us here in MPL Arena, because to all the friends attending MPL Arena, you can join the activity to play Brawl Match with pro players. It's super, super easy. Just download and register on the GoPay app on your phone and then head straight to the GoPay booth at the MPL Arena to participate in the lucky draw for a chance to win a golden ticket to play a Brawl Match with a pro player, active pro players. But unfortunately, it's not going to be an every week thing. It's only going to be every odd week. So week 5, 7, 9. Those are the 3 more times that we will be doing it.
So this week and 2 more weeks. So you guys have time to prepare.
Exactly.
Register. Just download GoPay app, all right?
What happens if you win the brawl?
Then you can say that you won a brawl against a pro player.
Screenshot
bragging
the results.
rights.
It's bragging rights.
That is screenshot the results. Say, hey, I got MVP over, say, Arashi. Show off to your friends.
That makes sense. I think bragging rights is enough.
No, it's not.
Why?
They can also get free GoPay coins as long as they watch and tune in and later on redeem the code that they see on screen.
Oh, how do you do that?
Bagi GoPay. All right, check it out.
Okay. Well, there you go. So don't forget to download the GoPay app right now, because you guys can just get so much things. You guys can enter so many activities. Just, just do it. Just do it.
Make your dreams come true.
And let's hope, Evos.
Exactly.
Do it too.
They already have dreams in their team. They just need to achieve their dream now.
You're right. Let's see. I mean, dreams, all smiles, man. He's relaxed. And okay, waiting to instruct his soldiers. Let's see, will Van be able to be the man in this second game and equalize the series?
I want to know who changes and which side they go.
Ah.
Like who's on blue side, who's on red side.
Yeah.
Not really sure if that's the reaction I would go for, whatever Gani just did earlier on.
What did he do?
Yeah, boo, something like that.
Ooh,
yeah, that.
I don't know, man. Gani, he's an odd fella.
Yeah.
Sometimes he
It's
does
okay.
the grr, sometimes he groans, sometimes he even moans, depending on the play, right? Shout outs to Gideon out there. Definitely the real inspiration for that moan. But, man, yeah, I think Evil's Glory should take the first pick away from Bigatron Alpha. Evil's Glory have had more success on blue side, too. It's not like a staggering amount of success anyways. It's 30%, but still, a win is a win. You should be able to utilize that. So, we'll see. Evos, taking the first pick would allow them to actually get something like a Phoveus. And we saw just how oppressive the Phoveus was. We saw just how prio and why it was so prio. So, yesterday, when a lot of fans at home were complaining about Evo's Glory's draft about the Phoveus, they were saying, the Phoveus isn't that prio. Why are Evos just prioritizing it that much? Well, today, we've actually seen all the Phoveuses get dubs, or even if they don't get dubs, they have such a massive impact on the team.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, seeing... I think Bigatron, they're a different breed already, right?
Yep.
I can smell from the
I agree.
first game. Very just sharp.
Clinical.
A lot of aspects, a lot of, I mean, 3 lanes, and take a look at the win rate. It will increase their numbers as well, right? That win rate, it was both at 69%. Well, first pick was 69 with that win earlier.
2%.
Increased now, 71.
Yeah, 2%. And looks like they've actually opted to stay on the same side, so we're not going to see Evos on blue side.
It's the loser's pick, I think, after that. So it's
yeah,
Evos.
so Evos, exactly.
Decided to stay on red side to give Bigatron that first pick, and we know exactly what Bigatron have been able to utilize the first pick for, right? They ban out the Chusin Ling Hylos game 1. Evo's Glory, let's take a look at what they can adjust. Chip, no adjustment there. You have to ban out the chip. Valentina and Arlet, however, I think can be the adjustment, right? Maybe just ban out the Phoveus. If you're not going to ban out, it's tough though, because even for Bigatron Alpha, they were really just reacting to Evo's Glory's bans, right? They ban out the Chusin first, that's template. They see the chip ban, and then they continue with the Ling ban. After that, they see the Valentina ban, then they ban out the Hylos. So, if Evos ban out the Phoveus, Bigatron might not ban out the Hylos. They might just let it go. And then, it will be Evos forced to ban the Hylos last. If they do that, then they leave the Valentina open, the Arlet open, in both those picks. The Valentina, number 1, is a way for Bigatron Alpha, if they first pick it, to deny a lot of those big engagement heroes that Dreams likes to use. Arlet, on the other hand, is an immense pick for Bigatron Alpha. Really good flex potential, but it seems there's not going to be a change for the Valentina. That's why they got to ban it away. And it is the Faramis.
That's a change.
They want to get Zask.
That's a change. They might want to get their hands on Zask, you're right, with the Phoveus being first picked in here for Bigatron. But I know the Fanny was left untouched in that first game, but let's not shy away from the possibility that the Fanny can be picked up here in the second game by Bigatron. And it looks like they are taking their dear time here. Phoveus is going to be their pick. So Faramis is your prediction?
Zask.
Oh, Zask, you're right, yes.
I mean, seeing the trend, I think they want to go Zask, and with the Roger, right? It's somehow they will trade. They will steal the Roger from Bigatron's hands here. So that is already an adjustment. And Bigatron, they should have a scenario where they do not have the Roger and the Zasker. Perhaps the Edith comes to mind, and also maybe the early Rome pick?
Yeah, that could work. They honestly can just, fill it in later on. I think for Moreno, they should probably get a mid lane here, right? Because then, if not, there's only 3 mage bans if you count the Juicin. What will be a mage here? I would say Aurora or Vexana would probably be the choice to go for, but they actually just go for the Ruby instead, trying to flex it over. But I honestly feel like at this point, it can't really be flexed. Ruby will go roam, it seems, here. Usually when you want to flex the Ruby into gold, it'll probably be with a Roger. No Roger here, so very honest picks for Bigatron Alpha. For Evos, it is still a lot of flexibility, and they get the Tigreal. So far, so good for Evos Glory.
Yep, the Tigreal does get picked up here. Really good setup hero that Dreams was lacking in the first game. He was forced on the Franco. didn't really find as much value on the Franco, but I do believe with Dreams being back on his signature pick, he can find the momentum that he lacked in that first game. So coming into the second phase, what are we looking at banned out here from Bigatron first?
Aurora and
Later
Vexana.
on, okay, so yeah. So if they go Aurora Vexana, what is Moreno going to be picking up? Lilia?
Yeah.
Trust.
Probably Lilia.
Online.
Unless they want to take the Lunox plus the Harith. Put Moreno on the Lunox, get the Harith, and then give, you know, the other side, which is the Phobius and a Nolan, the physical damage capabilities.
Speaking about Nolan, it does look like Focus is also having an amazing time in MPL KH as well. So it's a multi-region thing, the Phobius coming back into the meta. So it's not just here at MPL ID, but all the other regions are also experiencing the same success. So with the Phobius, the Luo Yi is actually the choice here. So the Vexana is still left up for grabs for Moreno to pick up. Technically, yeah. And Lilia. So those are the two options that they can go for, depending on the game plan. If they want a little bit more prowess in the early games, they want a little bit more prio in the early game to clear a lot quicker, to rotate a lot faster, maybe the Lilia would be the choice. If they want to have a little bit more, you know, say in the team fights, I would say go for the Vexana.
Honestly, another option for Moreno. It's more of a different approach. Angela is still available as well, and maybe we saw it today as a mid lane. We haven't seen Moreno on an Angela this season at all, but we have seen it on the previous seasons. It's good against Tigreal, very good. And with the Tigreal pick as well, I think this Ruby should go to the roam position.
Yep.
It just makes sense, right? The Terizla will come through. So adding more body here, adding more, sustain in their lineup, perhaps that is going to be the answer here. Very close range heroes though, from the side of Evil's Glory.
What about Lunox?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they technically can go for Lunox Harith. We've seen Moreno on the Lunox. They get rid of a counter pick in the gold lane, and then they also pick up a Harith that does pretty well with this kind of composition with the Nolan as well. But that definitely is an answer, right? But what else can they go for is my question. We're banking on the Lunox and Harith, up against the Zask. The Vexana is pretty good in lane, but against the Terizla and the Tigreal, those are two beefy boys. That burst might be halted a bit. In the gold lane, you might need someone. Oh, they do. Okay, as predicted, Harith and Lunox.
It's a lot of magic damage. Is that okay?
Yeah, they have a lot of magic damage, but they already have a lot of physical as well, right? The Nolan and the Phobius both physical damage now. So I think it balances out quite well. Moreno should be the one on the Lunox.
Okay. So last pick coming in from Evos.
A hero potentially here for that roam, right? Not potentially, surely.
It's either
no.
gold lane
Tigreal,
or jungle.
Time is a river.
It's gonna be the Natan, confirmed. Roger jungle. We got 3 matches today, and we saw all of the matches Natan was picked up.
Why is Natan finding so much success? Isn't it a conditional hero?
It is, but with so much early game pressure being in the game, technically the Natan actually does find a little bit of value because you already have the Zask, Roger, Tigreal, and Terizla, right? Amazing picks for the early to mid. You also have the backup in the Natan. Usually we see teams just go for a full early game comp and it becomes a gamble. They either snowball or they lose out. With a Natan, they either snowball or they play for Natan. So it adds a layer of safety.
A guarantee.
Yeah, a layer of guarantee. But again, it isn't that safe either. You can still get bullied in the goal lane. And if you do get shut down early, that's a tough gamble to play.
1-7 right now, ladies and gentlemen. Evos are caught between a hard rock and a hard place. Can they take this game and force the game in number 3 from Bigatron, the Terminators? Or will it just go in favor of Bigatron once again? Let's see what happens. Let's see how this unravels as we enter the Land of Dawn for game number 2.
Small check here, of course, a lot of flickers on the red side. So Evil's Glory, they do not care about the corral controls. They just want to either engage with those flickers or disengage with those flickers.
It's all about the mobility for Evos. It has been about the mobility for the longest time now, even in game number 1. Remember, the agility and the Wilderness Blessing, good shove.
on towards Key, and that will be Key actually forced to use that flicker early. Evo's Glory, well done. Okay, lethal battle. Seems like Supercan will calmly take that lethal with the retribution.
Okay, so they do have to step back a little bit. It looks like Evos are holding a little bit more control when it comes down to even the jungle, right? It looks like they're trying to give Supercan a little bit of a hard time, try and hinder the rotations that he could possibly have. We'll see if it works in the longer scheme of things, because both of these junglers are still at level 4. Now looking at the emos, wait a second though, Key and Van actually going at it.
Yeah, Van committed the retribution now, Natko flickering towards Key, and that will be first blood for the White Tigers. They're at robots, they're in shock.
Yeah, no flicker on Key earlier, it was burnt out, so definitely overextending for Key there. He definitely needs to put in a bit more respect towards Evo's Glory. As you can see, Luke is doing a very good job at zoning Fluffy away. Supercan will do the same to make him lose that cannon minion. Well played.
Wow.
Nice.
In neutral objective take, it will be Super Luke taking the level 4 first. And in the turtle area, it will be Dreams trying to find the right engage. Moreno, oh, good stun, good don't run, Wolf King. Van is stuck, good stun by Super Luke, and that will be Van. Very, very low and taken down. It's gonna be Fluffy with the Infernal Pursuit now, looking to sustain as well. But Super Luke with the Infernal Pursuit finds the double. And that will be Bigatron finding the early lead. Dominator's Ascent here, just ignored by Super Luke.
MVP from game number 1, and that, oh, wait a second.
Good stun, good eye offended though. A better one by Key. Now the Infernal Pursuit again popped. But Evo's Glory, they do not want business, surely. Klokun with the flicker, but Super Luke again being the constant nuisance. Finally Dreams who gets the shutdown.
That was so long drawn. Back to the point, right? MVP from game number 1. And that performance is translated to game number 2. I think that extended a little bit too long, however. And that was a shutdown actually given over to Evos from Super Luke, with him going in very aggressively under turret.
It would be a bad move, yes, but the thing is, Dreams got the bounty. That is the worst possible member to give the bounty to, so it ends up being pretty worth it. You shut Klokun down. Moreno, who should be behind in levels in this matchup against Azaz, now is level 5 to level 4 of Klokun. He got shut down earlier, and that long drawn-out fight gave Moreno so many more waves in the mid lane to catch. So it ends up being super value.
Oh, good. That's the thing with Ruby, right? You cannot break your tempo with the Don't Run Wolf King Tigreal. A little bit tough here to find a perfect engage with Supercan already triggering that Dominator's Descent.
Yeah, and if anyone can ruin tempo, it's the momentum creator Key himself, right? So Evos, they also need to respect that possibility coming in from Key. Oh, wait a second, Dreams again!
Implosion, well, Calm, Purify. Now they want to fight Dreams, taking a lot of damage, taken down by more, and no. And that is just Super Luke disrespecting Klokun. Let's see here, second neutral. Bigatron, they're not in no rush.
It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Dream still is able to find these opportunities, but Bigatron are still able to outmaneuver these engages, and with Supercan 2 levels ahead, I don't think they can go for the contest at this point.
And Seal misses. Dom offended now with the stun. Sacred Hammer, penalty zone committed. The damage though will not be enough just yet. Key, first one to fall. Dominator's Descent now with the blink as well. Will force Amon to use that Purify, but that will be just Key taken down.
And again, really, I think the main mistake, by the way, Heroes are doing a good job right now, actually going to the bottom lane. Implosion!
Oh, towards Supercan with the Sacred Hammer. Supercan is in trouble, but good sidestep there. But they will have to sacrifice that structure. Bottom side, Super Luke will try to find and wreak havoc. Vengeance spots as well. Nobody can hit the sky. Evo's going good and calm response. Just back away. And now Fluffy being the sacrificial lamb perhaps. No, he still has the flicker.
Really well played there from Evo's Glory, but did you guys see that interaction? The way Supercan was actually able to escape was he used the passive of Nolan to hit the creep and then he dashed out. That's a good, very creative usage of the passive to actually utilize it as an extra dash. Also, main mistake for Evos has got to be fighting for the first turtle. That gold lead that you see, 2.8k, mostly came through that first turtle. The thing is, Fluffy was not even level 3 during that first turtle, so taking that fight when your main enabler at the time is not level 4, when your Roamer, the Tiger was not level 4, it goes to show you the difference. Bigatron, game 1, when they had the implosion even, or when they didn't have the implosion, they didn't take it.
Yeah.
But Evos, they decided to force it, and now they're kind of in the top spot. They could have been in this exact spot without the 2.6k gold lead, and now look at Luke.
Again, looking like a performance for the player of the game, and that will be just a solo practically on towards the Tig. Let's see the mid. He pops the flicker. I'm offended. Finds Van as well. But Super Ken actually receives a lot of damage. Almost wasn't able to get out, but Amon out of nowhere. Sky walking and finding the kill on towards Van.
Honestly, at this point, does this not warrant a Phobius ban against Bigatron Alpha? Super Luke, from like the first second, was already performing out of his mind on this hero.
Yeah, I think Evos might be a bit too impulsive. Yesterday, they picked up Phobius twice against Fnatic Onic. It didn't work out, so maybe they think the Phobius isn't that meta anymore or isn't that prio, but maybe it was just them, right? And that's why I thought for sure the Phobius would be banned out here, together with the Hylos by Evo's Glory, but it ended up being the same draft. They banned out the Feramis to pick up the Zask, but as we can see so far, Zask, not really a key factor just yet.
No, it looks like Amon is going to be able to pick up another tower in that bottom lane. So with all the damage that he's been able to utilize, he's also been picking up so many left and right and center, but look at this!
Oh, Super Luke, this is a 1v3, 2v3 now. Let's see, will he be able to survive? Good airborne on towards Natco. Forced to use the flicker now with the help of the Dominator's Ascent. It will lock him down, and Luke, no more. Moreno dives in under the turret. Super Ken finds the kill. It's going to be Evo's Glory here. Will not be able to take revenge. Now Van and Trouble. Super Ken, the damage is enough to take the solo on towards Roger. Glockun in trouble. No Dominus is sent here for Glockun. No space though, luckily, as Bigatron, they are just taking the wins front, left, and center.
He doesn't even get punished for those moves, right? A Super Ken goes in very aggressively, still able to dash out of the penalty zone that should have been that punishment. It's Bigatron just not even out macroing, but even in the micro scale, they're one step ahead at this point.
The term is outclassing Key.
I'm offended on towards Fluffy. That will be all though. 20 seconds for the first neutral objective. No response. Fluffy spotted. Flicker again. Oh my goodness. Super Ken. He smelled blood. But thankfully, Fluffy has a flicker.
Oh, it is just tough for Evo's Glory. Man, that read by Bigatron, gotta give props to them. The Lunox Herith just turns out to be great. So good. You get the Herith, you get the counter, and the fact that Moreno is an absolute god on the Lunox too helps a lot. This should be a free Lord. They don't even need to look for the Retribution. Super Ken doesn't even have the Retribution. Free Lord over, 6.5k gold lead. Oh, concentrated energy for Moreno. That's not a build that we actually see a lot from Lunox is in the gold lane. I guess in the mid lane, extra sustain. He wants to just stay in these team fights for more. Oh, Nightomea! He's here! Nightomea!
Oh my god!
You know the Nightomea?
I do!
Shout
Does he notice yet? He doesn't notice yet.
No, he doesn't notice. Look at him. He's trying to tell Evo. I can't believe him! How did they take the first turtle?
Man, I hope he comes to the arena soon, right? Because I really want a picture.
With Nightomea?
Yeah.
Oh,
there it is.
Oh.
And you know what it says?
Hi!
He's being featured. That's super cute. Hope he drops by at some point.
Holy Crystal.
Amon, yep, exactly. Holy Crystal for Amon. Huh.
Oh, indeed. That is a good huh. What the Evos build? I mean, they built magic defense, then Luke can just smack them. Super Ken does a lot of damage. Okay, Key, we did not see that. It's okay.
Oh, let's see. Evo's Glory. They're trying to find this first Lord. Still a weak Lord here. But let's see what will Bigatron do to exploit the formational. Super Luke jumps in, trying to trigger that Dominator's Ascent, but with the Vengeance, Super Luke will not be able to sustain a slight overstep there from the side of the red robots.
Okay, finally he goes punished. Finally he goes punished, right? I mean, after so many moments from, Super Ken, from Luke. Finally, he gets taken down there. But, it still is a 9,000 gold lead for Bigatron. If they're having that guarantee of the late game in Natco on the Natan, can we still rely on that?
Yes.
Is he close? I mean, he has 2 items already.
I wouldn't say close, but yeah, he will be able to reach a power spike. Again, the thing is, he's going to be late to get to that Holy Crystal, so he's actually going to have to wait for the Divine Glaive to be an actual threat. Knowing that there are already Radiant Armors built up, those tough boots as well. And remember, Bigatron Alpha can deal way more damage at this point of the game with a 9,000 gold lead compared to Natco. So he's also going to struggle to survive. That's why you can see that dagger already. I think he's contemplating maybe just finishing up the Wind of Nature before the Holy Crystal. That's why it's going to be tough for him to get the Divine Glaive. After the Holy Crystal, I think for sure it has to be the Wind of Nature. Anyways, though, shoutouts to Luke. He truly is the student of Valoy. A few unnecessary deaths.
Well, that's a flicker implosion. This might be the window for Evo's Glory. Super Ken able to escape, but now Bigatron, will they re-engage? That's the question. Amon is going from another angle. Amon, Super Luke finds him, and that will be Amon in front side, popping the Purify as well. Evo's Glory, they're able to punish He, but they lost their jungler.
You mentioned it was a window, but a window for who? Right? Key gets traded in for Van, and unfortunately for them, the timers aren't on the side of the White Tigers. That Lord is spawned, Van is nowhere near, not going to be able to contest this yet again. Should be yet another free Lord over as Moreno picks up another item.
You know what's scary? What's scary is the fact that Bigatron technically don't even have any bounties. I thought that would have been a major blunder if Super Ken got picked off, but even if he didn't, that would have still been, like, it wouldn't have been good, obviously. Yeah. It would have been Evo's getting value, but it's not a big shutdown. That's not a shutdown at all. That's 2-0. He's not 3-0 just yet. Also, shout out to Bigatron. Really good way to actually get the Lord there, waiting for the 40th second to actually take it down so that it spawns with the next wave, not the wave that will spawn at the 40th second.
And with this, I don't know, Gani, I guess you've been seeing the game for quite a bit. You still think there's hope for Evos here?
Honestly, it's just the robots taming the White Tigers here.
Man.
10k gold lead, 13 minutes. They need to depend on Bigatron just making a big blunder.
Are we looking at a 1-8 for Evos after this?
Not a good start for their second leg run. Potentially the final push of the series. Let's see, Bigatron, will they be able to close this out? Take a look at the flanks from Super Ken. Good catch by King. And that will be all, folks. Good night, Evos. Bigatron securing the win. A whiteout as well. A classy performance. Evos Glory will now be able to find success in their opening match of leg 2.
Are you serious?
As I said classy, of course they did this.
Are you?
That has got to be the most disrespectful play in MPL ID history. Bigatron Alpha just walking down into the fountain.
That's something we do in our rankings.
Oh man, BTR. They really took those comments from Evos last season as they dropped Bigatron down personally.
I guess they did.
They were like, you need some kills? We'll give you.
Yeah, here you go. All good, all G. 2-1 in leg number 1 for Bigatron, now a 2-0. Unfortunately, the change with Van stepping in has not yet been the solution that Evo's Glory needs. And we feel the tears, we see the tears coming from the Evo's fams. I mean, it's a tough position to be in. You know, imagine you supporting a team for so long and season after season. It's always been an up and down. Last season, they were on a Cinderella run, but this time it's a completely different story for the White Tigers. Flashbacks to maybe season 10.
You can't confirm this just yet, folks, but with a loss here, it puts them at 1-8. It seems 2 more losses and their chance of playoffs might be 0. It might be the end of the road before we even know. Maybe even in week 6, it might be over if they continue with a record like this. It might be the first season in a long time where we actually get to see who makes it to playoffs early. Usually it's always dramatic. The last 4 seasons, usually we always get to see the final day be the determining day to see who makes it to playoffs. This season it might be different, especially with Bigatron walking to the fountain like that. Pure disrespect.
This might be the season.
This might be the season
You
for
know?
Megatron.
Oh, we get the replay again. Oh no.
Oh,
This might be the
More
season.
flashbacks for the Evos fans here.
Not
Great
like
move
this.
by Super Ken using the that was just a ridiculous combo, wasn't it? I mean, great defense though from Evos. They got a triple kill at the end. Clockun got a triple kill.
And here it is.
Oh,
okay, they got it out.
They
All
censored
right.
it. They censored it.
It's too violent. But let's head over to Bigatron with their winner interview.
Membuka dengan 2-0. Inilah dia sang robot merah mengamuk di line of down Bigatron Alpha. Woo! Baru mulai bang, pelan-pelan bang. Nggak pelan-pelan kalian?
Buru-buru mau cepet pulang.
2-0.
Iya.
Kalian membuka leg kedua, ini udah galak banget loh. Wes, galak ya?
Lumayan.
Lumayan. Namun apa yang kalian bicarakan setelah leg pertama pasti ada review dong.
Bener.
Apa isinya? Boleh dikasih tahu nggak? Apa yang akan mungkin spesial untuk leg kedua? Ada nggak?
Nggak ada yang spesial sih. Kayak kita tetap semangat. Tetap, maksudnya kita player semua kayak tetap saling nyemangatin, terus saling improve, belajar dari apa ya kekalahan-kekalahan kita di di leg 1.
Belajar dari kekalahan. Dan itu diimplementasikan jadi galak banget. Kali ini 2-0. Mungkin kita bisa tanya dengan Ki. Membuat hal ini hari ini. Match pembukaan 2-0. Bagaimana kalian bisa membuat hal ini begitu kayak, oh Bigatron kuat banget nih.
Sebenarnya buat leg 2 kali ini kayak dari kita masing-masing punya prinsip aja kayak kita harus lebih try hard gitu. Soalnya di leg 1 kita masih ada kalah, terus ya menurut kita masih kurang dah hasil di leg 1. Kita harus lebih try hard lagi di leg kedua.
Hasil harus lebih baik. Namun kali ini kamu melawan player-player yang pernah bersamamu dahulu. Evos ada Dreams.
Ya.
Ada juga, tapi bagaimana sih di match kali ini melawan Evos Glory? Di leg pertama, leg kedua, apakah ada perubahan dari Evos Glory?
Aku nggak terlalu merhatiin mereka sih. Ya, jadi kayak aku lebih perhatiin tim aku aja sih sebenarnya.
Di tim kamu aja?
Yap.
Namun sebagai mantan tim juga, mantan player, mantan teman satu kamar mungkin. Ada nggak sih yang mungkin bisa kamu berikan masukan untuk Evos kembali bangkit?
Buat Bran sama Dreams palingnya, dia kan dulu juga teammateku kan, jadi ya tetap semangat, bisa bounce back, semangat ngejar slot ke playoff.
Semangat mengejar playoff. Dan hari ini juga yang pojok tuh semangat banget loh. Terima kasih, semangatnya pasti akan masuk. Namun Luke, hari ini hari yang begitu indah pastinya untuk Luke. Namun Bude penasaran, Luke, melihat leg yang pertama, siapa sih bagi Luke yang kira-kira di leg kedua ini bakal jadi lawan yang seru buat Luke?
Apa, XP?
XP boleh, tim boleh?
Dairon mungkin.
Dairon?
Win streak kan soalnya.
Win streak. Walaupun hasil leg pertama kamu memenangkannya.
Ya, jago dia.
Jago. Menjadi penantang untuk Luke nih. Ya.
Ya.
Betul. Namun bagaimana dengan tim-tim? Kalian kalah hanya 2 kali saja di leg yang pertama. Akan kembali melawan tim yang kalian gagal menangkan. Apakah kalian sudah bersiap?
Siap tuh katanya.
Siap katanya.
Siap.
Siap.
Loncat aja katanya.
Loncat aja, semangat aja.
Ya.
Namun ada gak sih kayak di sini kalian kaget banget sama performa tim mana gitu?
Gak ada sih. Sama aja sih semuanya kayaknya.
Semuanya sama aja. Namun dari Eman, how do you see this second half is starting? If you can see the future, yes.
I think we're more discipline. We're more disciplined in leg 2.
Untuk Bigetron, kedisiplinan berarti ya. Yang menjadi hal utama. But how do you train your discipline? Is it hard to train? Susah nggak sih untuk menjadi disiplin? Is it in game, out game?
I think hard. Kata Hengki.
Kata Hengki. Hengki itu, Ki.
Kata dia tadi susah lah, soalnya kan kita mesti bangunnya dari out game kan, agar bisa menjadi habit nanti buat di in game-nya. Ya itu paling kita ada jadwal-jadwal yang kayak kalau kita mungkin telat atau apa, kita ada sanksi buat bareng-bareng gitu.
Oh, jadi memang kalian berkomitmen untuk disiplin bersama?
Yap, seperti itu.
Bagaimana Super Ken? Kalau dari, ini udah dua suara bilang disiplin. Kalau dari Super Ken sendiri, leg kedua, apa yang Super Ken persiapkan nih?
Kerja keras.
Kerja keras.
Ya.
Leg satu belum kerja keras emang Super Ken?
Udah, tapi masih bisa ditingkatkan.
Masih bisa ditingkatkan?
Ya.
Menjadi seperti apa Super Ken?
Menjadi juara regular season lagi.
Menjadi juara regular season. Dan bagaimana caranya untuk bisa stabil? Karena banyak sekali yang bertanya, ini bisa stabil nggak nih dari Bigetron?
Apa?
Bisa stabil nggak nih?
Mudah-mudahan sih bisa. Ya kita bakal coba yang terbaik.
Mencoba yang terbaik. Tentu saja. Namun melihat hari ini sudah usai, nextnya kalian akan melawan, minggu ini sudah selesai, tinggal minggu yang kedua. Langsung akan ada Dewa United dan juga tim RRQ berada di hadapan kalian. Moreno, minggu depan apa yang harus kita nantikan dari Moreno?
Yang apa?
Yang harus kita nantikan yuk, akan ngelawan dua tim sekaligus di week ke-6, Dewa United dan juga RRQ OC.
Semangat aja buat kita.
Semangat buat kita.
Ya, buat tim musuh Dewa United sama RRQ semangat juga lah. Good luck, have fun.
Good luck Evan. Luke, kamu langsung ketemu Dairon ternyata minggu depan? Minggu depan loh.
Iya, kenapa?
Bagaimana? Ada yang ingin kamu sampaikan mungkin? Pertarungan epic di EXP Lane.
Jangan keras-keras bang.
Dan keras-keras bang, jelly aja.
Iya.
Oke. Sudah kita tutup hari ini.
Hengki
Ada yang
mau kasih pesan?
Boleh.
Gak ada pesan Bude, semangat aja udah.
Semangat aja. Loncat aja kata Biget Troopers. Coba deh mau kamu sampaikan untuk Biget Troopers mungkin?
Makasih yang udah support. Datang lagi kalau kita main.
Minggu depan. Dan terima kasih, mari beri tepuk tangan untuk pembuka leg kedua dengan 2-0 Bigetron Alpha. Thank you so much Bigetron.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cool sekali ya. Namun Biget Troopers dan juga EVOS Fams, kebahagiaan kita akan berlanjut karena sesaat lagi kita akan BBG, bagi-bagi GoPay. Siapkan semua device kalian karena sesaat lagi akan ada kode promo. Akan ada kode, bukan kode promo, ini kode yang bisa kalian claim di GoPay kalian. Udah punya GoPay kan pastinya? Yang ada di rumah juga siapkan. Karena inilah dia cara untuk kalian bisa mendapatkan GoPay Coins secara mudah. Karena kedua tim ini sama-sama didukung oleh GoPay. Jadi bagi-bagi GoPay hadir. Dan inilah dia step by step-nya. Dan lihat step by steps-nya, pasti pertama buka aplikasi GoPay, lalu klik cek semua promo, pilih voucher, lalu klik kolom punya kode promo, lalu masukkan kode dan klik tukar. GoPay Coins akan otomatis diterima. Ini step 1, 2, 3 bisa kalian lakukan sekarang. Step keempatnya, tunggu nih kodenya bakal Bude bagiin, udah siap belum semua nih? GoPay-nya udah siap? Waduh, langsung semuanya ya, siap, siap. Dan kode untuk BBG kali ini adalah, ini dia, GoPay selalu murah. Dengan ada angka di GOP 4 YS3 LALU MUR 444H. Langsung saja semuanya klik, 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 cepat sekali. Keluarkan semua device kalian. Sudah belum? Ayo buru-buru, cepat-cepat. dia dapat. Dan ini banyak banget tentunya untuk, wow, ini semuanya bisa karena 50 juta GoPay. Siapa cepat dia dapat untuk mendapatkan 50 juta GoPay. Jadi yang belum download, yang ketinggalan, buruan deh download karena nextnya akan ada lagi. Bagi-bagi GoPay akan hadir di MPL. Dan buat kalian, stay tune terus. Akan ada di mana lagi? Cari tahu di mana dua tim itu yang disokong oleh GoPay. Disitulah akan ada BBG. Namun bukan hanya Bude yang akan bagi-bagi GoPay, tapi akan ada caster dan analis yang akan membagikan ilmu tentang kemenangan Bigetron yang benar-benar memukau dengan 2-0. So caster, apa yang terjadi?
I am 10,000 IDR richer right now.
I didn't get
Ladies
it.
and gentlemen, I think you were too late. Did you guys get it? I hope you guys got it.
I mean, I was not participating, so there's an increased chance.
Yeah, you should have
I
gotten
didn't get it,
this
Donnie.
portion.
Even without you, I didn't get it. These guys are too fast.
It's okay. You already have a expensive belt there, I see. I don't think
And
you need
watch.
an extra 10 IDR.
I don't even have a belt. Or
What
a
about
watch.
What's that?
This is the watch.
Yeah. What watch is that?
That
Anyway, 2-0 from Bigetron earlier on. It's a beautiful way to start leg number 2. And it looks like in the interview, they have been mentioning that, you know, this isn't prime Bigetron yet. We're still making mistakes. This is not the best that we can do. But discipline is definitely better coming into leg number 2. And it looks like this team is still striving to be a lot more than we're already seeing today.
No more playing around, right? Seems like from the side of the Red Robots. And boy, unfortunately for EVOS Glory, their schedule this week, FNOC, Bigetron, but MVP. Yeah, all deserved.
Well deserved. Told you. XP. Super Luke!
I won the prediction!
You did. Player of the match. MVP is Super Luke as expected, technically. Because, man, Luke has always been the playmaker. I feel like this is, again, the match made in heaven. He's a playmaker who can also play some of the damage dealers, right? The damage dealers being the Masha. Heroes with resets, he does very well on the Arlet, the Masha as well. And then we have now a playmaker who can deal damage. Someone with a lot of CC, someone with a lot of damage, and someone who's technically unkillable. That just feels like Luke hero, you know? And we get to see that here. Some mistakes though from Bigetron Alpha. It's not a perfect game. It was perfect after this mistake maybe. But yeah, he losing out. Man, as much as we want to glaze Bigetron, or as much as I want to glaze Bigetron, I think this was mainly an Evo's mistake rather than the Bigetron big play moment. Why did they contest? This goes beyond. Like, they had none of their prime engagers, prime CC players at level 4, yet they still decided to engage. That play sent them back a whole lot, and they are already kind of like, they're already in a position that's tough because Natco is on a ton, a hero that needs to scale. And then obviously Luke, you could say that Luke died a lot of times here. He doesn't deserve the MVP, but because he died, he actually bought a lot of space. Before he died, he was able to dish out so much damage to Natco, kind of set up for Super Ken to get the kill on Natco, and in the end, shutting him down. Good moments here and there by Dreams. They try to capitalize, but at this point, they were just so far behind. It was a 10,000 gold lead at this point. So really, even with those blunders from Bigetron, they definitely still need to fix that, don't get me wrong. But it really didn't matter when you have a 10,000 gold lead. You can do whatever you want. We can see that here. And then even here, look at this. Conceal to send Super Ken wherever he wants to go. And then Key finds a big moment, and then they clump up together. Moreno ult, Ken ult, everybody ult. Bye-bye, Evos.
So comms now. A 2-0 win, super clean, super decisive. Let's see what the UBS Golden Moment has to say about that.
Ayo, Ken, gue cecer retri aja ya.
Oke.
Dia bisa flickerin Ken. Lihat sini, Dut. Gue cecer. Nah, Roger boy, targetnya Roger. Roger dulu. Mati dong. Kocak.
Bunuh Dut.
Mati dong. Ini satu lagi. Buang flicker.
Dia ada ulti ya.
Aman, Bang.
Nice.
Ya, mati dong.
Mor, lu atas sendiri, Mor.
Boleh. Dapat mid itu sih, Man.
Ini gue farming aja,
lagi ya,
fokus, fokus. Ini kan satu lagi.
Sabar. Fokus.
Enggak ada ulti dia. Enggak ada ulti, enggak ada flicker dia. Ada ulti tapi. Gue TB.
Ambil bawah.
Gak bisa. Ya udah, enggak apa. Dapat mid. Minta gue clear, sabar. Minta gue clear.
Ayo gue
Ada gue, boy.
Aman. Oh,
flicker dia. Laman kan? Balikin, boy.
Ayo, boy. Gua aman.
Lihat. Roger.
Gua aman.
Roger, abis ini bisa lot. Pegang dia dong.
Hello.
Pegang dia dong. Lihat Eman. Nggak ada ulti, Man. Si Teris.
Okay, I mean, there it is. What does he say? Focus.
That's usually what Nino says. Wow, Luke taking a page out of Nino's book. Usually it's the sabar, or focus, you know, from Nino, which means focus and patience. Now we see it from Luke, and it's ironic because Luke was probably the guy who was the least patient. He always kept on diving in with this Phoveus, man. But yeah, really good job by the team here. Also the Bargain Hunters. I just want to give props to the Lunox and Harith. I call it too the Lunox Harith, but still, it's such a good pick here. They technically deny a counter for the Harith, and it's so sad to see Evos fall in that route because for the longest time, even yesterday, the biggest mistake was they picked the Lunox first, preemptively. And now the only time they don't anticipate it, they get hit by the Lunox Harith, and then they're forced to go for Natan. Not a fun time for Natco, definitely. But again, it comes down to that first turtle. Because why? Why did they contest that first turtle? If at least one of them, Terizla or Tigreal, had ult, it would make sense. Yes, you would try to contest it, but both of them were level 3. Tigreal was out of the fight before the turtle was even, like, retried. Why?
Why, Goni? Why?
Why? Right?
Pourquoi?
Owen Wilson style, but man, Megatron Alpha, very scary. And this time, they were still able to tame the White Tigers, though this season the White Tigers haven't shown a lot of fangs, to be fair.
Can you imagine being 1-8 at this point? Like, Coach Age is talking about mentality, but like how? It requires absolute like champions mentality to be able to bounce back and still have confidence in yourself and your team when you're sitting at 1-8.
I mean, they displayed it last season, right? 0-4 to...
But it was a different lineup.
Yeah. Oh, it is the same lineup, actually.
But, like,
Without
it wasn't them
Van...
starting, you know? It's different, I would say.
Yeah.
It's like you coming back into a mess that you didn't make, but you're like, yeah, all right, let's fix this. Instead of like, oh, man, this is the mess we made. How do we fix our own mistakes?
The pressure just keeps piling up.
Exactly.
It's
the runner-up of Season 13.
Runner-up of Season 13?
Now 1-8.
Yeah. They looked unstoppable in the playoffs, except for Fnatic Onyx, the matches against Fnatic Onyx, obviously. But yeah, it's really sad to see a team with that much potential in their first season with this roster actually make it to the finals. But I think, is it due to the meta? I think it's a lot of things. Yeah. Maybe complacent as well after that finals. After making it to the finals, right? After coming back, that heroic story, getting hyped up so much as well. Because it was a big story. It was a crazy story. The fact that they were able to make that miracle run, Cinderella run, maybe it was a bit too much for them to handle.
I mean, we do see that the players are definitely feeling that remorse though, right? We saw Dreams with his eyes all red. It looked like he was about to, you know, cry or tear up at least.
Yeah, it's sad.
So let's hope that this is the wake-up call that Evos needed, right? Let's hope this is the time and they're gonna bounce back stronger.
I don't know about that though, because like we've been saying that this is gonna be the wake-up call, 0-4. It's gonna be the wake-up call, 0-5. They get their first win. Oh, look, they woke up, and then after that, it just continues. So I really hope they wake up, honestly, because it's just sad to see a team, our only Indonesian team with an Emerald Championship, end up like this for now. But it's always a curse and a blessing for Evos. They do well on odd-numbered seasons and even-numbered seasons. They just sometimes don't really perform that well. 10, 12, and now 14.
So maybe the audience has an answer to the solution, right? How can Evos bounce back in the next match? It looks like Nightfall has a little bit of a comment here. There are still too many blunders from Evos. The draft is already good, but somehow the players seem to lack mental fortitude. There's no improvement, and it seems like they aren't trying hard enough.
That's
Oh, can you imagine reading that?
Thanks, Naifal, for that input. I would say insight and input, but yeah.
Input. I like it.
Naifal, thank you so much. But I agree. I mean, EVOS Glory, they need to change their mindset, the mental fortitude. And it's not looking good. Week 5 now. Yeah, no significant changing. And honestly, they need that drastic change.
Well, Age already said in the losers interview that there won't be a roster swap anymore. So what drastic change could come now with the same lineup? Only technically stuck between Van and Annabelle, Brands, and Natco. That's it.
So let's see the loser interview now. And who will be with Bude Clara Mongstar? Let's see it.
Match pembukaan. Bagaimana?
Ya masih kurang baik lah, masih jelek, masih kalah kan.
Yes, Caleb. Tapi kita ngelihat, Caleb, lihat anak-anak bermain hari ini. Bude sih ngerasa vibes-nya beda ya. Kayak mereka udah mulai pede, mulai berani.
Benar, tapi masih belum cukup.
Cukup. Ya. Prosesnya masih panjang berarti nih untuk EVOS Glory.
Enggak dong, kan waktunya udah tinggal dikit. Nggak bisa panjang lagi prosesnya.
Lalu bagaimana dong?
Harus bisa proses cepat.
Apakah ada caranya?
Diusahakan.
Diusahakan. Atau memang dari hasil sebenarnya sudah bisa sama sesuai dengan mungkin latihannya atau bagaimananya?
Ya latihan udah cukup keras lah kita. Kan lagi juga udah state kan. Jadi latihan kita bagus-bagus aja. Entah kenapa aja di stage-nya banyak blanknya aja.
Tapi kayaknya tadi gimana? Atau karena memang lawannya adalah Bigetron Alpha yang ada di atas tuh?
Enggak sih, mau lawan siapa aja sama aja harusnya. Cuma tadi plannya nggak dijalanin aja.
Plannya tidak dijalankan? Ya. Jadi dari permainan EVOS rupanya itu masih ada yang kurang ternyata itu?
Betul.
Betul. Dan ini kan memang kesempatan harapan sebenarnya masih ada tentu dong.
Betul.
Kalian sadar dong ini baru mulai match yang pertama.
Ya, bisa.
Di leg yang kedua, bagaimana nih untuk mengejar ketertinggalan kalian?
Harus menang semua kayaknya.
Harus menang semua?
Ya.
In game, out game, apakah ada problem yang sulit di-solve?
Gak ada sih, out game, in game. Kalau di latihan aman-aman semua Budi.
Aman aja?
Aman.
Apa yang dibutuhkan oleh EVOS Glory biar bounce back nih?
Ya itu musuh kita ya diri kita sendiri aja di stage-nya.
Diri sendiri?
Ya.
Melawan diri sendiri menjadi tantangan bagi EVOS Glory. Dan ini kan banyak banget pastinya. Tadi ada yang sampai menangis, ada yang sampai kayak, aduh mereka rindu. Seberapa rindu kalian untuk bounce back?
Ya rindu banget lah, udah lama menang kan. Lama gak menang.
Lama gak menang. Tapi masih pada semangat dong tentunya untuk masuk play-off dulu deh itu.
Ya itu tadi harus menang semua dari sini.
Semangat? Semangat. Semangat ya.
Semangat.
Kerja keras pastinya dilakukan.
Ya.
Apakah ada yang ditambah?
Lihat nanti minggu depan lah.
Oke, memainkan fun hari ini.
Ya.
Itu sudah dicoba berarti?
Udah.
Akankah dilanjutkan?
Lihat nanti aja minggu depan udah.
Lihat nanti aja semuanya minggu depan.
Ya.
Tapi pasti semangat, ada yang mau disampaikan gak sih? Ini mungkin adalah kesempatan untuk menyampaikan sesuatu kepada EVOS Fans.
Ya buat EVOS Fans, tahulah hasilnya sangat mengecewakan. Tapi kita semua selalu usaha lah tiap harinya. Tetap dukung kita terus. Semoga kita bisa berhasil terbaik minggu depan.
Amin. Dan terima kasih sekali Caleb. Dan kita akan langsung kembalikan kepada para caster dan analis. Monggo.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Monster. Thank you so much, Caleb, for that insight towards what happened with EVOS in that 2-0 victory from Bigetron Alpha. And it seems like this problem is the same, right? The mentality, a lot of highlights on the mentality. I mean, they've been saying that in scrims, the players, the kids, he calls them the kids, have been doing great. But every time they head to the stage, it feels like the plan that they initially had for the team doesn't get implemented properly. And it could just be a mental block at this point.
I think it's the burden, the pressure that they give to themselves. They're knowing their record is very, very bad. I think it's extra pressure, but this is going to be the play of the day by Mr. Skyler.
This is the play of the day? Heading away from Weza. Okay, player of the day by Kadia. There, you can see by Skylar. Cutting away from Weza. This is a fight that they actually lost. There were a lot of moments. I thought the defense for sure from Skylar would be play of the day.
This wasn't defense though. You will recall here in a couple of seconds.
Okay, there you go. Because I was like, yeah, that is a strange play of the day. Here it is. Oh man, I was about to struggle to actually talk about that play, but here it is. Yes, the play of the day from Skylar. It is the defense. You just get to see it all the way from the start so that you understand the context. Oh, thank God it wasn't that kite, because like if the play of the day was kiting against Gatot, man, that is a pretty bad play of the day. Luckily,
context matters.
Context matters, exactly. Don't judge a book by its cover, even though the cover is meant for you to see what the book's about.
That's actually true.
Oh, period.
Yeah. Why do you think they put the images on the covers? You're supposed to judge a book by its cover.
That's true. I can't argue against that, actually. Good point. Did you guys ever think about that?
The Earth is round.
You learn something new every day, and we're also going to learn the standings, ladies and gentlemen. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. It looks like RRQ have pushed their way to the top with Bigatron in second place, followed by Fnatic. We have TLID still in fourth place. And other than that, there's not many changes, right? If I'm not mistaken, I'll double check.
Yeah, I think Liquid
and
Geek Fam
right?
swapped places.
TLID was fourth.
Yeah. Oh, TLID was fourth. So yeah, nothing changed.
Yeah.
Oh, Alter Ego and Deo United has changed, actually. Alter Ego from sixth place has fallen to seventh.
Uh-oh.
Deo United up in sixth place.
It's looking bleak for Alter Ego. It's looking bleak for Deo United. Honestly, very inconsistent in their performances. But I will have to say for Deo, I am more impressed than Alter Ego for today's performance. Deo put up a fight against number one in the standings. 2-1, by the way. Not a lot of teams can actually go 2-1 against Araki Hoshi. Even Fnatic Onic 2-0'd by Araki Hoshi.
Onic is still the benchmark, but I mean, let's see here. Tomorrow's schedule.
Yep, we're going to see
matches.
Alter Ego versus Rebellion in match number 1. In match number 2, we have Geek Fam against Fnatic Onic. And then the last match is going to be Team Liquid ID versus Dewa United.
The battle of the red zone, Alter Ego Rebellion. The battle of sixth place to get out of it for Dewa. If they get it, then they solidify their place outside of, Alter Ego's grasp.
All right.
But then, the rematch. Geek was able to beat Fnatic Onic with Masako. Remember, in the first leg. Let's see if Fnatic Onic can get revenge. Kyrie or Albert, Gani, right here. This
against
match.
Geek?
Against Geek.
Either.
Neither? Did you say either or neither?
Either.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, you mean.
Okay. So, Kyrie and Albert, are they the same level? I want to know from Fnatic Onic fan.
Okay, I think Kyrie still is a couple of levels above Albert. We can't lie. But for tomorrow, specifically, deploy anyone.
I think he should be fine, right? Because I've been hearing he's been using Head and Shoulders.
Whoa!
Gatot
Right?
Gacha.
Gatot
Gacha.
Gacha. Exactly. Don't let your match become a mess due to dandruff and itchiness. Move on to Head and Shoulders Lemon Fresh Gatot Gacha for 100% dandruff and itchiness wiped out and protection from itchiness.
Okay,
Yeah, okay, there you go.
This is my first time.
Oh, there you go.
You never forget your first, Nani.
I will never forget my first time here. Wow, that's...
We have plenty of water. You can wash your hair now. I'll help you.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're just going to agree with you, Eterna, You're just going to take it.
I'm going to take it.
It's okay for you guys back at home as well.
Yeah, I can't lie.
I thought he was going to eat it for
good.
some reason.
Eat it! No, ladies and gentlemen, Head and Shoulders is great. It's amazing, but you don't eat it. You don't drink it either, all right?
Why are you wiping it with tissue?
Later, okay?
He's keeping it.
It's okay,
he's saving it for later.
Saving it for later.
Right. Okay.
It's chill, guys. It's all fine and dandy.
The table smells so great
It
right
actually
now.
does.
Exactly.
This is really nice.
Imagine the smell on your hair.
Exactly. Or you can go for the mint flavor because this is the lemon fresh. There's a mint one as well. That one is with the Tigreal on it. And hey, if you guys actually want to if you guys are lazy, you don't want to buy these groceries,
yes, sir,
in the shop, in your convenience store in Indomart, you can actually just go and click Indomart because there's a way with Click Indomart to get your groceries at home. Just with a click. of a button. 1 hour, and it's guaranteed to reach your home.
It's
a click.
You blink, it's there.
An hour is not a blink.
It depends how long your blink is. It's subjective.
That is a nap. That is not a blink.
I mean, technically, it's a blink.
All right. I mean, if you guys blink for an hour, then yes, it is an instant blink, and you miss it sometime. I mean, if you blink for 2 hours, technically the delivery man comes by.
It's like this. It's like this. Wish for Head and Shoulders.
I want Head and Shoulders.
Okay, like pretend to use your phone.
Okay. Well, I'll just use my phone, my real phone.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And then blink. Ta-da! It's like that.
But that's.
Yeah.
All right. There
you go.
Facts, right? There you go.
There you go, guys. Don't forget to download it, ladies and gentlemen, because, of course, this, the yummy choice. Why not? Why would you go for a normal choice?
No.
You can go for a yummy choice.
Yummy choice.
Right? If you're watching the game, there's delicious, quick to serve, and easy to enjoy meals from Yummy Choice, so you don't have to waste time. You know, sometimes the games take, like 15 minutes, and if you cook for 15 minutes, the game's gonna be done, so it's too late.
Hey, the RQ game was 9 minutes and 44 seconds.
Exactly. So we offer the Nusantara menu that's delicious and ready in a very short time. Make your MPL ID Season 14
This is
experience
tiny, not
taste
short.
more delicious with Yummy Choice.
This is
Find
tiny.
short.
Yeah, there you go. You caught on.
I know what he was gonna say.
Oh, you caught on. You caught on.
Anyway.
But also, you need to. You know what?
Even
A
if
good
you're
meal,
short.
Even if you're short.
Yeah, XXS for you guys.
Look at that outfit, the drip.
You know, Mwa was using it right
That's
now
true,
under
actually.
his suit. So why not, get the best drip in the world, right?
There you go.
Erigo, wherever you go.
Wherever you go.
Wherever you go, whenever you go.
Where do you want to go? You want to go Japan? There we go. You want to go
There we
to New
go.
York? There we go.
I want to go to Iceland.
There we go.
MPL MY.
There we go.
MPL PH.
There we go.
There we go. MPL ID also. There we go.
All right.
MPL
so,
KH.
There you go. MPL.
MPL,
Now you're gonna be tested. Now you're gonna feel bad. You're gonna leave our boys abstract J's.
Oh,
and
yeah.
SG. Oh,
I was
see.
going to say
I
Brazil,
see.
that was in my next one.
Oh, okay. So SG, I guess,
I forgot.
didn't get top 4 in MSC, huh?
But Diablo's always going to be my MVP, right?
But
And
you
speaking
forgot
of
his league.
MVP, speaking of MVP collection, Saturdays X MPL Indonesia.
Check
Get
it
the
out.
drip. It's available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores. Stay up to date by following @Saturdays.Lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok, as we have something new coming in for every season, and especially for season 14.
Exactly, man. We saw the collab,
Oh.
the epic collab with Saturdays last season, and it was
Yeah, it was really cute. There was a cool one, there was a cute one.
exactly.
There's the pink one that me and
The cute
Ranger
one.
must just swap time to time. Sometimes I get the sunglasses, sometimes I get the pink one. I
Rainbow
like the
looks
pink one
cute.
better, honestly.
Yeah. I think it looks good.
Looks swag.
Swag. Is it demure though?
That's the big question for 2024, right? Demure? Are you demure?
That's a meme for a week. It's dead now. Kill it.
Go ahead. That's it. We're not going to
Official.
say that word anymore, guys.
Now it's
Just
all
wanted to
about
let you
brain
know.
rot.
No. That's still okay for me.
Oh, okay.
But if you start saying skibbity and all that, yeah, no.
We'll save it for tomorrow.
Maybe. And we'll take a look at the upcoming match for Evos in particular,
Let's
right?
see.
Dewa and Alter Ego.
This is a chance to step back. To come back.
They should be able. Right, Dewa is looking a little bit shaky. Sure, they were able to get that victory, that one-game victory against RQ.
For sure.
But can they stay consistent with that level of performance? And for Alter Ego, the exact same story.
We'll see, I guess, for Evos, because, again, it's really none of the matches here are easy matches for Evos and for Rebellion. Both of them have to go for this climb. And also for Alter Ego Dewa, they're not really safe just yet. They are still battling for 6th and 7th. And to see MPL ID still so close in the top 4 and in the bottom 4, or bottom 5 rather, you guys can come and join us here and watch, no?
Yeah.
Live.
Come over. Right now. because the tickets are still available. And of course, you guys can check it out on the MPL Indonesia website regular season, because we still have how many weeks to go? 5 until 9, 4 weeks more. So you guys actually can get a 10% discount as well with the app. Don't forget to use GoPay when you get it. And you know, you guys can actually witness this, right? The upcoming match for Bigatron. If you're a Bigot Trooper like Mirko, Bigatron versus Dewa United.
Or Kingdom.
And we have RRQ versus Bigatron next. Oh, that's gonna be so exciting.
Unfortunately,
it's sold out.
Unlucky. Sometimes it happens, you know, especially for these big matches. Match of the days are usually very tough to get, but that's why you have to check it out right now, because if you don't, you might miss out on some of the big matches. You can still watch all the other matches, but remember, some get sold out faster than others.
You don't want to have to beg to watch those matches, you know?
Especially for the big matches.
Not the big matches.
No. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Check the
big
site
matches
out. Yeah, to have
Big
info
matches.
updates, right? The schedule, the team players or team info, players info. It's all in the site as well. Check it out. Pay with GoPay. Use Erigo. Use sunglasses Saturdays. And you're all good to go.
Erigo, wherever you go.
Exactly, man.
So this marks the end of the day.
3 matches.
Three matches done and dusted. 2-1, 2-0, 2-0.
All right side, always team won today.
Right. So be on the right if you want to win.
That's not true, guys.
Oh, okay.
But in order to win, you have to be right.
Yes.
But not on the right.
So not the direction, but more on the, you know, correct and wrong side of things.
Be on the right.
To be fair, even right is subjective at this point. What is right?
Like, your right is my left. Wait, we're talking about direction.
You said no
again.
directions, and then you proceed to say
left,
right and left.
Hey, I'm not a consistent person. Okay, so what match are you anticipating most tomorrow?
Tomorrow, of course, my boys, FNOC taking on Geek. They need to bounce back and set the tone right for their start of leg 2. And against Geek, it's somehow a tall order, but my boys can definitely do it.
My boys. What about your boys? I mean, what are you anticipating most for tomorrow?
TLID versus Dewa.
Me
I can't
too.
wait to see the interview for TLID. And yes, I did say that. The interview for TLID. That means I predict TLID.
Let's curse. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this does mark the end of the day. Thank you so much for tuning in to the second day of week number 5. It's been me, Atern, alongside with God as well as Mirko. We'll see you tomorrow for more MPL ID action. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Mas Jil, bagaimana suasana hati?
Suasana mixed feelings.
Mixed feeling?
Sedih banget ada. Ngeblank juga. Tapi di satu sisi ada rasa excited.
Excited?
Yep. Ada rasa excited karena besok EVOS akan berulang tahun yang ke-8.
Yang ke-8, betul sekali.
Yes.
Nggak kerasa ya, kayaknya baru kemarin umur 7, sekarang umur 8.
Iya, 7-nya udah kali ya.
Udah
8 ya.
8 ya, sekarang 9. Tapi, Mas Ajil,
Yes.
ulang tahun yang ke-8, ada acara apa nih?
Iya, so EVOS bakal bikin acara Roar Fest yang ke-8. Kali ini acaranya seru banget. Acaranya bakal ada di One Bell Park Mall. Jadi kalian bisa langsung datang besok.
Besok ini?
Yes, besok tanggal 8.
Wow, ada acara apa aja tuh nanti di situ?
Ada banyak banget, ada karaoke All BA sama All BA, terus juga ada Baywan sama gue.
Widih.
Ada Baywan sama gue. Ya, gue sih berharap semoga menang ya, Baywannya ya. Karena kan ini lagi kalah.
At least menang.
Gue menang 1 gitu. Senang dikit lah, minimal senang sekali lah soal kemenangan.
Jadi kalian siap-siap ya,
Yes.
datang dan kalahkan Mas Ajil.
Jangan dong, capek nih kalau mulu.
Waduh, namun habis itu ada apa lagi?
Ada banyak banget acara serunya, pokoknya kalau kalian mau tahu yang lebih lengkap kayak gimana, langsung cek aja ke Instagram @EVOSesports.
Semuanya di situ
Yes,
lengkap.
besok.
Besok, One Bell Park, jam
Yeah.
berapa?
Dari siang.
Dari siang?
Yes.
Semuanya kan ada di situ?
Yes.
Semuanya boleh datang?
Boleh datang semua, ajak teman-temannya, ajak semua pacar, kekasihnya diajak juga, suaminya diajak, istrinya diajak, keluarganya diajak. Jangan bawa selingkuhan.
No. Gratis kak?
Gratis.
Gratis? Gratis?
Gratis, semuanya all access bisa masuk. Ketemu sama kita besok. Let's go.
Rame banget. Di situ ada BA datang,
Ya, all
player datang.
Player insya Allah.
Insya Allah datang.
Yes.
Jadi bakal ramai banget rayakan kebersamaan kita. 8 tahun bersama dengan EVOS. Perjalanannya emang up and down. Jadi kita akan menunggu juga untuk kembali up lagi. Betul?
Betul, bismillah.
Betul. Ada yang mau disampaikan? Penutupan.
Thank you so much buat yang udah nge-support EVOS. Buat yang kecewa juga kami minta maaf sekali. Kami pun sama di sini sedang mencari-cari jawaban serta melakukan yang terbaik. Doakan saja semoga bounce back.
Thank you banget Mas Ajil. Dan see you besok di One Bell Park.
Di One Bell Park.
Buat kalian semua, langsung datang. Thank you Mas Ajil.
Dabu deh.
Bye-bye. Dan itulah dia ulang tahun EVOS yang ke-8. Mereka sudah melalui pasang surut yang begitu hebatnya. Dan semuanya pasti menantikan untuk EVOS bisa kembali naik. Tapi kalau ngomong tentang naik, banyak banget nih tim yang lagi berjuang untuk naik ke klasemen. Bukan hanya klasemen, tapi mereka juga menginginkan posisi yang baik. Karena kita nggak hanya mencari siapa juara di MPL Indonesia season 14. Namun siapa yang akan mewakili Indonesia ke kancah internasional. M6 di depan mata. Piala pun ingin kita dapatkan kembali. Perjalanan mereka harus kita dukung dan harus kita teliti. Karena kita mau Indonesia kembali berjaya. Di sini Bude Kelora Monster mengucapkan terima kasih atas dukungan yang begitu luar biasa untuk leg yang pertama. Namun leg kedua baru saja dimulai. Jadi siapkan diri kalian untuk pertarungan epic selanjutnya. Besok akan ada 3 match best of 3 series akan kembali hadir. Jadi kembalilah bersama kita di MPL Indonesia season 14. Namun sebelum itu Bude juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet, GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada banyak sekali tentunya, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan We Drink. Beserta dengan suppliers Erigo, Klik Indomaret, Yummies Choice, lalu Saturday, acara ini supported by PBSI. Hari yang begitu cepat mungkin karena banyak sekali tim-tim yang mendapatkan 2-0. Penutupan begitu memukau, tim-tim semakin kuat dan solid. Semua tim harus mengejar ketertinggalan dan ada yang harus mempertahankan. Akankah ada balas dendam atau ada pembuktian? Kita akan lanjutkan leg yang kedua di hari esok, hari ketiga di MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this, see you tomorrow.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa